Chapter 1 After Divorce, System Awakens.
Yifeng and Shen Xingcheng were originally from two different worlds and would never have any intersection in this life. But 5 years ago, Yifeng was drinking alone in a bar. After drinking, he was about to leave the bar. The door of the box was suddenly opened, and the stunningly beautiful Shen Xingcheng walked in. Shen Xingcheng was drugged, and as soon as she came in, she pounced on Yifeng. Yifeng had just entered society at that time and had never seen such a scene. The next second, the box was filled with springtime scenes, and Yifeng transformed from a boy into a man that night. I thought this was just an episode in life. Who would have thought that 3 months later, Shen Xingcheng would come to him again? As soon as he arrived, he took Yifeng to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. To Yifeng, all this seemed like a dream. 7 months later, my daughter Yi Jinghan was born. After having this daughter, Yifeng quit his job as an executive and became a full-time dad at home. Under Yifeng's care, his daughter Yi Jinghan is very cheerful and lively. "Dad, you're here." Seeing Yifeng appear at the door of the real estate agency, Yi Jinghan trotted over and threw herself into Yifeng's arms. "Well, Hanin, have you been good today?" "Very good." Yi Jinghan nodded with a sweet smile on her face. "Mr. Yi, you are here." At this time, the agent Xiaoli came up and greeted Yifeng enthusiastically. "Well, thank you for helping me take care of Hanin today." "You're welcome. Are you ready to rent a house today?" "Yes." Yifeng chuckled. Now that he had divorced Shen Xingcheng, he could no longer live in the Shuyanjian villa and could only rent a house outside. "Then I have a few houses. What do you think?" "No need for now, I'll take my daughter to eat something first." Since I was going through the divorce process today, I didn't cook much for Yi Jinghan. The first thing Yifeng needs to do now is to feed his daughter. "Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. Come find me if you need anything." "Hanin, let's go and eat." Yifeng took Yi Jinghan's hand and walked towards the KFC opposite the door. "Dad, are we going to eat KFC today?" When they arrived at the door of KFC, Yi Jinghan asked happily. She hasn't eaten KFC for a long time. "Yes, we will live separately from Mom today. Dad will reward you with a meal at KFC first." Yifeng nodded and pulled Yi Jinghan into KFC. When he got inside, he ordered a lot of things that Yi Jinghan liked to eat. "Hanin, you will live with Dad from now on. You must tell him everything. You know, I'm always like this, right?" Yi Jinghan chuckled. Since Shen Xingcheng was a workaholic, she could only see her on her birthday or during the Chinese New Year. Yi Jinghan felt very unfamiliar with the word mother. Soon a lot of delicious food was brought up. Yi Jinghan was extremely hungry today, so she grabbed the food and stuffed it into her stomach. Seeing her like this, Yifeng touched her forehead with a caring look on his face. Half an hour later, the father and daughter walked out of KFC. "Dad, I want to go for a walk in the park." After wiping her mouth, Yi Jinghan wanted to go to the park to play. "Okay, let's go to the park. However, you cannot trample on the flowers and plants or litter." Yifeng nodded and gave some instructions. "I know. I won't, because Hanin is a good kid." The father and daughter went to the Riverside Park and took a walk in the park. Yifeng looked at the vast river, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. If there hadn't been that accident 5 years ago, he and Shen Xingcheng wouldn't have met, and they wouldn't have had a daughter, Yi Jinghan. Now that he is divorced from Shen Xingcheng, he feels a lot more relieved. But he suddenly began to have a headache. When he was in the villa before, the meals cooked by Hanin were all prepared by the villa's servants. "I have no talent at all in cooking. Now that I have Hanin, I must work hard to learn cooking." The strongest nanny system has found the host and the binding is successful. Chapter 2 Skating Techniques. Soon, Yifeng rented a house in Zijin Garden Community. The house is in Unit 605, Building 6. This house has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. Yi Jinghan likes the layout very much. After signing the lease contract with the agent and paying the money, Yifeng took Yi Jinghan to the supermarket to buy daily necessities. Since he came out of Yunshuijian Villa, he didn't bring anything with him and had to buy everything. He quit his job and became a stay-at-home dad in recent years. Although he has no salary income, he studied computer science in college and has very strong programming skills. "I usually take some tasks online and help people write some small software, and I have saved about 100,000 yuan. This time, although I was left with nothing, there was no problem in renting a good house. Hanin, you will live here with Dad from now on. After Yifeng simply cleaned the house, he turned to Yi Jinghan and said, "Okay, Dad." Yi Jinghan smiled slightly, although the environment here could not compare to the grandeur of the villa. But in her young mind, as long as her father is by her side, she is everything. "Come on, let's go shopping and get you some new toiletries." Yifeng smiled slightly, took Yi Jinghan's hand, walked out of the room, and came to a nearby supermarket. When he got to the supermarket, Yifeng bought all the necessities of life. Then I paid the bill and left the supermarket.
"Dad, where are we going now?" After returning home, Yi Jinghan asked. "Let's go around and get familiar with the environment here first."
Yifeng thought about it. After all, he had just arrived at Zijin Garden Community. He felt it necessary to let Yi Jinghan familiarize herself with the environment here.
"Okay, Dad."
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and followed Yifeng for a walk around the community. Halfway through the walk, the father and daughter realized that there was a large park behind the community where many people were playing. The park has very complete facilities, including those for sports, chess, and cards.
"Dad, this park is great. Everything is great. By the way, didn't you buy me some ice skates? I want to learn now, can you teach me?"
Yi Jinghan remembered that because she got a good grade in the midterm exam, Yifeng rewarded her with a pair of lighted ice skates.
"Okay, let's learn how to skate."
Having said that, Yifeng returned home, got the skates from the post station, and returned to the park.
"Dad, is it difficult to learn to skate? How can I put it? It's easy and it's hard." Since he didn't know how to skate, Yifeng really didn't know what to say. It is detected that the host is learning to skate.
The host is rewarded with God-level skating skills. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he mastered the skating techniques in an instant. Like this, sit on the ground first, then stand up slowly.
Now Yifeng's skating skills have reached the God-level stage. Teaching others to skate is a very simple matter for him. "Oh, okay, is this what Daddy looks like?"
Yi Jinghan followed Yifeng's instructions and slowly stood up from the ground.
"Well, Hanin, come on, you will definitely learn it quickly."
Yifeng made a cheering gesture to encourage Yi Jinghan.
"Dad, I will learn it, don't worry."
Yi Jinghan smiled slightly. With Yifeng's company since she was a child, she had a very good body balance.
Chapter 3, Park Trip. "Dad, I'm standing up." With Yifeng's patient teaching, 5 minutes later, Yi Jinghan stood up smoothly in her skates. "Hanin, that's great."
Yifeng smiled slightly, a smile on his face. Then, Hanin, follow your father and follow the same movements. This will teach us how to shift our center of gravity.
"Okay, Dad."
Because Yifeng explained very carefully and Yi Jinghan was a very smart child.
With a little understanding, Yi Jinghan knew what to do. "Dad, I think I can skate now." Yi Jinghan smiled. After Yifeng's teaching for 15 minutes, she gradually mastered the skating skills. "Yes, then try it yourself."
Yifeng smiled slightly, because at this time, Yi Jinghan was already fully armed. He was not afraid that Yi Jinghan would fall, but encouraged Yi Jinghan to skate bravely.
Yi Jinghan nodded.
Not afraid of falling, she quickly mastered the skating skills. At this time, more and more people came to the park to skate. Yi Jinghan also joined the skating team. Because she was younger, she received more care.
"Dad, I can skate now."
"Thank you so much, Dad. I have learned how to skate." Yi Jinghan smiled and expressed her gratitude to Yifeng.
"You're welcome. It's Dad's duty to teach Hanin."
Yifeng smiled slightly.
As long as Yi Jinghan grew up healthy and safe, he would be willing no matter what. Then Yifeng found a seat and sat down, while Yi Jinghan started skating.
As time went on, her skills got better and better, and she slowly started to do some fancy moves. A smile began to appear on her face and she did not become depressed because of her parents' divorce.
"Dad, how do you think I skate?"
Yi Jinghan made another beautiful gesture and waved towards Yifeng.
"Very nice." Yifeng smiled slightly, nodded, and gave an affirmative answer. At this time, an old man came up and said to Yifeng, "Young man, how about playing a game of chess with me?"
"Sure." Yifeng nodded, accepted the invitation of a 60-year-old man, and started playing chess with him. Yi Jinghan continued skating on the side.
The father and daughter were playing their own games and having a lot of fun. Soon, it was evening.
"Hanin, let's go back and come to the park to play tomorrow."
"Okay, Dad."
Yi Jinghan nodded, found a seat to sit down, and then took off her skates. After leaving the park, Yifeng and Yi Jinghan returned to Zijin Garden Community. After arriving home, Yifeng began to clean the house simply. Yi Jinghan started playing games on her iPad.
After cleaning, Yifeng asked Yi Jinghan to take a bath. After the bath, Yifeng asked Xiaoxi to play a story for Yi Jinghan.
After a while, Yi Jinghan fell asleep. Seeing that Yi Jinghan fell asleep, Yifeng covered him with the quilt and started to take a shower himself. After taking a shower, Yifeng went to the study to read. He has loved reading martial arts books since he was a child. This time he picked up a book at random and started reading it carefully. When it was 11:30, he went to his room to sleep. About 10 minutes later, Yifeng gradually fell asleep. In his dream, he dreamed of Shen Qingqing again, but he knew that he had no chance to be with Shen Qingqing in this life.
There is a high possibility that the two will never meet again. Chapter 4, Godmother Appears.
The next morning, Yifeng got up early and prepared breakfast. Now that his cooking skills have improved greatly, he no longer worries that Yi Jinghan will be picky about food.
Now Yi Jinghan would eat almost all the food he cooked.
After breakfast, Yifeng sent Yi Jinghan to Time's kindergarten.
After sending Yi Jinghan off, Yifeng returned home.
When he lived in Yunshuijian Villa, he would stay in the study and read books when he returned home. But now that I have divorced Shen Qingqing, I have to earn my own money for food, drink, and shelter outside. Yifeng thought about it and started writing some small games to sell. He is a top student in computer science, and writing small games is a very easy task for him. Soon, he wrote a small game and uploaded it to the game platform.
This platform will generate revenue as long as more people play.
After finishing writing a game, Yifeng went to the balcony to rest. As soon as he reached the balcony, Yifeng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was Bai Rongrong calling.
Bai Rongrong is Shen Qingqing's best friend and also Yi Jinghan's godmother.
In the past, whenever Yifeng and Shen Qingqing had conflicts, it was Bai Rongrong who mediated.
Yifeng, where are you moving to now? I need to meet you.
As soon as the call was connected, Bai Rongrong's voice was heard from the other end of the line. I live in Zijin Garden Community, Building 6, Unit 605. Yifeng laughed and told Bai Rongrong his new address.
Wait at home, I'll be there soon.
After saying that, Bai Rongrong hung up the phone without waiting for Yifeng to reply. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. When Yifeng heard the knock on the door, he got up and went to the living room to open the door.
Yifeng, why did you divorce Qingqing without telling me? If I had done some ideological work on Qingqing, maybe you wouldn't have divorced.
Bai Rongrong sat opposite Yifeng and started talking to him. She happened to be on a business trip in another city these 2 days and just came back yesterday. As soon as he came back, he learned that Yifeng and Shen Qingqing had divorced.
This incident immediately made Bai Rongrong furious.
Because she is Yi Jinghan's godmother, in her opinion, Yifeng and Shen Qingqing should at least tell her about their divorce.
It's okay. Maybe our fate has run out and it's time to separate. Yifeng chuckled.
He and Shen Qingqing were together at the wrong time and met the wrong person. Now that the two of them are separated, maybe it's the best outcome.
Then let me ask you, if Shen Qingqing wants to reconcile, will you agree or refuse?
A hesitant expression appeared on Yifeng's face, and his heart suddenly became hesitant. You didn't refuse on the spot, which means you still have her in your heart.
Don't worry about this matter. I will come to help.
You just need to cooperate and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a new marriage certificate. Also, even if I can't do it, I believe that Uncle Shen and Aunt Li will think the same as I do.
We will all stand on your side.
Bai Rongrong and Shen Qingqing are best friends. When they were in college, they often went to Shen Qingqing's house for dinner. Therefore, Bai Rongrong has a very good relationship with Shen Qingqing's father Shen Juanhao and Li Suqin. Then it all depends on fate, just let it happen naturally.
Yifeng nodded. Now his feelings towards Shen Qingqing were very subtle. For a while, I didn't know whether to remarry. Chapter 5 Massage Master. By the way, I heard from Qingqing that you left the house with nothing?
Bai Rongrong thought for a moment and asked Yifeng.
Well, as long as Hanin gives it to me, it's fine.
Yifeng smiled slightly. In his heart, as long as he had Yi Jinghan, he would have the whole world.
Then do you have money to spend? Yes, I can write some games myself. Also, my cooking skills have become pretty good now. I believe I won't starve to death. There is 100,000 yuan in this card. You can use it first.
Bai Rongrong thought for a moment, took out a bank card from her pocket and placed it in front of Yi Feng.
No, I have enough money on me.
Yi Feng smiled slightly. Now he is a man with a system.
With the system, making money is a matter of minutes for him. Let's not be polite.
If this 100,000 is not enough, I will give you another 100,000. Bai Rongrong smiled slightly and asked Yi Feng to accept the bank card.
No, take a look at this.
As he said that, Yi Feng showed his phone to Bai Rongrong.
You have so much money on this account now? Bai Rongrong took a look.
She knew that Yi Feng could write games. I made a lot of money from it before, and now I took a look and there is nearly 30,000 yuan left.
Yes.
Yi Feng smiled slightly. Now with the help of the system, the games he developed were very popular and he could make a lot of money in a day.
Okay then, I'll take the card back. But I still say the same thing.
If you have no money to spend, just tell me. If I have no money, I will get it from Shen Xingcheng for you. I think Shen Xingcheng is crazy. She doesn't want such a good husband and such a good daughter. As for the divorce between Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng, Bai Rongrong felt that Shen Xingcheng should bear full responsibility.
Then I thank you first.
Yi Feng smiled slightly. In Yi Feng's eyes, being able to recognize Bai Rongrong as his godmother was a very happy thing.
Bai Rongrong also played an indispensable role in Yi Jinghan's healthy and happy growth. By the way, has Hanin gone to kindergarten? Well, I won't be back until the afternoon. Yi Feng nodded vigorously and gave an affirmative answer. Ah.
At this time, Bai Rongrong twisted her neck a few times and suddenly felt severe pain in her neck and shoulders.
What's wrong? Seeing Bai Rongrong's painful expression, Yi Feng asked with concern.
I've had a stiff neck these past few days, and I feel really uncomfortable.
Bai Rongrong showed a helpless expression on her face. Rongrong, how about I give you a massage? Yi Feng thought about it. Yesterday when he was reading in the study, he glanced at some books about massage.
He was immediately rewarded by the system, which gave him a god-level massage technique.
Can you give a massage?
Bai Rongrong was stunned for a moment. Ever since Yi Feng became a dad, he has been taking care of the baby at home. She just thought Yi Feng could only take care of children and nothing else.
You will understand a little bit. Just lie down and I will give you a massage.
Yi Feng smiled slightly and motioned Bai Rongrong to lie on the bed. After Bai Rongrong lay down, Yi Feng began to massage him. Now his massage skills have reached god level, and he can tell where Bai Rongrong is uncomfortable just by touching her. Then, under Yi Feng's massage, the look of pain on Bai Rongrong's body gradually disappeared, and was replaced by an expression of great enjoyment on her face.
Yi Feng, you are amazing.
Your massage skills are no worse than those masters.
Bai Rongrong gave a thumbs up and gave Yi Feng a big thumbs up. Chapter 6 Doll. Soon, half an hour passed. Rongrong, how do you feel? After pressing it, Yi Feng asked Bai Rongrong with a smile. I don't feel bad anymore.
Bai Rongrong twisted her neck, and the pain was no longer on her face.
That's good.
Yi Feng smiled slightly and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water for Bai Rongrong. Yi Feng, please cook more meals for me tonight. I haven't seen Hanin for a long time. Bai Rongrong thought about it and decided to spend some time with Yi Jinghan at Yi Feng's house in the evening.
Okay. Yi Feng nodded, thinking of the time when he was in Yunshuijian Villa. Bai Rongrong also often came to Yunshuijian Villa to accompany Yi Jinghan. Okay, I'll cook 2 more dishes tonight, and we can drink some wine.
Yi Feng nodded and went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. About half an hour later, Yi Feng came back from buying groceries and immediately left home again. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had to go to the kindergarten to pick up Yi Jinghan.
After walking for 10 minutes, Yi Feng arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. Dad.
Yi Jinghan walked to the door of the kindergarten, and when she saw Yi Feng, she threw herself into his arms.
Hanin.
Yi Feng smiled slightly, leaned over and picked up Yi Jinghan.
Hanin, how was school today? I'm fine.
Yi Jinghan smiled slightly. She was particularly happy because she received a little red flower in kindergarten today. Soon, the two returned home.
My Hanin, my little darling.
As soon as she appeared in the living room, Bai Rongrong came over and called out.
Godmother Rongrong. Seeing Bai Rongrong appear in front of her, Yi Jinghan shouted loudly and threw herself into Bai Rongrong's arms. Do you want to fuck mom? Yes, I really do.
Yi Jinghan nodded, then kissed Bai Rongrong passionately. Look, Rongrong, godmother, what good things did she buy for you? At this time, Bai Rongrong placed the bag that she had just brought in front of Yi Jinghan.
Can I open it, godmother Rongrong?
Yi Jinghan looked at Bai Rongrong and asked. Of course, godmother Rongrong, I bought it for my little baby Jinghan. Bai Rongrong smiled slightly and motioned Yi Jinghan to open the bag. Wow, it's a cute doll. After opening the bag, Yi Jinghan found a very big doll inside. Her eyes lit up and a smile spread across her face. Hanin, godmother Rongrong would like to invite you and dad to have a nice meal out tonight.
How about that?
Okay, I want to eat French fries and ice cream from McDonald's. Yi Jinghan smiled slightly. Every time Bai Rongrong came home, she would take her to eat delicious food.
Okay, how about we have two this time?
Fearing that the divorce would affect Yi Jinghan, Bai Rongrong's love for her became even stronger.
Thank you, godmother.
Yi Jinghan clapped her hands and looked up to kiss Bai Rongrong. Or maybe in her heart, the godmother Rongrong in front of her is her real mother. In her heart, Shen Xincheng, the mother, is a very strange person. Soon they arrived at McDonald's, since today was Thursday.
Anything you order will be relatively cost-effective.
Bai Rongrong loved Yi Jinghan very much, so she ordered a children's meal right away.
Yi Feng ordered a hamburger and a Coke. Bai Rongrong ordered the same children's meal as Yi Jinghan. Is it delicious, Hanin?
Bai Rongrong looked at Yi Jinghan and asked.
It's delicious. It's really delicious. Chapter 7 Don't Quibble. Sir, can you scan the code for me?
Just as the three were enjoying the food, a young lady in beautiful clothes came over. Holding a small toy in his hand, he came to Yi Feng.
Scan the code to get a free gift, can you help me?
The young lady smiled slightly and looked at Yi Feng with a smile. She came to do promotion and mainly wanted customers to help scan the code.
You can get a small gift after scanning the code. Dad, I want that little windmill.
Yi Jinghan took a look and liked the little windmill in the girl's hand very much.
Okay, then I'll scan the code and ask for the little windmill.
Yi Feng nodded, took out his mobile phone, and scanned a code for the young lady wearing beautiful clothes.
Godmother Rongrong, please help me sweep one too. I also want that little balloon.
Yi Jinghan turned around and spoke to Bai Rongrong again.
Okay, Godmother Rongrong will scan it for you.
Bai Rongrong nodded, scanned a code, and received a small gift.
Thank you.
The beautiful lady smiled, gave the gift to Yi Jinghan, and then left. Dad, Rongrong's godmother, I'm so happy today.
I had a delicious meal and got 2 small gifts. Just be happy.
If you feel sad in the future, come and find godmother Rongrong. Then the three of them started eating, finished their meal after half an hour, and walked out of McDonald's. After leaving McDonald's, Bai Rongrong took out her cell phone and called Shen Xincheng.
Xincheng, where are you now? I want to meet you. I'm at the company.
Shen Xincheng is a workaholic, and every time Bai Rongrong visits her, it is almost always in the company's office.
Okay, I'll come over to see you right now.
After saying that, Bai Rongrong hung up the phone. Jiangcheng, Marriott Garden Hotel, President's office.
Xincheng, are you sick? You actually divorced Yi Feng. After entering Shen Xincheng's office, Bai Rongrong scolded Shen Xincheng without any courtesy. There's nothing wrong with me. Divorce is the best outcome for both of us. There is no affection between the two of us.
Shen Xincheng smiled slightly. She had been busy with work these years and had not spent much time with Yi Feng, so the two of them did not have much feelings for each other.
Then let me ask you something? What would you think if Yi Feng agreed to remarry?
Bai Rongrong pursed her lips and asked Shen Xincheng.
This.
Shen Xincheng was stunned for a moment.
Her condition was similar to Yi Feng's. For a moment, my mind felt blank.
After getting the divorce, she lived alone in the Yunshuijian villa and always felt a sense of loss.
But she has never figured out this feeling of loss. Since you didn't refuse right away, it means that Yi Feng is still in your heart. Okay, stop quibbling. If you didn't refuse right away, it means you haven't figured out whether you want a divorce or not.
Bai Rongrong said this with finality.
All right.
Shen Xincheng did not refuse at the first time, so she had to nod and agree with Bai Rongrong's statement.
Also, did you know Yi Feng can give massages?
Bai Rongrong thought for a moment and asked Shen Xincheng. His cooking skills are not that good, and he can't even give a massage. I once asked him to help me with a massage, and he almost broke my shoulder bone. Shin Xingqing shook her head. Yifeng didn't know how to give massage at all. She was very clear about this matter. After all, they had been married for more than 5 years.
Chapter 8, Massage and Meals. Are your shoulders sore now?
Bai Rongrong thought for a moment and asked Shin Xingqing. As Shin Xingqing's best friend, she knew that Shin Xingqing had the same old problem as herself, which was shoulder pain. Bai Rongrong has felt much better after Yifeng's massage.
A little sore. Then you can ask Yifeng for a massage.
I just had a massage from him and I feel much better now. Bai Rongrong curled her lips and said, let Shin Xingqing ask Yifeng for a massage.
He can give massages?
Shin Xingqing was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on her face.
Of course, and it's amazing.
Bai Rongrong nodded and briefly told him about what happened during her visit to Yifeng.
Rongrong, you didn't lie to me?
Shin Xingqing looked at Bai Rongrong with an expression of disbelief on her face.
Why would I lie to you?
Anyway, I'm going to ask him for a massage later.
My shoulders are finally not sore anymore.
Bai Rongrong looked relaxed and twisted her shoulders.
Ah.
At this moment, Shin Xingqing suddenly let out a scream and a look of pain appeared on her face.
Xingqing, what's wrong with you?
Seeing Shin Xingqing screaming, Bai Rongrong hurriedly asked with concern. I think I sprained my neck again.
Shin Xingqing's face was full of pain.
She had a stiff neck yesterday and she didn't feel very well when she came to work in the morning.
Then let's go and get a massage from Yifeng. Isn't it inconvenient to ask him for a massage?
Shin Xingqing was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Bai Rongrong would take her to find Yifeng for a massage.
It's inconvenient.
After all, you are Hanin's mother.
Bai Rongrong pulled Shin Xingqing out of the office without saying anything.
After arriving downstairs, Bai Rongrong took a taxi and headed to Zijin Garden Community. When they arrived at Zijin Garden Community, Shin Xingqing, led by Bai Rongrong, came to Unit 605, Building 6.
Rongrong, Xingqing.
Seeing the two people at the door, Yifeng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face.
Xingqing's neck is twisted, please massage her.
Bai Rongrong briefly explained the situation and then pulled Shin Xingqing into the room.
Xingqing, lie down first.
When they got into the room, Yifeng asked Shin Xingqing to lie down on the sofa first.
Shin Xingqing nodded and lay down on the sofa.
Yifeng took out some essential oil and started to massage Shin Xingqing. During this period, he learned some more in-depth massage techniques and his massage skills improved a lot.
Ah!
Shin Xingqing suddenly let out a moan, her face showing great enjoyment. As Yifeng massaged her, the pain in her neck gradually disappeared.
Xingqing, how do you feel? Halfway through, Yifeng asked a question. Much better.
Shin Xingqing smiled slightly.
Her neck wasn't so sore anymore. Do you believe it now?
Yifeng knows how to massage. At this time, Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Shin Xingqing and said with a smile.
I believe it. It is indeed better than the doctor I usually see. By the way, Hanin is almost done with school now. Let's pick her up later and go out to eat something together.
Bai Rongrong glanced at the time on her phone and saw that she had just returned from a trip.
Now she wants to take Yi Jinghan out to eat delicious food. Okay, then you guys wait here, I'll go pick Hanin up.
Yifeng smiled slightly. He knew it was impossible to refuse today, so he agreed to go out for dinner with Shin Xingqing and Bai Rongrong.
Chapter 9 Friends. 15 minutes later, Bai Rongrong's cell phone rang.
Bai Rongrong took it out and saw that it was Yifeng calling.
Yifeng, what's wrong? After the call was connected, Bai Rongrong asked Yifeng. Rongrong, I'm afraid we can't eat together.
The kindergarten is holding an activity today, and it won't end until after 6 o'clock. You and Xingqing can eat by yourselves.
Oh, so that's how it is. Let's go back first. Let's go. Hanin's kindergarten is hosting an event and she can't come back. Let's eat by ourselves.
After finishing the call, Bai Rongrong said to Shin Xingqing.
That's fine. We haven't had dinner together for a long time.
Shin Xingqing nodded and left Zijin Garden Community with Bai Rongrong.
Today is Friday.
Because the kindergarten is holding an intelligence competition, school will not be over until 6 o'clock.
Teacher Chen Yu stood on the stage, looked at the students and said, "What kind of words have different meanings when turned upside down?"
Hearing this, Yi Jinghan raised her hand high.
Let's ask little Hanin to answer the questions. B. Turned upside down is honey.
Yes, that is a good word.
Hanin, what other words do you know, kid? Yes, on the mountain. The other way around is up the mountain. Hanin, this kid is awesome. Teacher Chen Yu clapped his hands and gave Yi Jinghan an affirmative encouragement. Next, the second question is a brain teaser. Which is stronger, the black hen or the white hen? Black hen.
Yi Jinghan raised her hand again and said.
Why? Because black hens can lay white eggs, but white hens cannot lay black eggs. That's right, Hanin is so smart. Then Teacher Chen Yu asked a lot more questions, and other students began to answer them.
In this intelligence class, Teacher Chen Yu found a lot of interesting questions from the internet, and the students had a lot of fun.
Okay, let's announce the winners today.
The first place is Yi Jinghan, the second place is Li Shirhan, and the third place is Duan Ziyan.
After 6 o'clock, the intellectual activity ended and the children were picked up by their parents.
After Yi Feng picked up Yi Jinghan from kindergarten, he went to Jiangbin Park. In the past, whenever the time came, the father and daughter would go to the Riverside Park for a walk.
Dad, I want to learn how to play chess.
When they arrived at Jiangbin Park, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan to a place in the park for exercise. In this place, there are several stone tables, and many old men are fighting in teams. Yi Jinghan often watched old people play chess and felt that people who knew how to play chess were particularly powerful.
Okay, let's go buy some chess.
As he spoke, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan to the store to buy chess.
After buying the chess set, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan back to Zijin Garden Community.
This car moves like this: the horse moves in the direction of the sun, the elephant moves in the direction of the field. After returning home, Yi Feng set out the chess set and began to introduce the rules of chess to Yi Jinghan. The host plays chess, and his chess level has reached the master level. As soon as the chess pieces were placed, the system's voice rang in my ears. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth slightly raised. Originally, his chess skills were pretty good. Now, with the help of the system, there has been a significant improvement.
Dad, I understand. I can play chess now.
After Yi Feng finished introducing the rules, Yi Jinghan clapped her hands and a smile appeared on her face.
She is quite smart and can learn everything quickly. Okay then, let's start the next game?
Yi Feng looked at Yi Jinghan and asked.
Chapter 10, Rescue at the Riverside.
The two men set up the chess pieces and began to fight. Since Yi Jinghan had just learned it, Yi Feng always gave in to her. In the first game, Yi Feng's goal was to make Yi Jinghan understand the rules of chess. Soon, the two finished the first game. Yi Feng, a crazy dote on his baby, lost to Yi Jinghan in the first round.
A smile appeared on Yi Jinghan's face. Thank you, Dad.
Yi Jinghan also knew that Yi Feng let her win in the first round. Soon the two started the second game. In this game, Yi Feng didn't let the opponent win like he did in the first game. The father and daughter started to fight back and forth, and Yi Jinghan's chess ability was greatly improved.
Dad, I know how to play chess now. I'm going to the park and play with some other kids.
After understanding the rules of chess, Yi Jinghan prepared to go to the park to play chess with the children.
Good.
Yi Feng nodded, took Yi Jinghan out of Zijin Garden Community, and returned to the park. After arriving at the park, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan to another corner.
This place is mainly for children to play. There is a chess corner specifically for children to play chess.
Yi Jinghan walked around the chess corner, found an empty seat and sat down.
Little sister, how about I play chess with you?
As soon as I sat down in the empty seat, a little boy came forward to challenge me. Yi Jinghan smiled slightly, nodded, and accepted the little boy's challenge. The two set up the chess pieces and started playing. Yi Feng watched from the side with a smile on his face. As the two are not very old, their chess skills look very immature. But under Yi Feng's guidance, Yi Jinghan was also very smart. The first game lasted about 20 minutes before the little boy was defeated.
Little sister, you are so awesome. I can't even beat you.
Seeing Yi Jinghan had defeated his general, the little boy showed an expression of admiration on his face. Then, several little boys challenged Yi Jinghan, and they were all defeated by Yi Jinghan in the end. Time flies, and it is evening in the blink of an eye.
Hanin, let's go home.
After Yi Jinghan finished another game of chess, Yi Feng saw that it was getting late, so he called Yi Jinghan to go home.
Okay, Dad.
Yi Jinghan nodded, put away the chess set, and went home with Yi Feng. After returning home, Yi Jinghan sat on the sofa and played with the pad.
After playing chess in the park for an entire afternoon, Yi Jinghan was overly mentally exhausted and felt a little hungry.
After eating 2 large bowls of dinner, he wiped his mouth and went back to the living room to play. At this time, Yi Jinghan took out her pad, found a chess game, and started playing chess with the computer. Although I won all the challenges in the park. But Yi Jinghan's chess skills were still too immature. She lost 5 games in a row when playing against the computer.
Dad, come and help me play chess.
After losing 5 games in a row, Yi Jinghan was really angry. She called Yi Feng over, threw the iPad to him, and asked him to help. Yi Feng's chess skills are now at the master level, although the computer's chess skills are quite advanced. But computers are codes written by humans after all, so their level can't be very high. When he started playing chess, Yi Feng began to explain as he played why this move was made. Yi Jinghan listened carefully, and every time Yi Feng made a brilliant move, Yi Jinghan would clap and cheer. Soon, the game of chess was over, and Yi Feng finally defeated the computer.
Dad, you are so amazing that you can even beat the computer.
Seeing that Yi Feng won the computer, Yi Jinghan clapped her hands like an excited little bird, with an expression of admiration on her face. Then, Yi Feng played 8 games against the computer and won all 8 games.
Okay, it's getting late now, Hanin, we need to go to bed.
After taking a look at the time on the clock, Yi Feng carried Yi Jinghan to the room to sleep.
Okay, Dad, I'm going to the park to play chess again tomorrow. Yi Jinghan nodded. He was raised by Yi Feng since he was a child, and he listened to Yi Feng very much. After carrying Yi Jinghan to the room and coaxing her to sleep, Yi Feng played games alone in the living room. After playing for 2 hours, he went to bed. The next day, wake up. Yi Feng prepared breakfast early, and then at 7:30, he called Yi Jinghan. After letting her finish her meal, he sent Yi Jinghan to Time's kindergarten. After sending Yi Jinghan off, Yi Feng thought for a while and went to the park again. Now that he is just divorced and has no job, he plans to take a break for a while and then think about what to do next. Soon, he arrived at the riverside park and found a place to sit by the river. Help! Help! Just then, Yi Feng heard someone shouting for help. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl fell into the river, struggling desperately. The situation was very dangerous. Yi Feng quickly stood up from his position and jumped into the river to rescue people. When he was in school, he was the best swimmer in the class and was very good at swimming. Soon, Yi Feng swam to the side of the girl who fell into the water. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Yi Feng smiled slightly, pulled the girl and swam towards the river. The girl who fell into the water was originally very panicked, but when she saw Yi Feng, she was no longer panicked at once. I know that the man in front of me will rescue me to the shore. Yi Feng pulled the girl and swam to the shore in a short while. Girl, are you okay? After rescuing the girl to the shore, Yi Feng asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you. The girl smiled slightly, looked at Yi Feng and said gratefully. I'm glad you're okay. Be careful and don't fall into the river again. Yi Feng nodded and gave a concerned instruction. My name is Bai Qianqian, and I study at a university in Jiangcheng. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly and introduced her name. My name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded and told Bai Qianqian his name. By the way, can you tell me your phone number? I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Can. Yi Feng smiled slightly and told Bai Qianqian his cell phone number. Goodbye then. I'll call you in a few days. I hope you can do me the honor of having a simple meal with me. Okay. Yi Feng waved to Bai Qianqian, then found another seat and sat down. After sitting down, Yi Feng started playing the box pushing game out of boredom. He is a science boy and usually likes to play some intellectual games. As they played, it was soon 4:30 in the afternoon and he went to the kindergarten to pick up Yi Jinghan. Chapter 11 Bai Qianqian's invitation. Hanin, what did you learn in kindergarten today? After taking Yi Jinghan home, Yi Feng sat on the sofa and asked Yi Jinghan. Today I taught my classmates how to play chess in kindergarten. Yi Jinghan took a bite of the popsicle and a proud look appeared on her face. After learning how to play chess yesterday, Yi Jinghan started teaching her classmates how to play chess when she arrived at kindergarten. After Yi Feng's teaching, her chess level has reached a high level and she has become a little chess teacher. That Hanin is so amazing. Yi Feng chuckled and touched Yi Jinghan's forehead. Then let's learn how to play Go today. Okay. Yi Jinghan clapped her hands. At her age now, she loves learning things the most.
Then, Yifeng took out the Go set he had just bought and briefly explained the rules of Go to Yi Jinghan.
Hanin, do you understand the rules of Go now?
After introducing the rules of Go, Yifeng asked Yi Jinghan.
Got it, Dad. I can play Go now.
Yi Jinghan nodded, indicating that she already knew how to play Go.
Hanin is so awesome, how about we play next time? Okay.
So, Yi Jinghan took the white pieces and Yifeng took the black pieces, and the two began to play Go. Just like yesterday, Yifeng still gave in to Yi Jinghan in the first game. The two played for half an hour, and Yi Jinghan won the first victory. After winning one set, the two started the second set. Since Go is relatively difficult, Yifeng did not let up as much in the second game as he did in the first. The father and daughter played for a full hour. Finally, Yi Jinghan won the second set.
Hanin, you're awesome. You beat Dad again.
Yifeng chuckled, gave Yi Jinghan a thumbs up, and gave her a big thumbs up. Just as the father and daughter were about to play the third game, Yifeng's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
Hello, are you Mr. Yifeng?
After the call was connected, a gentle girl's voice came from the other end.
Hello, I'm Yifeng. Yifeng, I'm Bai Qianqian. Remember, you saved me by the river yesterday? I know, what can I do for you?
Yifeng smiled slightly. He had just rescued Bai Qianqian by the river yesterday, so he naturally knew it.
I want to treat you to dinner tonight. Are you free?
Yes, but you have to bring my daughter with you.
Okay, then let's meet at Longhong Fortune Plaza later.
After saying that, Bai Qianqian hung up the phone.
Dad, who called just now?
After Yifeng finished the call, Yi Jinghan asked.
A beautiful sister invited us to dinner.
Oh, that's great, I can meet new friends. Yi Jinghan clapped her hands, an excited expression on her face.
Children at this age like to make friends the most. Then let's go.
Sister Bai Qianqian is waiting for us at Longhong Fortune Plaza. Yifeng smiled slightly, and he and Yi Jinghan put away the Go board. After putting away the chess pieces, the two left Zijin Garden Community and came to Longhong Fortune Plaza.
Brother Feng, you are here. Is this your daughter? She's so cute.
When Bai Qianqian saw Yi Jinghan, she noticed her rosy little face and quickly reached out to touch it.
Sister Qianqian, my name is Yi Jinghan, and Yifeng is my father.
On the way here, Yifeng briefly introduced to Yi Jinghan how he met Bai Qianqian.
Chapter 12, Catch the Doll. Come on, Hanin, let's go eat. Bai Qianqian took Yi Jinghan's hand and walked into Longhong Fortune Plaza.
The two soon arrived at a steak buffet restaurant. Buffets are relatively cheap and filling. About 40 minutes later, they came out, all well fed.
Brother Feng, I'm going to treat you to a buffet. You won't feel bad about that, right?
No, the buffet is great, eat as much as you can.
Yifeng chuckled.
He came from the countryside and was not too particular about food, as long as he was full.
Thank you. Bai Qianqian smiled slightly. She thought she was going to die after accidentally falling into the water yesterday. Who would have thought that Yifeng would descend from the sky and save him?
To her, Yifeng was like her second parent, and she was very grateful to him.
You're welcome. Sister Qianqian, come to my house when you have time. My father is a great cook. Seeing that Bai Qianqian was pretty, Yi Jinghan invited her to visit her home.
Okay, Sister Qianqian, come and play with Hanin often from now on.
Bai Qianqian nodded and accepted Yi Jinghan's invitation.
That's great, I have a new friend. Yi Jinghan clapped his hands and a happy expression appeared on his face.
He had one more friend today. I am very happy too. I have one more friend. Bai Qianqian smiled slightly. Yi Jinghan was both smart and cute, and she was also very happy to meet Yi Jinghan.
The three of them then ate at the buffet for another hour before paying the bill and leaving.
Brother Feng, how about going to catch dolls with me?
After walking out of the steak buffet restaurant, Bai Qianqian glanced at the time on her phone and found that it was still early, so she invited Yifeng to play catch dolls with her.
Okay, I like catching dolls the most.
Before Yifeng could answer, Yi Jinghan on the side clapped her hands, looking very happy.
Catching dolls is her favorite thing to do. Good.
Seeing that Yi Jinghan also wanted to catch the doll, Yifeng could only nod in agreement.
Soon, they arrived at the second floor of Longhong Fortune Plaza. The second floor of Longhong Fortune Plaza is the entertainment floor. There are game consoles and claw machines inside.
When they reached the second floor, Yifeng first bought 100 coins, and then took Yi Jinghan and Bai Qianqian to the claw machine. Dad, I want this starfish, I want this Pikachu, I want this Psyduck. When she arrived in front of the claw machine, Yi Jinghan jumped up excitedly. Then the group walked around inside, getting to know the dolls in each machine clearly. Yifeng came to the front desk and asked the beautiful sales lady,
"How much do you sell this game coin?" "Hello sir, there is a discount today, buy 50 and get 20 free. Buy 100 and get 50 free. Then give me 100?
Yifeng thought about it, scanned the code and paid for 100 of them. Including the free ones, he got a total of 150 game coins.
"Brother Feng, you bought so many coins, but I don't know how many dolls we can catch and take home?"
Bai Qianqian seldom catches dolls, and it can be said that she doesn't know how to do it. "Last time I went to catch dolls with my classmates, I spent more than 100 yuan, but didn't catch a single doll."
"Don't worry, with me here, we will definitely return victorious." Yifeng chuckled.
He had caught dolls before. With 150 game coins, it was still possible for him to catch 10 dolls.
"I hope so. I didn't catch any last time."
Bai Qianqian smiled awkwardly, hoping that Yifeng could catch more dolls this time.
Chapter 13 The Brightest Boy. Then try to catch it.
Yifeng chuckled, took out 20 coins and handed them to Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan took the coin and started picking up the dolls. In the past, Yifeng often brought him here to catch dolls, but due to his poor skills, he had never caught a single doll.
"Han, come on." Bai Qianqian followed Yi Jinghan and cheered for her.
Yi Jinghan took a deep breath and started to grab the doll. It's just the same as before, because the technology is not very good. 10 minutes passed and 10 coins had been thrown in, but still no doll was caught.
"Sister Qianqian, why don't you try to catch it?"
Yi Jinghan handed the remaining game coins to Bai Qianqian.
"Okay, Sister Qianqian, come and give it a try."
Bai Qianqian took the game coin, took a deep breath, and started catching dolls. She grew up in the countryside and had never played claw machines. In the end, her fate was the same as Yi Jinghan's. She used up all her game coins, but still didn't catch any dolls.
"Dad, it's your turn to catch it."
Yi Jinghan looked at her father, hoping that she could help her catch some dolls.
"Good."
Yifeng nodded and came to the claw machine. Notice that the host is grabbing dolls, and reward the maximum level of grabbing dolls skill. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He never thought that even the skill of catching dolls could be rewarded by the system.
After receiving the system's reward, Yifeng immediately became confident.
He put in a coin and started cranking the lever. This time, his target was the big Pikachu doll. "Because I have obtained the maximum level of catching dolls skills." Yifeng grabbed the Pikachu with one grab.
"Dad, that's awesome." "Brother Feng, that's awesome."
Seeing Yifeng catch Pikachu, Yi Jinghan and Bai Qianqian shouted excitedly.
Yifeng smiled slightly. After catching Pikachu, he threw another coin.
This time he wanted to catch Psyduck. As Yifeng manipulated the hand lever, the claw seemed to become one with Yifeng. He pressed the button and the claw immediately grabbed Psyduck.
"Dad, that's awesome."
We caught another Psyduck. Seeing Yifeng grab Pikachu again, Yi Jinghan shouted, "Dad, I want that Mickey Mouse."
"Okay, let's catch Mickey Mouse."
Yifeng nodded, turned around and grabbed the Mickey Mouse again. Because Yifeng was so powerful, he attracted a lot of people around him. This guy is so amazing, he always catches the right person.
Yeah, if they are all this powerful, I'm afraid this boss will go bankrupt. If only I could be that good.
Seeing that Yifeng would catch a ragdoll every time he threw a coin, the people around him all showed admiration on their faces.
"Hello, can you help me catch a bear?"
At this time, a little girl came over and put a coin in front of Yifeng. This girl has been trying to catch a bear, but she has failed after more than 30 attempts. Seeing how powerful Yifeng was, she asked Yifeng for help to catch the big bear.
"Good."
Yifeng smiled slightly, took the coin, and grabbed the big bear without saying a word.
"For you."
After catching the big bear, Yifeng handed the big bear to the little girl.
"Thank you, uncle."
The little girl took the bear and screamed excitedly. After that, many people asked Yifeng for help. Yifeng couldn't refuse, so he started helping people catch dolls and became the most popular guy in the game hall.
Chapter 14 Chess Competition.
After playing in the game hall for nearly an hour and a half, Yifeng and his friends caught a total of 40 dolls. Since he caught so many dolls, he gave most of them to the other children. Yi Jinghan was not angry that Yi Feng shared the dolls with other children.
Under Yi Feng's guidance over the years, Yi Jinghan has become very generous.
She knows how to share, and sharing makes people happy.
After saying goodbye to Bai Qianqian at Longhong Fortune Plaza, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan back home.
As soon as he got home, Yi Feng's cell phone rang.
It was Chen Yu, the kindergarten teacher, calling.
Hanin's father, our kindergarten is going to hold a chess competition.
You are welcome to participate.
After the call was connected, teacher Chen Yu's voice came through.
Okay, I'll attend. By the way, what chess skills will there be?
Chess, flying chess, go, and beast chess.
Chen Yu smiled slightly, because Times Kindergarten is a famous kindergarten in Jiangcheng.
Various competitions are held every semester.
This year it happens to be the chess competition's turn.
The main purpose of holding so many competitions is to enable kindergarten students to develop morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically.
Okay, got it.
Yi Feng smiled slightly and chatted with teacher Chen Yu for a while before they hung up the phone.
Dad, who called you? After Yi Feng hung up the phone, Yi Jinghan asked. Oh, it's teacher Chen Yu.
Yi Feng smiled slightly, indicating that the call just now was from teacher Chen Yu.
Is there anything that teacher Chen Yu wants to talk to you about?
Yi Jinghan raised her head and asked curiously.
Teacher Chen Yu said that the school is going to hold a chess competition and invited me to participate in the school.
Yi Feng smiled slightly. He had been teaching Yi Jinghan various chess games recently, which was just right for her to participate in various chess competitions.
That's great. I can just take part in the competition and hope to get a good ranking.
After saying this, Yi Jinghan smiled and her eyes were full of anticipation. Then we have to continue studying hard so that we can have a chance to get a good ranking in the competition. Yi Feng smiled slightly and touched Yi Jinghan's little head.
Okay, Dad, I will study hard and hope to get a good place in the competition.
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously. After returning home, Yi Feng began to teach Yi Jinghan how to play chess again. They played chess first, and after that, Yi Feng asked Yi Jinghan to look at some chess endgames. After this experience, Yi Jinghan's chess skills have improved greatly. She picked up the pad and started playing chess on the computer.
This time she didn't lose as badly as yesterday.
After playing 3 games, in the 4th game, Yi Jinghan finally drew with the computer, neither winning nor losing.
Dad, I drew the game. The computer didn't beat me.
Seeing the 2 big words draw, Yi Jinghan jumped up excitedly.
Hanin is really amazing. Let's play a few more games and see if we can beat the computer. Okay, I'll do it again.
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and continued working on the computer.
Next, a miracle finally happened. Yi Jinghan actually defeated the computer and won. Dad, I beat the computer, am I really awesome?
Yi Jinghan was so excited. After playing so many games against the computer, she finally beat the computer.
Hanin, that's great, then you can fight against a real person.
At this time, Yi Feng took the pad and downloaded a game battle platform, preparing to let Yi Jinghan fight against real people.
Chapter 15 Game Battle. Okay, Dad.
Yi Jinghan took the pad back and started fighting with the opponent.
A game battle platform filled with real players.
In Yi Feng's opinion, if Yi Jinghan could beat the masters there, then her chess skills would be quite good. Since he wanted to see Yi Jinghan's true chess level, Yi Feng just watched from the side without saying anything. Yi Jinghan's first real-life opponent was a beginner chess player.
Less than half an hour after the two of them started playing, Yi Jinghan easily defeated the opponent. Dad, this person doesn't know how to play chess.
He seems to be a chess player who has just learned how to play chess, just like Hanin did yesterday.
After defeating the opponent, Yi Jinghan turned and said to Yi Feng. That's right. Now that we've defeated the opponent, let's challenge a stronger one.
Yi Feng agreed with Yi Jinghan's suggestion and changed to a different game room. This time, the room they entered was an intermediate room, and most of the people inside could be said to be chess masters. Soon, Yi Feng helped Yi Jinghan find an empty seat and sat down.
Hanin, the people in this room are quite powerful.
You need to think for a while, otherwise you will lose very quickly. After a while, someone else came to challenge Yi Jinghan, and the two began to fight each other. Yi Feng stood by and gave a reminder.
I know, Dad. I'll do it well.
As he spoke, Yi Jinghan began to concentrate on playing chess. Since this room is an intermediate room, the people inside are not novices, and every opponent has real skills. After a game of chess, the expression on Yi Jinghan's face became solemn. Then, Yi Jinghan responded calmly, and after playing for about 40 minutes, the game ended in a draw.
No one won.
The guy on the other side, "You are so awesome, how old are you?" After the game of chess was over, a voice came from the other side.
I'm 6. Hearing the other party's question, Yi Jinghan replied in a baby voice. What? You're only 6 years old.
I played a draw against a 6-year-old kid. Yi Jinghan's opponent was stunned for a moment, an expression of disbelief on his face. Who would have thought that the master who had fought with him for more than half an hour was just a 6-year-old kid?
You didn't lie to me?
The boy was stunned for a moment, feeling a little bit unconvinced.
No, I'm just 6 years old, and my name is Henin. Yi Jinghan chuckled.
Being able to draw with a master in an intermediate room showed a lot of ability.
Okay, how about we play another game?
Okay, brother, I'll play another round with you. Yi Jinghan smiled slightly, agreed to the other party's invitation, and played another game with the other party. Yi Jinghan's chess skills were improved again in this game.
Little sister, how come your chess skills have improved again? The boy opposite was stunned for a moment, and thought for a while, is your father teaching you?
No, my dad was just watching.
I was the one playing with you.
It's the puppy who's lying.
Okay, liars are puppies.
Yi Jinghan smiled slightly. Yi Feng was indeed watching the game in silence, so she was not afraid of becoming a puppy.
Then you are too good. I am about to lose.
This time, after only 15 minutes, Yi Jinghan had already captured 2 of her opponent's chariots and 1 cannon. Brother, you have to work harder, otherwise you won't be able to beat the kids, and that would be really embarrassing. Yi Jinghan chuckled, made 5 more moves, and defeated the opponent.
Well, then you can challenge advanced opponents.
Yi Jinghan's opponent shook his head, feeling very depressed after losing to a kid today.
Chapter 16 Ecological Chain. Dad, are we going to the advanced room to challenge someone? After exiting the intermediate room, Yi Jinghan asked Yi Feng. No.
Kindergarten kids, their chess skills are definitely not that good, let's learn some Go.
Yi Feng shook his head. It was already very impressive that Yi Jinghan could defeat an intermediate master. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem in winning the championship. Okay, then let's learn Go.
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and started learning Go again. Go is different from chess, and it tests the player's overall perspective more.
Often one wrong move can lead to a complete loss of the whole game.
Yi Feng took out the Go board and started playing Go with Yi Jinghan. For each step, Yi Feng would explain why he did so. Yi Jinghan is a smart child.
After Yi Feng's explanation, she has a completely new understanding of Go. Dad, let's get started. I want to play with you again.
Yi Feng nodded, and the 2 of them rearranged the pieces and started playing Go. Since Yi Feng no longer let Yi Jinghan win this time, Yi Jinghan lost after about half an hour of playing.
Dad, you are awesome.
After losing the game, Yi Jinghan gave Yi Feng a thumbs up, thinking that Yi Feng was very powerful.
Henin is also great.
She has learned so much in just 2 days. Then let's play another round. I hope I don't lose too badly. Yi Jinghan chuckled, arranged the chess pieces again, and the 2 continued playing. With this game, Yi Jinghan's Go skills have improved greatly. In the end, the game ended in a draw with Yi Feng.
Dad, should I go to the gaming platform again and play against real people?
This time, Yi Jinghan didn't want to play against the computer, but wanted to play directly against a real person. In her opinion, only by fighting against real people can she improve her strength most quickly. No need, Henin's chess skills are already very good now. When you're competing, don't take first place in every event, or else the kids might not want to play with you.
Yi Feng shook his head. He didn't want Yi Jinghan to win every championship.
If she wins every championship, she will easily become the envy of others, which is not good for her. Especially in kindergarten, it is easy to have no friends.
Okay, so what do we do next? Let's play a more relaxing game called Beast Chess.
When he went to buy Go sets that day, Yi Feng bought all the chess pieces.
Beast Chess. Just hearing the name sounds interesting.
Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up when he heard the word beast, and he felt that it included his favorite tigers and leopards.
Yes, it's very fun. I like that there are so many cute little animals.
After taking out the chess, Yi Feng introduced the rules of the game to Yi Jinghan.
Dad, mice are amazing. They can actually eat elephants.
Yes, every powerful thing in the world has its natural enemy.
Only in this way can the ecology be healthy and complete.
Yifeng smiled slightly and introduced some knowledge about the ecological chain to Yi Jinghan.
Oh, so that's how it is. Dad, I learned something new.
Okay, now that we've learned how to play beast battle chess, let's brush our teeth, wash our faces, and then go to bed. After taking a look at the time on his phone, Yifeng asked Yi Jinghan to brush her teeth, wash her face, and get ready for bed. Okay, Dad, I hope to win the chess championship tomorrow.
Chapter 17 Grandpa Calls.
The next day, in the morning, Yifeng took Yi Jinghan to Time's kindergarten. Since today is the school's chess competition, the kindergarten is also open to parents.
Let them watch the game on the big screen. The first game was a chess competition.
Under Yifeng's guidance, Yi Jinghan has reached the level of an intermediate master in chess. In the competition, it can be said that he was invincible. Every kid who followed her gave in and surrendered in less than 5 minutes. Without any surprise, Yi Jinghan won the chess championship.
The second game was Go. Go is a large chess game in China. Every child in kindergarten learns a lot about it. There are also many experts in the kindergarten.
Yi Jinghan's Go skills are a little inferior to those of chess.
In the end, I got second place. The next game was checkers.
Yi Jinghan had not learned much about this game, and in the end she didn't even get third place. Then they competed in various types of chess and Yi Jinghan won several first prizes.
After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the chess competition ended. Yi Jinghan received many awards and was very happy. Hanin's father, you are such a great teacher, especially at chess. Hanin is really great at it. After school, teacher Chen Yu came to Yi Jinghan.
During the chess competition, teacher Chen Yu was the referee and she watched Yi Jinghan's competition carefully. She has loved playing chess since she was a child, and she could tell at a glance that Yi Jinghan was very good at chess. Fortunately, she usually plays against others on the gaming platform, so chess is relatively good. Yifeng laughed, but did not take all the credit for himself.
Hanin's father, since Hanin is so good at chess, let's train him well.
Maybe he can win the championship trophy for our country.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Yifeng smiled and said that if Yi Jinghan wanted to develop in the direction of chess, he would definitely do his best to help her. Then Hanin's dad, Hanin, goodbye. After sending Yifeng and Yi Jinghan to the door, Chen Yu waved goodbye.
Goodbye, teacher Chen Yu. Goodbye, teacher Chen Yu.
Yifeng and Yi Jinghan said goodbye to teacher Chen Yu at the same time.
After arriving home, Yi Jinghan's watch phone rang. 2 elderly faces appeared on the watch screen. They were Xin Qingqing's parents and Yi Jinghan's grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, hello. Hanin, my dear, Grandpa and Grandma miss you so much. Li Suqin poked her head out from the side and said, Hanin, little darling, do you miss Grandma? How are you doing recently? Are you behaving well in kindergarten? Hanin is very fast.
She won the chess championship and also ranked first in intelligence. As she spoke, Yi Jinghan showed all the award certificates she had received.
Hanin is amazing, wait for Grandpa to give you a reward. Grandma will also give you a reward. When the time comes, I will buy new clothes for Hanin. Then Hanin wants Grandpa to take me to the park.
I want to ride the carousel. I want my grandma to buy me clothes with Princess Elsa on them. Yi Jinghan thought about it and realized that her grandparents loved her very much, so this was the time for her to ask for what she wanted.
Good Grandpa and Grandma have promised you that they will definitely fulfill all of Hanin's wishes.
Xin Juanhao and Li Suqin have only one daughter, and now they have only one granddaughter. Now their love has shifted to Yi Jinghan.
Hanin, baby, call Daddy over. Grandpa has something to tell him.
Xin Qinghao smiled slightly and asked Yi Jinghan to call Yifeng over.
Chapter 18 The Elder's Thoughts. Dad, Grandpa is calling you.
Yi Jinghan nodded, turned to look at the balcony and shouted loudly.
Okay.
Yifeng nodded, stood up and went to the living room, where he sat down next to Yi Jinghan. At the same time, he waved and greeted Xin Juanhao and Li Suqin on the screen. Yifeng, we already know about your divorce from Qingcheng.
We are firmly opposed to this.
In our hearts, you will always be our son-in-law.
Xin Juanhao smiled slightly.
He was against the divorce of Yifeng and Xin Qingcheng in his heart.
Thanks, Dad.
Yifeng smiled slightly, unable to change his words for the moment, and still called Xin Juanhao Dad. Yifeng, since you've returned my father to me, I'd like to invite you to my house.
We haven't had dinner together for a long time. Besides, your mother misses baby Hanin too. How about you bring him home?
The purpose of Shin Juanhao's call was very simple. He and his wife both missed their precious granddaughter, and wanted Yi Feng to bring Yi Jinghan back to Yanshuijian Villa so that they could reunite with Yi Jinghan. Yi Feng felt warm in his heart after hearing what Shin Juanhao said. He knew that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had always been very kind to him, and even though he and Shin Qingcheng were divorced, they still treated him as their own family. He nodded quickly and said, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely bring Hanin back to visit you and Mom. It's been a long time since I had dinner with you guys, and I miss the food at home." Yi Jinghan heard their conversation from the side, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She excitedly pulled Yi Feng's hand and said, "Dad, are we going to Grandpa and Grandma's house? I miss them so much, and Grandpa and Grandma always prepare so many delicious foods for me." Yi Feng smiled and touched Yi Jinghan's head, saying, "Yes, baby, let's get ready and go to Grandpa and Grandma's house soon." Shin Juanhao also heard Yi Jinghan's words on the other side of the screen, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He said, "Haha, Hanin, this little darling, is still so lovable. Yi Feng, then you guys should come over as soon as possible. Your mother has already prepared Hanin's favorite dishes." Yi Feng replied, "Okay, Dad, let's pack up and set off. We should be there soon." After hanging up the video call, Yi Feng got up to help Yi Jinghan pack the small toys to take to her grandparents' house. Yi Jinghan was jumping up and down beside him, and kept saying, "We're going to Grandpa and Grandma's house, we're going to Grandpa and Grandma's house, we can eat a lot of delicious food." Half an hour later, Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan arrived at the Yanshuijian villa.
"Dad, Mom."
Arriving at the lobby on the first floor of the villa, Yi Feng shouted enthusiastically,
"Yi Feng, come and sit here."
Shin Juanhao sat on the sofa and called Yi Feng over.
"This is the tea I brought back from Southern Province. Try it."
After Yi Feng sat on the sofa, Shin Juanhao took the initiative to pour Yi Feng a cup of tea. Yi Feng quickly stood up, took the teacup with both hands, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Dad, you specially prepared such good tea, it's really thoughtful of you." He sniffed the tea gently, the unique flavor lingering around his nose, and then took a small sip. As soon as the tea takes a sip, a slight bitterness spreads on the tip of the tongue, followed by a mellow sweet aftertaste that makes people linger on the taste.
"Well, this poor tea tastes very authentic and mellow. Dad, you made a good choice of tea." Yi Feng praised sincerely. Yi Jinghan also came over curiously and asked with big eyes, "Dad, what kind of tea is this? Is it delicious?" Yi Feng smiled and touched her head, saying, "This is poor tea, baby, you are still young and can't drink tea. You can try it when you grow up." After hearing this, Yi Jinghan nodded obediently and ran aside to play with the little toys she brought from home. Shin Juanhao looked at Yi Feng with concern in his eyes, and slowly said, "Yi Feng, your mother and I are really upset about your divorce from Qingcheng. Don't worry, I will definitely let Shin Qingcheng remarry. This matter is my fault for not educating my daughter well." Shin Juanhao called Yi Feng back home. His main purpose was to make things clear to Yi Feng. The couple agreed that Yi Feng and Shin Qingcheng should remarry. In the eyes of the two elders, Yi Feng is a rare good son-in-law. "If we can't remarry, that's fine. After all, Yi Feng may have better options." Just then, a voice came from the door. Hearing the voice, Yi Feng turned his head and looked towards the door, only to see an old man about the same age as Shin Juanhao walking in. The old man was wearing a tang suit, gray trousers, and a pair of black leather shoes. He had a smile on his face and looked very energetic. The old man's name is Wu Baoquan. He is Shin Juanhao's comrade in arms and often visits Yanshuijian. "Uncle Wu, okay." Seeing Wu Baoquan come in, Yi Feng stood up and greeted him. "Xiao Feng, if Qingcheng refuses to remarry, you can consider my girl, Feishu, who has always been in love with you." Wu Baoquan laughed out loud. He was very satisfied with Yi Feng. If Shin Qingcheng had not met Yi Feng first, in Wu Baoquan's eyes, Yi Feng would have to become the son-in-law of their Wu family. Yi Feng was stunned when he heard Wu Baoquan's words, and the smile on his face froze. He never thought that Uncle Wu would say such a thing at this time. Shin Juanhao was also surprised. He frowned and said, "Old Wu, what are you talking about? My wife and I are trying to persuade Yi Feng and Qingcheng to remarry. Why are you meddling in this?" Wu Baoquan waved his hands disapprovingly and said, "Old Shin, I'm just thinking about Xiaofeng. Look, Qingcheng is very stubborn, maybe she's determined not to remarry Xiaofeng. My Feishu is different, she's gentle and virtuous, and she loves Xiaofeng deeply. If Xiaofeng is with her, he will definitely live a happy life." At this point, he stopped, turned to Yi Feng and asked, "Xiao Feng, do you think I'm right?" This
Yi Feng smiled slightly, not knowing how to respond to Wu Baochuan's words. Just then, Yi Jinghan ran out of the bedroom and came to Yi Feng.
Hanin, come here for a moment, little darling. Grandpa Wu wants to ask you a question. Grandpa Wu, hello, may I ask?
Yi Jinghan nodded and started to act coquettishly in front of Wu Baoquan.
Hanin, my dear, what if Fei Shu were your mother? You old pervert, what are you going to do? They can still get remarried, so don't think about hitting Yi Feng.
Shen Juanhao glared at Wu Baoquan and shook his head helplessly.
It's okay. I'll just ask and see what little Hanin baby has to say.
Wu Baoquan chuckled and reached out to scratch Yi Jinghan's nose.
Chapter 19 Wu's son-in-law. Okay, I like Aunt Fei Shu.
Yi Jinghan thought for a long time and finally nodded in agreement, willing Wu Fei Shu to be her mother.
Old Shen, look, Hanin has agreed.
If Yi Feng has no objection, I would like him to become the son-in-law of our Wu family.
Wu Baoquan laughed out loud, a smug expression on his face. Shen Juanhao's face turned ugly. He thought Yi Jinghan would not agree.
Who would have thought that after thinking for a long time, Yi Jinghan actually agreed to Wu Baochuan's words and let Wu Baochuan's daughter Wu Fei Shu be the mother?
Shen Juanhao frowned and said to Yi Jinghan anxiously, Hanin, how can you say that? Haven't you always hoped that your parents would remarry and have a complete family? Your mother is Qingcheng, how can you let anyone else be your mother? But my mother is not at home.
I can only see her during the Chinese New Year.
Aunt Fei Shu is different.
She often plays with me. Look at this necklace on my hand, which was given to me by Aunt Fei Shu, and this doll. Yi Jinghan shook her head and took out the necklace on her wrist and the Hatsune Miku doll on the sofa. Shen Juanhao looked at the necklace and doll in Yi Jinghan's hands, and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He knew that because of her busy work over the years, her daughter Shen Qingcheng had indeed lacked time to spend with her children. But he never expected that this would make Yi Jinghan feel so close to someone else, and even willing to let her be her mother. He sighed softly, squatted down, looked Yi Jinghan in the eye, and said patiently, Hanin, although Mom is busy with work and has little time to spend with you, she loves you very much in her heart. She works so hard because she wants to give you a better life. Yi Jinghan blinked her big eyes and nodded as if she understood, but she still muttered softly, but Aunt Fei Shu is also very good to me. Every time she comes, she will stay with me for a long time and tell me stories. Then how about Grandpa let Mom spend more time with you in the future, as long as you don't let Aunt Fei Shu be your mother, okay?
Okay, I agree.
Yi Jinghan made a face and returned to Yi Feng's arms. Old Shen, it seems you need to educate Qingcheng properly. If she continues like this, she might not even recognize you as her grandfather. Wu Baoquan felt unhappy when he saw Yi Jinghan changed her mind again, and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark.
After hearing this, Shen Juanhao's face became even gloomier. He replied unhappily, Old Wu, this is our Shen family's affair, so please don't worry about it. Hanin is still young, and she just thinks she's close to whoever spends the most time with her. But Qingcheng is her biological mother after all, and this blood relationship can't be severed just like that. Wu Baoquan smiled slightly and said, Okay, I just think Xiaofeng is a good kid and want to introduce him to a good family. It would be best if he and Qingcheng could remarry. If they can't remarry, it would not be bad for him to be the son-in-law of our Wu family. Got it. Don't worry, I will definitely make Qingcheng change. Shen Juanhao knew that Wu Baoquan was giving him good advice, asking him to cherish Yi Feng as his son-in-law. Shen Juanhao knew clearly that although Wu Baochuan's words just now were a bit unpleasant to the ear, they were essentially out of admiration for Yi Feng and concern for their family's situation. It was just that the way he said it was a bit hard to accept. He turned to look at Yi Feng, his eyes firm, and said, Xiao Feng, don't take old Wu's words to heart. I have decided that you are my son-in-law. No matter what happens, I will find a way to get Qingcheng to remarry you and give Hanin a complete family. This child is still young, and her understanding of these emotions is still vague. We have to deal with this matter quickly and not let her have these messy thoughts in her mind. At this moment, Wu Baoquan took a sip of tea and said, Old Shen, I heard that you brought back a lot of good wine from southern province. I'd like to have a glass today. Your chef is quite skilled. Let him cook a few of his specialties and we can have a few drinks. Wu Baoquan is an alcoholic. The reason he came to Yunshuijian Villa today was to drink the good wine that Shen Juanhao brought back from South Province. It's fine to drink, but there may not be good food to go with it. Uncle Li has something going on at home, so he's back home and won't be back for a few days. The Uncle Li that Shen Juanhao mentioned is the chef of their family, who is responsible for the Shen family's 3 meals a day. This looks like I won't have a good meal today. How about I cook a few dishes for you to enjoy with your wine? At this time, Yifeng stood up. Now his cooking skills have reached a mythical level. The two old people in front of him loved him very much. Now that his cooking skills had improved, he wanted to show off his cooking skills in front of them. Grandpa, Dad's cooking is the best. You can let him cook. At this time, Yi Jinghan came over again and said that Yifeng's cooking skills were very good. Wu Baoquan and Xin Juanhao were both slightly stunned after hearing Yifeng's words, and then a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Xin Juanhao said hurriedly, Xiaofeng, you can cook. I didn't expect that. That's great. It would be a real treat if I could taste the food you cook. Wu Baoquan also smiled and nodded, saying, Xiaofeng, since you have this skill, you must show it off. I, a drunkard, will rely on your dishes to drink today. Yifeng smiled and replied, Okay, Uncle Wu, Dad, just wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some food. I'll try to make sure you guys are satisfied with the meal. Yifeng walked quickly towards the kitchen. Seeing her father was going to cook, Yi Jinghan excitedly followed him, shouting, Dad, I want to watch you cook, too. I want to help you. Yifeng entered the kitchen and looked around first, familiarizing himself with the layout of the kitchen and the placement of various kitchen utensils and ingredients. Although Uncle Li is not here, there is still a rich supply of food in the kitchen, including all kinds of vegetables, meats, seasonings, etc. He washed his hands first, then tied an apron and began to get ready. I saw him skillfully picking up a handful of vegetables, neatly picking off the yellow and rotten leaves, then rinsing them clean under the tap and putting them aside to drain. Then he picked up a piece of fresh pork and carefully cut it into thin slices. His technique of cutting meat showed that he had practiced for a long time, and each slice of meat was cut with even thickness. Yi Jinghan watched from the side with eyes wide open, and asked from time to time, Dad, how are you so good? The cutting is so beautiful. Yifeng smiled and replied, Baby, Dad has practiced all this. When you grow up, if you want to learn how to cook, Dad can teach you. After preparing the ingredients, Yifeng started cooking. He turned on the stove first, waited for the pot to heat up, and poured in an appropriate amount of oil. As the oil temperature rose, it began to smoke slightly, and he poured the sliced meat into the pot without any hurry. With a sizzle, the meat slices instantly rolled in the pot, and Yifeng quickly stir-fried it with a spatula. After a while, the meat slices turned slightly golden and exuded an attractive meaty aroma. Then, he poured the drained vegetables into the pot and continued to stir-fry. He added appropriate amounts of salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings, and after stir-frying evenly, a dish of stir-fried vegetables and meat with good color, aroma, and taste was ready. Afterwards, Yifeng cooked several dishes, including the fragrant sweet and sour spare ribs, which were bright red in color and sweet and sour in taste, and the delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which had fluffy and soft eggs and rich tomato soup. In less than an hour, Yifeng prepared a table full of dishes. He took off his apron, wiped his hands, and called to Wu Baoquan and Xin Juanhao, who were waiting in the living room, Uncle Wu, Dad, the food is ready, you can come and try it. Wu Baoquan and Xin Juanhao were already salivating at the aroma coming from the kitchen. They quickly got up and walked towards the kitchen, praising it non-stop. Oh, it smells so good, Xiaofeng's cooking skills are really amazing. When they saw the table full of delicious dishes, they were even more surprised. Wu Baoquan smiled and said to Yifeng, Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills. This is better than many chefs in restaurants. Come to Uncle Wu's house in the future. Uncle Wu also has a lot of good wine hidden in his house. Chapter 20, Drinking and Eating. Uncle Wu, if you want to eat, you can come to my house. Yifeng smiled slightly and said that if he wanted to eat, he could come to his house for dinner. Okay, by the way, where are you living now? Send me the location. Okay, Uncle Wu. Yifeng nodded and sent the location of his home to Wu Baoquan via his mobile phone. Old Wu, this old guy, has bad intentions. I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives when he came here today. He came here to ask for Xiaofeng's home address. I must let them remarry quickly, otherwise my son-in-law will be kidnapped. Xin Juanhao frowned, muttered helplessly, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew very well what Wu Baoquan was planning. Although Wu Baoquan also admired Yifeng, if he really got involved in this matter, it might really affect Yifeng and Xin Qingqing's remarriage. He turned to look at Yifeng, who was chatting and laughing with Yi Jinghan while eating, and felt more and more that this son-in-law was a rare and good candidate, and he couldn't let him be snatched away by someone else like this. As he thought about it, Xin Juanhao secretly made up his mind that after the meal, he would find some time to have a good chat with his daughter Xin Qingqing.
Tell her everything that happened today in detail, so that she can realize the urgency of the situation and that she must hurry up and settle the remarriage with Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng was still accompanying Wu Baoquan and Yi Jinghan, eating and chatting, picking up food for them from time to time, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. While Wu Baoquan devoured the delicious dishes made by Yi Feng, he kept praising him. Xiao Feng, your cooking skills are amazing. The dishes you make are better than those made by chefs in many big restaurants. I will definitely come here often to eat. Yi Feng smiled and responded, Uncle Wu, whatever you like is fine. Come to my house anytime and I'll make it for you anytime. Yi Jinghan also said, Grandpa Wu, my dad's cooking is the best. Next time you come, I can help my dad cook for you. Wu Baoquan laughed after hearing this, touched Yi Jinghan's head and said, Okay, Hanin is a very sensible little girl. Grandpa Wu will be waiting to eat the meal you two cook. Although the atmosphere seemed harmonious on the surface, Shen Juanhao felt like an ant on hot pot, extremely anxious. He was looking forward to the meal being over quickly so that he could deal with the important matter concerning his daughter's happiness and the integrity of his family. After all, in his opinion, Yi Feng and Shen Qingcheng are the most suitable couple. The most ideal result is for them to remarry and give Yi Jinghan a complete family. Old Wu, we've almost finished drinking and eating, you can go back now. At this time, Shen Juanhao disliked Wu Baoquan very much and was very rude, so he directly ordered him to leave. That's just the beginning. I only drank 2 taels of liquor, but my alcohol tolerance is 2 kilograms of liquor. Wu Baoquan shook his head. At this moment, he and Yi Feng were chatting animatedly and he was reluctant to leave. Shen Juanhao snorted and said, Old Wu, don't pretend to be confused. You know what you are thinking about coming here today. I can't watch you here to plot against my son-in-law and effect his remarriage with Qingcheng. So, you should go back quickly. You can go anywhere to drink and eat in the future. Yi Feng was also a little embarrassed when he heard this. He hurriedly advised, Dad, Uncle Wu, please stop arguing. Uncle Wu, it's really late today. Why don't you go back and rest first? I'll treat you to a meal next time I have a chance and treat you well. Is that okay with you? Wu Baoquan glanced at Yi Feng, then at Shen Juanhao's determined expression, knowing that he couldn't stay any longer today. He sighed helplessly, stood up, and said, Okay, since you don't welcome me, I'll just leave. Xiaofeng, remember what you said, you must treat me to a special meal next time. Yi Feng nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, Uncle Wu, I will definitely remember it. Take care. Okay. Wu Baoquan was an experienced man. He knew that some things could not be rushed and should be left to develop naturally. He wiped his mouth and stood up from his seat. Wu Baoquan slowly stood up, straightened his tang suit, and looked at the few remaining wine and food on the table. With a hint of reluctance on his face, he still walked towards the door. Wu Baoquan walked to the door, stopped again, turned around and said to Yi Feng, Xiao Feng, I just said a few more words because I think you are a good kid. But since you still want to remarry Qingcheng, I won't interfere. I hope you can get what you want soon. Of course, if you can't be the son-in-law of the Shen family, you can come to be the son-in-law of our Wu family. Wu Baoquan laughed and ran away swiftly without waiting for Shen Juanhao to say anything. Xiao Feng, don't take what old Wu said to heart. Don't worry, we will definitely convince Qingcheng, and then you two will remarry. At this time, Shen Juanhao already clearly felt a sense of crisis. He knew that Wu Baoquan was a very resourceful man. If Shen Qingcheng and Yi Feng didn't remarry soon, then it is very likely that Yi Feng will become the son-in-law of the Wu family. Dad, let's just let things take their own course. All I want now is to bring Hanin up and raise her into adulthood. Yi Feng chuckled. In his heart, it was a mistake for him and Shen Qingcheng to be together. We have been married for 5 years, but there is not much affection between us. It is simply impossible to remarry and reconcile. After hearing what Yi Feng said, Shen Juanhao was stunned. He never expected that Yi Feng would say such a thing. Originally, he thought that Yi Feng was also looking forward to remarrying Shen Qingcheng, but now it seems that things are far from as simple as he imagined. Dad, we've almost finished eating now. Hanin still needs to study English, so we'll go back first. Yi Feng chatted with Shen Juanhao for a while and then stood up to say goodbye. Okay, Hanin's English isn't very good right now, so you need to put in more effort as a father. I won't keep you. Yi Feng stood up, walked to Yi Jinghan, patted her shoulder gently, and said, Baby, we should go back. We still need to learn English when we go back. At this time, Yi Jinghan was absorbed in playing with her doll. When she heard her father's words, she raised her head and muttered reluctantly, Oh, I want to play for a while longer, Dad.
Be good, baby, let's go back and learn English first, and then come to play with Grandpa and Grandma next time, okay? Yi Feng coaxed with a smile. Okay then, Dad, but you have to remember to bring me here earlier next time. Okay, baby, Dad will remember it. Yi Feng responded, then turned to Shen Juanhao and said, Dad, we will leave first.
You and Mom should take care of your health. Shen Juanhao stood up, walked to Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan, touched Yi Jinghan's head, and said, Hanin, when you go back, you must listen to your father and study English well. When you learn it well, Grandpa will buy you a big present.
Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Really? Grandpa, I will definitely study English well then.
Shen Juanhao smiled and nodded, then looked at Yi Feng and said earnestly, Xiao Feng, think carefully about what we talked about today when you go back. Don't make a decision so quickly. Remarriage is really important to Hanin, and it is also very important to the two of you.
Chapter 21 by Rongrong's invitation. Okay, Dad.
Yi Feng nodded, took Yi Jinghan out of the Yunshuijian villa and returned to the Zijin garden community.
Dad, I want to learn to draw, can you?
When she got home, Yi Jinghan took out a sketchbook and colored pencils and suddenly became interested in painting.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Yi Feng smiled slightly and picked up a paintbrush from his seat.
The system's voice sounded, Host, from now on, every hour you paint will increase your painting experience by 1 year. For your first painting, I will reward you with 1 year of painting experience.
Yi Feng was overjoyed.
What he wished for came true. The system actually rewarded him with a year of painting experience.
Yi Feng was secretly delighted.
He didn't expect this system to be so powerful. It gave him such a great gift right after he arrived. He looked at the paintbrush in his hand and said to Yi Jinghan confidently, Baby, Dad will paint with you today.
Let's see what beautiful paintings we can draw.
Yi Jinghan clapped her hands happily and said, Great, great, Dad is the best.
I want to draw lots and lots of beautiful flowers.
Yi Jinghan picked up the colored pencil and began to paint on the sketchbook. Yi Feng also calmed down and, relying on his existing painting skills and the 1 year painting experience he had just gained, carefully drew lines on the sketchbook. He started with simple shapes, drawing a round sun. The golden light gradually appeared under his pen, as if there was really sunlight falling on the drawing paper. Then, he drew a few white clouds, which looked soft and floating and very realistic. Yi Jinghan watched from the side, eyes full of envy. She said, Dad, your painting is so beautiful, I want to paint the sun and white clouds too. Yi Feng encouraged her with a smile, Baby, you draw very well, just draw according to your own ideas.
Dad believes that your drawing will be very beautiful.
So, Yi Jinghan started to paint more vigorously, although the sun she painted was not as round as the one Yi Feng painted. But the colorful colors make it look particularly unique. The white clouds she painted are also in different shapes, some like cotton candy, some like little rabbits, full of childishness.
An hour passed, and the system's voice sounded again, Host, you have completed 1 hour of painting and successfully increased your painting experience by 1 year.
Yi Feng was delighted, and felt that his control over painting had improved. Seeing Yi Jinghan still concentrating on painting, he also continued to devote himself to his own creation.
He began to paint a meadow. The dense grass leaves looked so vivid under his brush that one could almost feel the grass swaying gently in the breeze.
Then, he painted a few blooming flowers on the grass. They were red, pink, and yellow. They were brightly colored and gorgeous. When Yi Jinghan saw the flowers her father had drawn, she said excitedly, Dad, the flowers you drew are so beautiful.
I want to draw little butterflies on them too.
As she spoke, she picked up the paintbrush and began to paint colorful little butterflies next to the flowers. Although her paintings were a little crooked, her seriousness made her look very adorable. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Dad, someone is coming. I'll go open the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Yi Jinghan put down the paintbrush in her hand and went to open the door happily. Rongrong's godmother.
When Yi Jinghan saw Bai Rongrong standing at the door, her eyes lit up and she shouted, My dear Hanin, come to Rongrong to be your godmother and father. Bai Rongrong changed into slippers and leaned over to pick up Yi Jinghan.
Yi Feng, what are you busy with? Coming to the living room and sitting on the sofa, Bai Rongrong asked. Hanin wanted to learn painting, so I taught her. Yi Feng smiled slightly and put the paintbrush back into the pen holder. Can you let me see the painting?
When Bai Rongrong learned that Yi Feng was painting, she immediately became interested. Yifeng smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course you can, Rongrong, but Hanen and I haven't finished our paintings yet, and they are quite simple, so just don't laugh at us." As he said that, he picked up his and Yi Jinghan's sketchbooks and handed them to Bai Rongrong. Bai Rongrong took the sketchbook and looked at the painting by Yifeng first. In the painting, there is a golden sun casting warm light, with a few lifelike white clouds floating slowly, and below it is a green meadow with bright red, pink, and yellow flowers blooming on it. The overall picture has harmonious colors and smooth and natural lines, giving people a fresh and bright feeling. She couldn't help but admire, "Yifeng, your painting is very good. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for painting. This picture is really comfortable to look at. I didn't expect you're such a good cook and good at drawing." Bai Rongrong gave Yifeng a thumbs up and gave him a big thumbs up. "Rongrong, what's the matter with you coming home today? Yifeng, you are a good cook, and you should be able to make pastries, right? It's my father's 60th birthday, and I would like to invite you to be the chef at home and help us prepare a meal?" Bai Rongrong nodded. She usually had a good relationship with Yifeng. "I came to Yifeng's house today because I wanted to invite Yifeng to cook a meal in his hometown. Rongrong's mom, my dad can make crystal cakes, they are delicious. Today, Dad made 60 crystal cakes, and I kept one piece for you." At this moment, Yi Jinghan took out a piece of crystal cake from her body and placed it in front of Bai Rongrong. Hearing Yi Jinghan's words, Bai Rongrong felt warm in her heart, and felt that all her love for Yi Jinghan over the years was not in vain. She smiled slightly and turned her gaze to the crystal cake. Bai Rongrong looked at the crystal cake in front of her. Its crystal clear appearance was very tempting, and the cake exuded a faint sweet fragrance, as if she could feel the care that went into its making through the aroma. She gently picked up the crystal cake and said to Yi Jinghan with a smile, "Hanen baby, thank you for remembering to save the crystal cake for godmother. You are such a thoughtful little cotton padded jacket." As he spoke, he gently took a bite of the crystal cake. The melt-in-the-mouth texture instantly spread in his mouth. The sweet taste is just right, not too sweet, but enough to make people fully feel the sweetness. There seems to be some faint fruity aroma in the cake, which makes the taste richer and more layered. Bai Rongrong's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Well, this crystal cake is really delicious, Yifeng, your cooking skills are really amazing." At this time, she thought of Shen Qingqing again, and felt that she was a silly woman. She actually divorced such a good man like Yifeng. "Fine." Yifeng smiled slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. "Then it's settled. We'll go back home tomorrow." "Good." Yifeng nodded and accepted Bai Rongrong's invitation. "Ah." At this moment, Bai Rongrong felt a pain in her shoulder and let out a painful sound. Chapter 22. Do you regret it? What's wrong? Hearing Bai Rongrong's painful sound, Yifeng asked with concern. "I didn't sleep well yesterday. My neck seems to be stiff and my shoulders are a little uncomfortable." Bai Rongrong smiled slightly, but her face still showed a painful expression. "How about I give you a massage? Can you give a massage?" Bai Rongrong was shocked to hear Yifeng's words. She never thought that Yifeng could give massage. Yifeng nodded with a smile and said, "Well, I know a little bit. I learned some simple massage techniques from a master before. I can't say how professional they are, but they should be effective in relieving stiff neck and shoulder pain. If you don't mind, I can try to help you." Bai Rongrong felt a little hesitant after hearing this. After all, there are differences between men and women, but her neck and shoulders were really uncomfortable. She really didn't want to miss this opportunity to relieve the pain. After thinking for a while, she said, "Well, I'll trouble you, Yifeng. I feel really bad. I hope you can get better soon, otherwise it will be inconvenient for me to do many things." Yifeng responded, asked Bai Rongrong to sit on the sofa, and stood behind her. He first gently pressed Bai Rongrong's shoulders, feeling the tension of the muscles, and then began to slowly exert force with both hands, applying the massage techniques he had learned. He first used his thumb to gently press the acupuncture points on Bai Rongrong's shoulders with moderate pressure, and asked as he pressed, "Rongrong, how does it feel here? Is the pressure too strong?" Bai Rongrong frowned slightly, feeling the pain and slight numbness in her shoulders, and said, "Well, the strength is okay, but it's really sore here, and it feels like it's frozen." After hearing this, Yifeng applied a little more force on those acupuncture points more carefully, and at the same time, he slowly rubbed the muscles of her shoulders with the base of his palms to help relax the muscles. As he moved, Bai Rongrong could feel that the pain in her shoulders seemed to be relieved a little, and the feeling of tightness was also slowly easing. Then, Yifeng moved his hands to Bai Rongrong's neck, also gently tested it first, and then began to massage the muscles along both sides of the neck. His fingers slid and pressed on the muscles flexibly, loosening up the muscles that had become stiff due to a stiff neck bit by bit. Bai Rongrong couldn't help but hum softly and said, "Ouch, although it still hurts a little when I massage it, it feels much better than before." "Yi Feng, your massage technique is really good." Yi Feng smiled and said, "It's good that it works." A stiff neck is caused by a sudden spasm or strain of the neck muscles. Massage is to loosen up these stiff areas and promote blood circulation, so that it will heal faster. In this way, Yi Feng carefully massaged Bai Rongrong for about 10 minutes, constantly asking her how she felt and adjusting the strength and technique of the massage. By the end of the massage, Bai Rongrong felt that the pain in her neck and shoulders had eased a lot. Although it was still a little uncomfortable, it was no longer as painful as at the beginning where it was difficult to move. She stood up, stretched her neck and shoulders, and said to Yi Feng with gratitude, "Yi Feng, thank you so much. I feel much better now. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Now I can finally do my work normally." "You're welcome. If you want a massage in the future, just come find me." Yi Feng smiled slightly. Bai Rongrong usually loves Yi Jinghan very much. As long as Bai Rongrong encounters a problem, he will do his best to help. "I feel much better now. I'm going to work now." Bai Rongrong stood up from the sofa and said goodbye to Yi Feng. "Then take care, I won't see you off." Yi Feng nodded and waved to Bai Rongrong. "Hanin, Rongrong's godmother is gone. This is White Rabbit. I bought you a box." Bai Rongrong called Yi Jinghan over and placed a box of White Rabbit candies in front of her. "Wow, big White Rabbit, thank you Godmother Rongrong." Jiangcheng City, Marriott Garden Hotel, President's Office. "Xincheng, tomorrow is my dad's 60th birthday, you have to come and attend." After leaving Zijin Garden Community, Bai Rongrong came to the Marriott Garden Hotel, preparing to invite Shen Xincheng to attend her father's birthday party. "Rongrong, I'm sorry, I have a very important meeting tomorrow, I'm afraid I can't make it." Shen Xincheng smiled awkwardly. She had an important meeting tomorrow and would not be able to attend Bai Rongrong's father's birthday party. "You really won't participate?" "It's not that I won't attend, it's just that I have no choice. Tomorrow's meeting is very important." Shen Xincheng shook her head. If it was any other meeting, she would be able to decline it. But tomorrow's meeting is the hotel's strategic meeting for the next decade. "Forget it, then I can only go back to my hometown with Yi Feng and baby Hanin." Bai Rongrong glanced at Shen Xincheng with disdain. She understood why Shen Xincheng did not attend her father's 60th birthday banquet. Shen Xincheng is too busy with work and usually can't even take care of Yi Jinghan. "What, you said Yi Feng will attend?" Hearing Bai Rongrong's words, Shen Xincheng hurriedly asked loudly. Bai Rongrong looked at Shen Xincheng's surprised expression, feeling somewhat helpless. She nodded and said, "Yes, Xincheng, Yi Feng promised to attend my father's birthday party. I went to his house today to invite him, and I also tasted the crystal cake he made. It was delicious. And baby Hanin was very sensible and left a piece for me." Shen Xincheng frowned, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. She knew that she had not done enough to accompany Yi Jinghan because of her busy work. Now Yi Feng could take time out to attend Bai Rongrong's father's birthday party, but she could only miss it because of work. This contrast made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Rongrong, I've thought about it and I think we can postpone tomorrow's meeting for one day. I've decided to attend Uncle Bai's 60th birthday party." Shen Xincheng thought about it for a while and finally decided to change her mind and attend Bai Rongrong's father's 60th birthday party. "I see you don't want to attend the birthday party, you want to accompany someone. Now you feel Yi Feng's goodness and start to regret divorcing him." Bai Rongrong was a kind-hearted woman and understood it immediately. "No, I just got scolded by my dad at home, so I have to find Yi Feng and ask him to cooperate with me." Shen Xincheng shook her head, a helpless look on her face. "You were scolded by Uncle Shen. Why?" "I remember that Uncle Shen doted on you very much. He never refused you anything you wanted to buy. Tell me why you were scolded so badly that I can cheer you up." Bai Rongrong's curiosity was aroused by Shen Xincheng, and she really wanted to know why Shen Xincheng was scolded. Chapter 23, The Conflicted Shen Xincheng. "It's like this." Shen Xincheng sighed deeply, then took Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan back to the Yanshuijian villa and briefly told them about Wu Baoquan coming over to drink. "Xincheng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should be careful. That Wu Feishu really has feelings for Yi Feng. She used to look at Yi Feng with a wrong look in her eyes. Bai Rongrong frowned and said to Shen Xingcheng with a serious face, think about it, Yifeng and you are now separated, and Wu Baoquan obviously wants to bring his daughter and Yifeng together. If Wu Feishu really launches an offensive against Yifeng, and Yifeng is shaken for a moment, it will be too late for you to regret it. This. Shen Xingcheng was stunned for a moment. She had divorced Yifeng before and was prepared to never see him again. But after this period of contact, Yifeng's performance was far beyond her expectations. Yifeng first demonstrated his unparalleled cooking skills, and his English ability improved by leaps and bounds, even better than Wu Wei. He also made crystal cakes at the kindergarten food festival. Now Yifeng was like a mystery to her, becoming more and more attractive to her. Shen Xingcheng frowned slightly, with a complex emotion rising in her heart. She didn't expect that the Yifeng she once knew seemed like a different person now, showing so many shining points that she couldn't expect. She bit her lip lightly and said to Bai Rongrong helplessly, Rongrong, I know the current situation is not good, but I was really busy with work before. I only thought about the development of the hotel and ignored too many family matters, including Yifeng's changes. Now that I think about it, I seem to have missed a lot. Then let me ask you, are you starting to like Yifeng a little bit? Bai Rongrong smiled slightly and asked Shen Xingcheng. This. Shen Xingcheng's face showed a conflicted look. Now she had an indescribable feeling towards Yifeng. Ah. At this moment, Shen Xingcheng suddenly let out a scream and felt extremely uncomfortable. Bai Rongrong was startled by Shen Xingcheng's sudden scream. She hurried forward to support Shen Xingcheng and asked anxiously, Xingcheng, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Is there something wrong with your body? I didn't sleep well yesterday and my neck became stiff. I've been feeling back pain lately. Shen Xingcheng's face showed pain. She had not slept well during this period and felt very listless. Oh, that's not a big problem then. Let Yifeng give you a massage, and you'll be well soon. Bai Rongrong was slightly stunned after hearing what Shen Xingcheng said, then she remembered that Yifeng had massaged her to relieve her stiff neck and shoulder pain, so she smiled and said, Xingcheng, you may not know that Yifeng can massage, and his technique is pretty good. I had a stiff neck and uncomfortable shoulders yesterday, and it was Yifeng who massaged me, and I felt much better after that. In your case, let him massage you, and it will probably be relieved soon. Shen Xingcheng looked at Bai Rongrong in surprise and said, Yifeng also knows how to give massages? I didn't know that. But. She paused, a hint of hesitation on her face, this isn't a good idea. After all, we are now. Well, I don't know if he's willing. Bai Rongrong gently patted Shen Xingcheng's shoulder and said, why wouldn't you want to do this? Although you've separated, you're not enemies. And for the sake of your health, what's wrong with asking him to help? Besides, this is a good opportunity to get closer to him, so don't hesitate. I'll call him and ask him to come over and give you a massage. Then next time I meet him, I'll ask him to press it. Shen Xingcheng's pretty face turned red, and her whole body became hot at the thought of being massaged by Yifeng. Seeing Shen Xingcheng like this, Bai Rongrong couldn't help but joked, oh, Xingcheng, you're still shy. Okay, then you must remember to tell him about this next time you see him, and don't endure your discomfort because you're embarrassed. But to be honest, Yifeng's massage technique is really good, it will definitely relieve your back pain a lot. Shen Xingcheng glared at Bai Rongrong and said angrily, you are the only one who knows more, and you are still teasing me here. I just think it's too abrupt to ask him to come over and give me a massage right now. After all, our current relationship. Well, let's wait until we have a chance to meet next time. Bai Rongrong smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I'll listen to you. But you, don't always think about work, you need to make sure you get some rest. You got a stiff neck and backache because you didn't sleep well. If you're exhausted, you won't be able to do anything. Shen Xingcheng sighed helplessly and said, I also want to rest more, but there are too many things to do at the hotel. There is also an important strategic meeting tomorrow. I am always worried about it, so how can I sleep well? After I am done with this busy period, I will definitely have a good rest. Bai Rongrong looked at her distressfully and said, you always say this, but you are always too busy to stop. Can't you delegate some tasks to the people below you? Don't shoulder everything yourself. No. Shen Xingcheng nodded with a helpless smile on her face. Okay, since you agreed to attend my dad's birthday party, let's set off together tomorrow. Bai Rongrong smiled slightly, chatted with Shen Xingcheng for a while, and then left the Marriott Garden Hotel. Shen Xingcheng looked at Bai Rongrong's departing back and sighed softly. She felt helpless about her physical discomfort, but also had many thoughts about tomorrow's meeting and the upcoming birthday party. She stood up and stretched her sore back, trying to make herself feel more comfortable. The figure of Yi Feng could not help but emerge in my mind again. Thinking about the shining points he showed now, the indescribable feeling in my heart seemed to become stronger. Unit 605, Building 6, Zijin Garden Community, Jiangqing City.
Dad, are we really going to attend Grandpa Bai's birthday party tomorrow?
Yi Jinghan drew another picture and asked Yi Feng. Well, Dad, since we promised Godmother Rongrong that we would host a birthday banquet for Grandpa Bai, we naturally have to go to Grandpa Bai's house.
Then I want to give a painting to Grandpa Bai as a gift.
After hearing what Yi Jinghan said, Yi Feng showed a gratified smile on his face. He squatted down, looked at the painting Yi Jinghan had just finished, and said, "Hanin is really sensible.
The painting is so beautiful. Grandpa Bai will definitely be very happy when he receives it."
Yi Jinghan's eyes sparkled, and she said proudly, "I drew a picture of Grandpa Bai and our family having dinner together.
There are also many delicious foods. Look, Dad."
As she spoke, she held the painting in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the painting carefully and saw a large dining table drawn with colorful crayons. There were many people sitting around it, including Grandpa Bai Rongrong, himself, Yi Jinghan, and some unfamiliar people who should be other relatives of Grandpa Bai. The table is filled with all kinds of food, including cakes, fruits, and some dishes that I usually cook.
Although the painting is a little childish, it is full of childishness and anticipation for this birthday banquet.
He smiled and touched Yi Jinghan's head, saying, "Hanin's painting is so great, it makes everyone so happy.
This is a very special gift. When you go there tomorrow, can you give it to Grandpa Bai in person?" Chapter 24, Shangxi Village.
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and said, Okay, I will personally give it to Grandpa Bai and wish him a happy birthday and a long life." Yi Feng stood up, carefully placed the painting on the table beside him, and said, "Now we have to prepare what to bring to the birthday party tomorrow.
Hanin, go find the beautiful clothes you want to wear."
Okay.
Yi Jinghan jumped up happily.
She became excited at the thought of going to Bai Rongrong's home.
Soon, it was the next day.
Yi Jinghan woke up before dawn and shook Yi Feng, who was sleeping next to her.
"Dad, please make some more crystal cakes today. I want to give them to my friends over there." "Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and make some crystal cakes now."
Yi Feng got up from the bed and went to the kitchen to busy himself.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, Bai Rongrong called. "Yi Feng, are you and Hanin ready? Just drive now and we'll see you at home later." "Okay, see you later then." Shangxi Village is a rural village to the west of Jiangchang, and Bai Rongrong's home is here.
After Yi Feng finished breakfast at home, he and Yi Feng set out for Shangxi Village. Half an hour later, his car arrived at the gate of Shangxi Village.
"Yi Feng, Hanin baby, you are here."
As soon as Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan got off the car, Bai Rongrong, who had been waiting at the entrance of the village, came to greet them. Bai Rongrong's face was filled with a warm smile. She first gave Yi Jinghan a big hug, then smiled and said to Yi Feng, "You have worked hard along the way.
Come with me to the village. Your family is looking forward to seeing you."
Yi Jinghan also responded sweetly, "Godmother Rongrong, we have wanted to come for a long time. I also drew a picture for Grandpa Bai and brought crystal cakes made by my father to give to everyone." Bai Rongrong was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. "Oh, Hanin baby is so sensible.
If Grandpa Bai knew about this, he would be very happy. Come and show your painting to Godmother." "Godmother Rongrong, I want this to be kept secret. I'll let Grandpa Bai open it at the birthday party."
Yi Jinghan shook her head and kept Bai Rongrong in suspense.
"Okay, then I'd like to see Hanin's paintings."
Bai Rongrong smiled and nodded, her eyes full of admiration for Yi Jinghan's clever little appearance. She turned to Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, this birthday party is so lively.
Many relatives and friends are here. Everyone has heard that you are a great cook and they are all looking forward to tasting the food you cook."
Yi Feng smiled modestly and said, "I just made some home-cooked meals. I hope they will suit your taste. If there is anything I didn't do well, please forgive me." Having said that, Bai Rongrong took Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan and walked towards the village. Along the way, Yi Jinghan was like a cheerful little bird, full of curiosity about everything around her. Sometimes she pointed at the flowers on the roadside and asked questions, and sometimes she was frightened by the occasional little vole that jumped out of the fields and hid behind Yi Feng.
She looked so cute.
While Bai Rongrong patiently answered Yi Jinghan's various questions, she also introduced Yi Feng to some of the situations in the village, such as which fruit tree produced the sweetest fruits, which field had the best crops, and so on.
Not far away, they arrived in front of Bai Rongrong's yard.
At this time, many relatives and friends had gathered in the yard, chatting lively and helping to decorate the venue for the birthday banquet. Some were arranging tables and chairs, some were hanging festive red lanterns, and some were placing various fruits and snacks on the tables. Seeing Bai Rongrong coming back with Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around them enthusiastically. Bai Rongrong hurriedly introduced them to everyone. This is Yi Feng and his daughter Yi Jinghan, whom I often mention to you. They came here specially to celebrate my father's birthday today. Everyone greeted Yi Feng with a smile and praised Yi Jinghan for her cute looks. Yi Jinghan was no longer as shy as when she first entered the village. She politely responded to everyone's greetings and showed the box of crystal cakes in her hand from time to time. She said in a baby voice, "The crystal cakes made by my father are delicious. Everyone can try them later." This statement caused everyone to laugh, and they all said that they couldn't wait to try it. Brother Feng. Just as Yi Feng was chatting animatedly with the villagers in the yard, a voice rang out. Yi Feng heard the voice and looked towards the gate, only to see a beautiful woman. The beauty had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a cherry mouth, 2 dimples when she smiled, and was wearing a floral dress, giving people the feeling of a little girl next door. Her name is Wu Feishu, and she is the daughter of Wu Baoquan. Aunt Feishu. Before Yi Feng could reply, Yi Jinghan, who was sitting on Yi Feng's lap, jumped down and ran towards Wu Feishu. "Hanin, my dear, long time no see." Seeing Yi Jinghan coming towards her, Wu Feishu quickly picked her up. Wu Feishu hugged Yi Jinghan, kissed her on the cheek affectionately, and said, "Baby Hanin has become more beautiful again. Auntie missed you so much." Yi Jinghan also hugged Wu Feishu's neck and said with a smile, "Aunt Feishu, I miss you too. You look so beautiful today. This floral dress looks so good." Wu Feishu laughed happily after hearing this and said, "Baby Hanin is really good at talking, so sweet." Then, she walked to Yi Feng with Yi Jinghan in her arms and said to him with a smile, "Brother Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence." Yi Feng smiled politely and said, "Yes, Feishu, it's indeed a coincidence. Are you here to attend Grandpa Bai's birthday party as well?" Wu Feishu nodded and said, "Yes, my dad and Grandpa Bai are old friends. I heard that Grandpa Bai was having a birthday party, so I brought me along to join in the fun. Brother Feng, you have to show off your skills today. By the way, do you have any crystal cakes to eat today?" It turned out that Wu Feishu and Chen Yu were college classmates, and they knew each other, so they made crystal cakes at the kindergarten's food festival. Shen Yu praised the crystal cake to the sky and she really wanted to eat a piece of it. "Aunt Feishu, here you go. My dad brought some crystal cakes." As Yi Jinghan spoke, she took out a piece of crystal cake from the box in her hand and handed it to Wu Feishu. Wu Feishu took the crystal cake, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said to Yi Jinghan with a smile, "Oh, Hanin baby is so thoughtful, thank you Hanin." Then she looked at Yi Feng again and said, "Brother Feng, every time I hear others talk about the crystal cake you make, I am very greedy. Today I finally have the chance to taste it again." As she said that, she lightly took a bite of the crystal cake. The melt-in-your-mouth texture spreads instantly in the mouth, and the sweet taste is just right, not too sweet, yet allowing people to fully feel the sweetness. There seems to be some faint fruity aroma mixed in the cake, making the taste richer and more layered. Wu Feishu couldn't help but open her eyes wide, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Brother Feng, this crystal cake is really delicious, even more delicious than I imagined, no wonder Chen Yu praised it so well." Yi Feng smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I brought a lot here today. Everyone can try it at the birthday banquet later. Brother Feng, there is something dirty on your head. I will help you remove it." At this time, Wu Feishu saw a white band on Yi Feng's head and wanted to help Yi Feng remove it. Chapter 25 Wu Feishu. "Okay, thank you." Yi Feng nodded and agreed with Wu Feishu. After getting Yi Feng's consent, Wu Feishu put down Yi Jinghan in her hand and came to Yi Feng. She stood on tiptoe and looked at Yi Feng with tenderness on her face. At this time, Bai Rongrong and Shen Xingcheng walked in from the yard. As soon as she got inside, Shen Xingcheng was stunned on the spot because she saw Yi Feng and Wu Feishu sticking together. Shen Xingcheng's face turned pale instantly. She never expected to see such a scene as soon as she came in. Her heart seemed to be tugged by something, and a sour feeling surged in her heart. Bai Rongrong was also slightly startled. Although she had reminded Shen Xingcheng before to be careful about Wu Feishu's feelings for Yi Feng, she still felt that something was wrong when she saw the two of them like this at this moment. Wu Feishu hadn't noticed what was happening behind her yet. She was still looking at Yi Feng lovingly and said softly, "Brother Feng, I really admire you. You can cook, take care of Hanin, and you are so talented. You are really an excellent person.
I'm not as good as you say.
Yifeng smiled sheepishly and touched the back of his head.
Xin Qingqing's face darkened and she turned around and went back to the yard. Xincheng, don't be angry, it may not be what you see.
Bai Rongrong caught up and tried to persuade him. She also saw what happened in the room just now. In the past, she knew that Wu Feishu had feelings for Yifeng. Now that Yifeng and Shen Xingcheng are divorced, she pounces on him blatantly.
Xincheng, why is Wu Feishu here? When did you become so close to her? Invite him to Uncle Wu's birthday party as well. I have nothing to do with her. Wu Feishu came here to celebrate my father's birthday on his orders. Let me tell you, Wu Feishu is also from our Shangxi village, but her family moved to Jiangcheng later. Oh, I thought you invited her to attend. How is this possible? She is such a scheming woman.
Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Shen Xingcheng. She didn't have a very good relationship with Wu Feishu, so it was naturally impossible for her to invite Wu Feishu to attend her father's birthday party.
Xincheng, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you have to think carefully. If Yifeng can't resist the temptation of Wu Feishu and is really abducted, you will cry. Bai Rongrong looked at Shen Qingqing seriously and continued, look at the scene just now. Wu Feishu's attitude clearly showed that she was interested in Yifeng, and she didn't hide it at all. Although Yifeng is separated from you now, you still have Hanin as your relationship. If he really gets together with Wu Feishu, what will happen to Hanin in the future? Are you willing to let Hanin call someone else mom?
Shen Qingqing's heart tightened when she heard Bai Rongrong's words. She had never thought about this carefully before. She felt uncomfortable when she thought about losing Yifeng and letting Hanin grow up in an incomplete family and call another woman mom.
She frowned and said helplessly, what can I do? Yifeng and I are divorced. He is a free man now.
It is his right to be with whomever he wants.
I can't force him to do anything, right? Okay, you keep being stubborn. When Wu Feishu and Yifeng live together, you will cry.
Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Shen Qingcheng and walked into the house to find Yifeng.
Yifeng, I'm going to trouble you today. You have to perform well. Also, you and Wu Feishu were so close together just now, you two wouldn't have any ideas. Yifeng was helpless after hearing what Bai Rongrong said. He quickly explained, Rongrong, please don't say that. I really don't have that kind of thought towards Feishu. She just came over to chat with me a few words.
Maybe because she stood a little close to me, she was misunderstood. I'm just thinking about taking good care of Hanin and preparing the food for today's birthday banquet so that everyone can eat to their satisfaction.
I don't really think about anything else.
Bai Rongrong crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously. Yifeng, you have to be honest when you say this. Anyone can tell from Wu Feishu's eyes that she's interested in you, so don't pretend to be ignorant. Although you and Xingcheng are divorced, you can't fall in love with someone else so quickly, especially since Hanin is still here.
You have to think more about her. How is this possible? Feishu is such a good woman, how could she fall in love with a second married man like me?
I just want to bring Hanin up now, and I'll let fate take the rest. In my heart, I only regard Wu Feishu as my sister, and I have no other thoughts.
Yifeng shook his head.
In his heart, he just regarded Wu Feishu as his sister. There was no possibility for the two of them to be together.
Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. Now I'd like to invite Chef Yi to show us his skills.
Bai Rongrong's expression eased a little after hearing Yifeng's words. She smiled and said, that's good.
I hope you can always think this way.
Since you don't have those twists and turns in your mind, then you can show off your cooking skills now.
Everyone is eagerly looking forward to the delicious dishes you make.
Yifeng also smiled and said, don't worry, Rongrong, I'll get busy now and make sure everyone is satisfied with the meal. As he spoke, he devoted himself more fully to preparing the meal. He first carefully checked the ingredients that he had already prepared to ensure they were fresh and clean, and then began to cook the dishes that would take more time. A symphony of pots and pans suddenly rang out in the kitchen, and waves of fragrance gradually spread. In the yard, Shen Qingcheng was still standing in the corner. Although she was still a little depressed, she calmed down a little after hearing Yi Jing'an's caring words. She watched her relatives and friends in the yard busily preparing for the birthday banquet, and was secretly thinking about how to have a good talk with Yifeng after the banquet. Yi Jinghan was having a great time playing with her friends at the moment, sometimes playing hide and seek, sometimes playing house. Their clear laughter echoed in the yard, adding a bit of joy to the festive atmosphere. After a while, Yifeng in the kitchen had already prepared several dishes that were delicious and aromatic. He brought plates of carefully prepared dishes to the table that had been set nearby. There was the delicious and tempting sweet and sour carp, which was drizzled with bright red sweet and sour sauce, like a fine work of art. There was also the steaming hot braised pork, which was bright red in color, with soft and glutinous skin, and firm but not dry lean meat. One bite was full of mellow meat aroma. There were also refreshing and delicious stir-fried seasonal vegetables. The green vegetables looked very fresh, and exuded a faint fragrance in the plate. As the dishes were served, the relatives and friends in the yard smelled the tempting aroma and gathered around, praising him non-stop. Wow, Yifang's cooking skills are amazing. Just by smelling it, you know it must be delicious. Yes, it looks so appetizing. We are in for a treat today. Bai Rongrong also came over, looked at the table full of dishes, nodded with satisfaction, and said, Yifeng, your cooking skills are really getting better and better. This table of dishes looks so tempting. Yifeng smiled and said, I'm glad everyone likes it. There are still a few dishes that haven't been prepared yet. I'll get back to work. With that, he turned around and went back to the kitchen. Grandpa Bai, this is my gift to you. It's the painting I just drew. I wish Grandpa Bai a long life, and may you have this day every year. At this time, Yi Jinghan came to Bai Bijang and handed him the finished painting. Chapter 26, Chasing Husband Plan. Hanin, you're so good. This is the red envelope that Grandpa Bai gave you. Bai Bijang smiled slightly, took the painting from Yi Jinghan's hand, and at the same time gave Yi Jinghan 2 red envelopes. Dad, look at what Yi Jinghan drew. I wanted to see it just now, but this girl kept it a secret and wouldn't let me see it. At this time, Bai Rongrong came over. She really wanted to see what was in the painting. Bai Bijing listened to his daughter's words, nodded with a smile, and then carefully examined the painting in his hand. The painting was colorful and depicted a warm scene with childish brushstrokes. The main body of the picture is a beautiful big house with a red roof and colorful walls, like a castle in a fairy tale. In front of the house is a green meadow with various colorful flowers blooming on the meadow, and a few butterflies are dancing among the flowers. There were several people standing at the door of the house, including an old man with gray hair but a big smile on his face. That was naturally Bai Bijing. He was painted with a kind face and a cane in his hand with a big bow tied on it, which looked very interesting. Standing next to her was Bai Rongrong. She was wearing a beautiful dress, her hair fluttering in the wind, and a happy smile on her face. Next to them are Yifeng and Yi Jinghan. Yifeng is tall and handsome. He is holding Yi Jinghan's hand. Yi Jinghan is wearing a pink dress and has 2 cute braids. She is holding a small balloon in her hand and is looking up at Yifeng. She looks so adorable. A large dining table was drawn around them, and it was filled with all kinds of delicious food, including cakes, fruits, and some desserts like the crystal cakes made by Yifeng. At the top of the picture, there are a few large characters written in colored crayons. Happy birthday, Grandpa Bai. May you live a long life. Although the characters are crooked, they are full of childlike innocence and deep blessings for the old man. Bai Bijing looked at the painting with a brighter smile on his face. He couldn't help but admire. Oh, Hanin, this painting is so good. You painted all of us so vividly, and this painting is full of blessings for Grandpa. Grandpa likes this painting so much. Thank you, little darling Hanin. Yi Jinghan was so happy that her eyes narrowed into slits after hearing this. She said, as long as Grandpa Bai likes it, I have been drawing this for a long time. I just want to give Grandpa Bai a surprise. Bai Rongrong was also watching and nodded, smiling, and said, Hanin's painting is indeed great. This little girl is really creative. She painted our family so warmly. It warms my heart to look at it. Xin Xincheng also saw the painting. When she saw that she was not in the painting, she felt lonely again, and a sense of crisis instantly hit her heart. Xin Xincheng stood aside, looking at the painting silently, with a look of loss that was hard to conceal. She originally thought that in Yi Jinghan's heart, she was also an important member of this big family, but now when she saw the scene depicted in the painting, her figure was the only one missing, which made her feel empty. She bit her lip slightly, trying not to let her emotions show too obviously. But the feeling of being marginalized and the sense of crisis that she might completely lose this home in the future kept coming to her like a tide. Bai Rongrong seemed to notice something was wrong with Xin Xincheng. She gently touched Xin Xincheng's arm and asked in a low voice, Xincheng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Xin Xincheng forced a smile, shook her head, and said, I'm fine. Maybe I was a little tired because I stood for too long. She didn't want to ruin everyone's good mood because of her emotions at this time, especially at the birthday party of Mr. Bai Bijing. Bai Rongrong looked at Xin Xincheng and knew that she was probably feeling upset about the painting, but it was not appropriate to say anything more at this time. She just patted her shoulder gently as a silent comfort. Yi Feng was also talking happily with Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan excitedly told Yi Feng some of her ideas and small details when she was painting. Yi Feng listened with a doting look on his face and praised her from time to time. Shen Xinqing felt even more sad when she saw this scene. She couldn't help but wonder if it was because she was busy with work and spent too little time with Yi Jinghan that she had gradually become less important in her daughter's heart. Henin, can you also help An Feishu draw a picture later? At this time, Wu Feishu came to Yi Jinghan. She looked at Yi Jinghan's paintings and thought they were good, so she also wanted her to draw a picture. Okay, Aunt Feishu, come to my house when you have time, and I will draw for you at home. Yi Jinghan nodded and invited Wu Feishu to her home. Okay, I'll come to your house in a few days. When Wu Feishu heard Yi Jinghan invite her to her home, she felt overjoyed. Qingcheng, it seems you have to be careful, otherwise Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan will be kidnapped by this scheming woman. Bai Rongrong walked to the side of Shen Xincheng and said something in a warning tone. After hearing what Bai Rongrong said, Shen Xincheng frowned slightly, her eyes full of worry. She looked at Wu Feishu who was chatting with Yi Jinghan, and her heart felt heavy as if a big stone was blocking it. She took a deep breath and said slowly, Rongrong, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I am really confused now and don't know what to do. I did neglect my family too much in the past, and now I want to make up for it, but it seems a little late. I think there should be a plan to chase my husband. Bai Rongrong thought about it and gave Shen Xincheng an idea. Shen Xincheng was slightly stunned after hearing what Bai Rongrong said. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she asked, plan to chase the husband? Rongrong, what exactly do you mean? I don't even know where to start. Bai Rongrong gently patted Shen Xincheng's shoulder and said with a smile, Xingcheng, you see, Yi Feng still has feelings for you, but there were some disagreements between you before, and now you are separated, so some things may not have been explained clearly. As for the plan to pursue her husband, first of all, you have to take the initiative and create more opportunities to spend time with him. Or you can move to Zijin Garden Community, so you can see each other more often. Then you can go there often for meals. Once you become familiar with each other, there will be a chance for you to remarry. Bai Rongrong thought about it and suggested that Shen Xincheng move to Zijin Community. As the saying goes, those who live near water see the moon first, and those who live in sunny places are more likely to see spring. Only by living in Zijin Garden Community will it be possible for her to repair the relationship between her and Yi Feng. Chapter 27 Neighbors. How about you live with me in Zijin Garden Community? If anything goes wrong, you can help me make decisions? Shen Xincheng thought for a moment and glanced at Bai Rongrong. I have already accepted Bai Rongrong's suggestion and moved to Zijin Garden Community. Okay, but what good will that do me? I can't just be your military advisor for nothing, right? Bai Rongrong thought about it and decided that it was impossible for her to work for nothing. Shen Xincheng couldn't help laughing after hearing what Bai Rongrong said. She gently pushed Bai Rongrong and said, you are still thinking about asking for benefits. Tell me, what benefits do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. First, give me a diamond card from the Marriott Garden Hotel. I'll be traveling a lot these days, so I need a diamond card to enjoy the hotel's 5-star breakfast. Bai Rongrong stretched out her right hand and asked Shen Xincheng for the VLP membership card of Marriott Garden Hotel. Okay, it's just a diamond card. I, the president, will approve it. Shen Xincheng smiled slightly. In fact, there was no need for help. As long as Bai Rongrong asked, she would give it to her. Thank you then. I won't talk to you for now. The birthday party is almost over and I have to go in. Bai Rongrong has been outside the yard for some time. If she doesn't return to the main table, her father Bai Bizhan will be angry. Shen Xincheng nodded and said, well, go quickly. Don't let Uncle Bai wait anxiously. Today is his birthday party. We can't let him be unhappy because of such a small matter. Bai Rongrong responded and hurriedly walked into the house. As she walked, she turned back and shouted to Shen Xincheng, Xingcheng, don't forget what we said. When you move to Zijin Garden Community, we will start to implement the plan. Shen Xincheng smiled and waved her hand, responding, I know, don't worry, I'll remember it. Looking at Bai Rongrong's departing back, Shen Xincheng sighed softly, thinking about this series of things in her heart. Although she had a new plan to move to Zijin Garden Community and live with Bai Rongrong, she also agreed to give her the diamond card of Marriott Garden Hotel. But when she thought of the complicated relationship between her and Yi Feng, and Yi Jinghan's seemingly distant attitude towards her, she still felt heavy in her heart. Now that you have decided to try to save the relationship, you must cheer up. Shen Xingcheng secretly encouraged herself to sort out her mood after moving to the new place. Then, according to what Bai Rongrong said, she tried to implement the plan to pursue her husband, create more opportunities to spend time with Yi Feng, care more about him, and spend more time with Yi Jinghan so that her daughter could feel her love again. Soon, Wu Bijing's 60th birthday banquet was over. Yi Feng, thank you so much today. Your cooking skills have improved again. Bai Rongrong sent Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan to the village entrance and expressed her gratitude to Yi Feng.
Yi Feng smiled and waved his hands, saying, Rongrong, what are you talking about? We are all friends, so it is my duty to cook a meal for Uncle Bai. Besides, if everyone enjoys the meal, I am happy too. Yi Jinghan also said, yes, Godmother Rongrong, the food Dad cooks is delicious. Everyone praises it. Hanin, Godmother Rongrong wants to ask you something?
Bai Rongrong thought for a moment, then leaned over and asked Yi Jinghan.
Oh, Godmother Rongrong, are you really inviting Aunt Feishu to your home?
Well, we have already agreed that she will come to my house tomorrow and I will draw for her then. Yi Jinghan smiled slightly and nodded vigorously. Just now at the banquet, Wu Feishu found Yi Jinghan again, and the two had already made an appointment. Tomorrow Wu Feishu will come to her house to ask her to draw.
This scheming girl is really scheming. It seems like she can't wait to become Hanin's stepmother. No, I have to go tomorrow too. I can't let her be alone with Yi Feng. This single man and single woman together, isn't that like dry firewood and a fiery flame?
Upon learning that Wu Feishu was going to Yi Jinghan's house tomorrow, Bai Rongrong couldn't help but curse in her heart.
Godmother Rongrong, we are leaving now. Goodbye.
Just as Bai Rongrong was planning in her mind how to ruin Wu Feishu's good deeds, Yi Jinghan waved at her and said goodbye.
Goodbye, Hanin.
Bai Rongrong came back to her senses, waved her hand, turned to Yi Feng, and said, Yi Feng, I have things to do at home, so I will take you here.
Okay, let's go back.
Yi Feng nodded, took Yi Jinghan to his car, and then drove back to Zijin Garden Community. Half an hour later, Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan's car arrived at the underground parking garage.
After parking the car, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan and took the elevator to Unit 6, Room 605. Aunt Feishu. As soon as she walked out of the elevator, Yi Jinghan saw Wu Feishu standing at the elevator door. Hanin, my dear, you are back. Wu Feishu came forward and waved to Yi Jinghan. Feishu, are you here to find me? No, I live in Unit 606. I just came to say hello and visit you. Wu Feishu shook her head and said that she lived opposite and just came to visit. What, you live in Unit 606? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Wu Feishu actually lived across the street from him. In fact, Wu Feishu did not live across the street. She learned Yi Feng's address when she attended the birthday party. She sent a text message and asked her father to buy Unit 606. From the first time she saw Yi Feng's shadow appeared in her heart. Now that Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng are divorced, she naturally has to fight to get Yi Feng. After hearing what Wu Feishu said, Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that Wu Feishu would move to live across from him. It was too much of a coincidence. But looking at Wu Feishu's innocent face, he didn't know what to say, so he could only force a smile and said, so that's how it is. That's quite a coincidence. We'll be neighbors from now on. Wu Feishu smiled and nodded, saying, yes, Brother Feng, we will be neighbors from now on, so we need to visit each other more often. My little darling Hanin, what do you think? As she spoke, she looked at Yi Jinghan, her eyes full of tenderness. Yi Jinghan blinked her big eyes and said, okay, Aunt Feishu, this way I can come and play with you more often, and I can even draw for you. Having said that, Yi Jinghan invited Wu Feishu to her home. Dad, please cut some fruit for me to eat with Aunt Feishu. When they got inside, Yi Jinghan took Wu Feishu to the living room, sat on the sofa, and started chatting. Then she turned around and asked Yi Feng to cut the fruit. Oh, okay, I'll cut a few sunshine oranges. Yi Feng nodded, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Just then, Yi Jinghan's children's watch rang. It turned out to be Shen Juanhao calling her via video. Grandpa, hello. Yi Jinghan pressed the answer button and called out Grandpa loudly. Chapter 28, The House Was Stolen. Hanin, I heard that you drew a picture for Grandpa Bai, and it was a very good picture, but why is there no mother in it? Bai Bijing and Shen Juanhao are also old friends. They started a business together when they were young and have a good relationship. After the birthday banquet, Bai Bijing made a video call to Shen Juanhao and took out the painting to show off. Shin Juanhao looked at the painting that Bai Bijing was showing in the video.
The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of worry. He frowned and said, "Old Bai, why is Qingqing not in this painting? Did the little girl Hanin forget it?" Bai Bijing shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not sure either, but seeing how seriously Hanin was drawing, I don't think she forgot.
I think maybe this kid has some thoughts in his mind. You should ask Qingqing if there is any problem between her and Hanin."
Shin Juanhao sighed and said, "Alas, this child has indeed become a little distant from Qingqing recently.
I can sense it too.
Qingqing was busy with work before, so she didn't spend as much time with Hanin, but it shouldn't be this serious."
Bai Bijing nodded and agreed, yes, no matter what, Qingqing is Hanin's biological mother. What is this child thinking?
You must let Qingqing get closer to Hanin, and don't let the relationship between mother and daughter become more and more strained. Old Shin, your son-in-law's cooking skills are really good.
You will have a great time in the future.
Then, Bai Bizhan praised Yifeng harshly, calling him the best son-in-law in the world.
I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Shin Juanhao's face froze.
Bai Bijing didn't know that Yifeng and Shin Qingqing had divorced.
He found an excuse and hung up the phone, then turned to call his granddaughter Yi Jinghan.
"Oh, my mother is at work at this time every day, so there is no mother in the painting." Yi Jinghan thought for a moment and said that her mother should be at work at this time, so she didn't draw her.
"Oh, so that's how it is. Grandpa knows." Shin Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief.
From Yi Jinghan's answer, he knew that Shin Qingqing and Yi Jinghan had a good relationship.
"Uncle Shun, hello." Just when Shin Juanhao was about to hang up the phone, Wu Feishu came over and greeted Shin Juanhao. "Xiao Shu, why are you in Yi Feng's house?"
When Shin Juanhao saw Wu Feishu appear in front of the screen, he was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt like an enemy was invading. Wu Feishu said with a sweet smile on her face, "Uncle Shin, I live across from brother Yifeng. I just came over to visit and saw Hanin was on a video call with you, so I came over to say hello."
"What, you live across the street from Xiaofeng?" "Yes, you can come to my house when you come to see Hanin next time." Wu Feishu nodded, feeling a little proud.
She felt extremely proud of her decision to rent Unit 606. As the saying goes, where there is sincerity, even metal and stone can be opened. Wu Feishu believed that as long as she was in front of Yifeng often, Yifeng would accept her one day. After listening to Wu Feishu's words, Shin Juanhao felt more and more that something was wrong. His brows were furrowed and his expression became serious. He secretly thought in his heart, how come Wu Feishu happened to live opposite Yifeng and was so enthusiastic and proactive? She must have ulterior motives.
But on the surface, he still responded politely, "Oh, so, thank you for your kindness, Xiaoshu. But I don't come here often, I'm afraid to disturb you young people." Wu Feishu didn't seem to notice the alienation in Shin Juanhao's words, and still said with a smile, "Uncle Shin, what are you talking about? How could it be a bother? We all welcome you to come. And I like Hanin very much.
If you are busy in the future, I can help take care of Hanin."
"Don't worry." "Good."
Shin Juanhao pretended to be alright, but cursed in his heart, "Slutty vixen."
Shin Juanhao naturally knew what Wu Feishu was planning.
After Shin Juanhao hung up the phone, he sat on the sofa with an increasingly gloomy expression. He knew very well that Wu Feishu was so proactive and enthusiastic, and that she lived next door to him and wanted to help take care of Hanin. She just wanted to take advantage of these opportunities to get close to Yifeng, and then try to replace Shin Qingqing's position in Yifeng's heart. He couldn't help but feel worried about his daughter Shin Qingqing. Originally, his daughter and Yifeng had divorced because of some previous conflicts, and now their relationship hasn't been straightened out yet, and then there comes such a scheming Wu Feishu to interfere. If this matter is not handled properly, his daughter might suffer a lot, and Hanin might grow up in a complicated family environment, which is not what he wants to see.
Shin Juanhao became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth in the living room. He thought that he had to quickly explain this matter to his daughter and Yifeng, so that they would be more vigilant and not allow Wu Feishu to act so recklessly. "Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now. My dear little Hanin, Grandpa has something else to do, so I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Grandpa." Yi Jinghan nodded and waved to Shin Juanhao.
"Shin Qingqing, I don't care what you are doing now, come back to Yunshuijian Villa immediately." After finishing the video call with Yi Jinghan, Shin Juanhao called his daughter Shin Qingqing.
"Dad, I have a meeting to attend. If you have anything to say, just talk over the phone."
Shin Qingqing shook her head. After returning from Shanxi village, she went back to the company and held a high-level meeting.
What's there to hold a meeting for? Your daughter is about to call someone else mom, and you still want to hold a meeting?
As for his daughter, Shen Juanhao wanted to rush over and slap her twice. Now that his house is about to be robbed, he still has the mind to hold a meeting. When Shen Xingcheng heard what her father said, her heart suddenly tightened.
She asked anxiously, Dad, what do you mean by this? Why would Hanin call someone else mom? Explain it clearly. Come back and talk about it. Shen Juanhao snorted coldly and hung up the phone.
Shen Xingcheng looked at the hung-up call, feeling flustered and self-blaming. She knew her father would never speak without a purpose, and since he said that, the situation must have become serious to a certain extent. She ignored the high-level meeting that was going on and hurriedly said to everyone present, I'm so sorry, everyone.
There's an emergency at home. I have to stop for now.
I'll arrange time to continue later.
Sorry.
After saying that, she hurriedly packed up her things and walked out of the company in a hurry, thinking about her father's words in her heart.
How could Hanin call someone else mom? Could it be that Wu Feishu had been too intimate in front of Hanin, causing Hanin to misunderstand?
When she thought of this, she felt as if her heart was being pulled. She knew very well that she had neglected her family and Hanin because she was too busy with work, but she never thought that such a situation would occur. Her relationship with Yifeng was already tense, and now Wu Feishu showed up to disrupt the situation.
It might also affect her mother-daughter relationship with Hanin. What should she do?
After Shen Xingcheng got in the car, she immediately rushed to Yunshuijian Villa. Along the way, she felt extremely heavy-hearted, and various images kept flashing through her mind, including Hanin's cute appearance when she was a child, the loving scenes with Yifeng, and Wu Feishu's seemingly gentle but actually scheming smile.
Dad, what happened? Why would Hanin call someone else mom?
After returning to the Yunshuijian Villa, Shen Xingcheng came to the living room and asked her father Shen Juanhao.
Chapter 29 An idea. Xingcheng, let me ask you, where does Wu Feishu live? Do you know?
Shen Juanhao looked at Shen Xingcheng and was so angry that he couldn't contain himself. She also lives in Yunshuijian Villa, the one behind us. Shen Xingcheng was stunned for a moment. When Shen Juanhao bought the Yunshuijian Villa, Wu Baoquan also bought one, and the two families became neighbors.
What Yunshuijian Villa?
She is now living in Unit 606, Building 6, Zijin Garden Community, across the street from my precious granddaughter.
Shen Juanhao snorted coldly, and he was almost furious. After hearing what her father said, Shen Xingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. She exclaimed, What? She lives in Zijin Garden Community, right across from Hanin? Dad, what's going on? Why did she move there?
Shen Juanhao was so angry that he paced back and forth in the living room, saying as he walked, Humph, you don't know yet, Wu Feishu is very scheming. When I was video chatting with Hanin today, she came over to say hello and said that she lived across the street from Yifeng, and she looked very proud. I think she moved there on purpose, just to get close to Yifeng, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and replace you in this family. Shen Xingcheng was flustered. She bit her lip and said, Dad, I felt that Wu Feishu was a little bit unusual towards Yifeng, but I didn't expect her to do such a thing.
This is too much. How could she be so calculating?
Shen Juanhao stopped and looked at Shen Xingcheng, saying angrily, Xingcheng, you were too busy with work before and neglected your family, Yifeng, and Hanin, which allowed others to take advantage of you. Look at her now, she has moved to the opposite side of the house and hangs around Yifeng every day. If you don't find a way to save the relationship, this family will really fall apart.
Dad, to be honest, I originally wanted to live in Unit 606.
This was Rongrong's idea.
I never thought that Wu Feishu would get there first. Dad, now that this house has been rented by Wu Feishu, what should I do?
Shen Xingcheng was stunned for a moment when Bai Rongrong proposed the plan to pursue her husband. She had thought about living across the street from Yifeng, but she never expected that Wu Feishu was so scheming that she rented Unit 606 first.
Dad, let me give you an idea that can help you turn defeat into victory. Turning defeat into victory? Shen Xingcheng was stunned for a moment and said, Dad, what ideas do you have?
I think it would be reasonable for you to just move into Yifeng's house and live there as his mother.
Isn't that reasonable? Let me move to Yifeng's house.
Shen Xingcheng blinked her beautiful eyes again and again. She never thought that her father would give her such an idea. When she thought about living under the same roof with Yifeng again, her pretty face suddenly turned red.
Shen Juanhao looked at his daughter's flushed face, feeling both angry and amused.
He said, Xincheng, you are so old, and you are still shy. It's such a long time now, why are you still embarrassed? This is a good way for you to quickly save the situation. Xincheng bit her lip and said hesitantly, Dad, is this really okay? Yifeng and I are already divorced. Will he agree to just moving in? And what if he thinks I'm too abrupt and it offends him? Shen Juanhao waved his hand and said, You are just thinking too much. You are Hanin's mother. Even if you are divorced, it is reasonable for you to live together to take care of the child. Besides, Yifeng is not an unreasonable person. As long as you talk to him nicely and make it clear that you are here to spend more time with Hanin and repair your relationship, I don't think he will refuse. Xin Xincheng was still a little worried. She whispered, But Dad, there were so many misunderstandings between Yifeng and I before, and our relationship was quite strained. I'm afraid. Shen Juanhao interrupted her and said, What are you afraid of? If you don't take this step, you can only watch Wu Feishu do bad things and take Yifeng and Han Han away from you. Just listen to me, be brave, and move in first. When you get there, pay more attention to the lives of the father and daughter, do more things for them, and use your sincerity to impress Yifeng and make him see your good side again. Xin Xincheng couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart after hearing her father's words. She knew that her father was right, and now was indeed a critical moment. If she didn't take some bold actions, she might really lose Yifeng and Han Han. And she actually always hoped to have a chance to get along well with Yifeng and resolve the misunderstanding between them. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and said, Dad, I'll listen to you and move to Yifeng's house. But I have to talk to him first and see what he thinks. I can't just barge in like this. That's easy. I'll invite him over for dinner and then ask your mother to bring it up. Yifeng is a filial child and he won't refuse your mother. Shen Juanhao thought about it and knew that his daughter was shy, so they had to step in to help his daughter move into Unit 605, Building 6, Zijin Garden Community. Xin Xincheng felt a little relieved after hearing her father's arrangement. She looked at her father gratefully and said, Dad, you are thoughtful. It would be better if you come forward. But will this be too much trouble for you? And I don't know what Yifeng will think when the time comes. Shen Juanhao smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, Silly girl, what's the problem? This is all for your own good. As for Yifeng, don't worry too much. As long as we make it clear that this is for Hanin and for the chance for you to repair your relationship, he will understand. Everything is up to Dad's arrangement. Shen Xincheng pursed her lips and thanked her father. You will divide some of your work among others later. If the Marriott Garden Hotel is gone, will you not be able to move? Hanin drew a picture today, but you are not in it. Don't you have any thoughts about it? Shen Juanhao understood that in order to correct his daughter's workaholic habit, he had to give her a good beating today. Xin Xincheng felt guilty after hearing what her father said. She lowered her head and said softly, Dad, I know I was too obsessed with work before and neglected my family, which also made Hanin and Yifeng suffer. I will pay attention to it in the future, share some of the work appropriately, and spend more time with them. Shen Juanhao nodded slightly, his expression still serious, and said, It's good that you realize it. Look, there is no you in the paintings drawn by Hanin. What does this mean? It means that your position in her heart has been slowly becoming less important. If you continue like this family will really fall apart. Work is important, but family is the most important foundation. Without a family, what's the point of making more money? Chapter 30 Learning Calligraphy. Got it, Dad. Xin Xincheng nodded and accepted her father Shen Juanhao's words from the bottom of her heart. Unit 605, Building 6, Marriott City Garden, Jiangxing City. Dad, can you write calligraphy? Our kindergarten is going to hold a calligraphy competition soon, and I want to learn calligraphy. After just finishing talking to teacher Chinyu, he came to Yifeng and asked in a baby voice. It turns out that in order to enable the children to develop comprehensively, Times Kindergarten is preparing to start teaching calligraphy. Calligraphy? Yifeng smiled slightly. Dad, I know a little bit. When he was in college, he was the propaganda committee member of the class and had some basic skills in calligraphy. Yifeng thought for a while, then got up and went to the study, and took the 4 treasures of the study from the table. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, Host, now for every hour you teach calligraphy, you will be rewarded with 1 year of calligraphy experience. Dad, how about you show me a few words? After hearing what Yi Jinghan said, Yifeng smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, Hanin, then Dad will write a few words for you first. He placed the 4 treasures of the study neatly on the table, then rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brush, thought for a moment, dipped it in ink, and wrote the 8 characters study hard and make progress every day on the rice paper. Yi Jinghan stared at the side with eyes wide open, her mouth open wide, her face full of amazement. She couldn't help but applaud and praised, "Wow, Dad, your writing is so beautiful, just like those great calligraphers on TV." Yi Feng felt a little embarrassed by his daughter's praise. He smiled and touched Yi Jinghan's head, saying, "Hanin, you are too kind. Daddy's level is still far from being a great calligrapher. But since you want to participate in the calligraphy competition, Daddy will teach you well. Let's work hard together and try to get you good results in the competition." Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, Dad, I will definitely study hard. Let's start learning now, I can't wait." Yi Feng smiled and replied, "Okay, let's get started. First, let me tell you how to hold the brush. This is very important. If the posture is wrong, the words you write may not look good." As he spoke, Yi Feng picked up a brush and began to patiently demonstrate to Yi Jinghan the correct brush holding posture. Yi Jinghan watched attentively, her little head following Yi Feng's movements bit by bit, learning very seriously. At this time, Yi Feng was also thinking about what the system voice said. Every hour of teaching calligraphy can be rewarded with 1 year of calligraphy experience. This is a pleasant surprise. He thought, no matter what, it would be great to take this opportunity to teach his daughter calligraphy and give her another skill. Just like that, in this warm atmosphere, Yi Feng began to teach Yi Jinghan calligraphy seriously. Under the light of the study, the figures of the father and daughter looked particularly warm and harmonious. Before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. Yi Feng had accumulated 3 years of calligraphy experience, and his ability had reached the legendary level. "Hanin, play by yourself for a while. I'll go to the study to take care of some things." "Okay, Dad." Yi Jinghan nodded. She had been studying calligraphy for 3 hours and was already a little tired. She picked up the iPad from the coffee table and started Genshin Impact. After Yi Feng came to the study, he turned on the computer. Earlier, he developed a children's intelligence game called Get the Heart. When I logged into the WeChat game backend, I was surprised to find that I had already earned nearly $300,000 in advertising revenue. This income is not bad. Seeing the advertising revenue of $300,000, Yi Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face. Just then, a pop-up window popped up. He took a look and found that it was a calligraphy competition. Having just accumulated 3 years of experience in calligraphy, Yi Feng immediately became interested. Yi Feng stared at the pop-up window of the calligraphy competition and carefully read the relevant information of the competition. He found that this competition was quite large-scale. It was not only open to calligraphy enthusiasts across the country, but also had generous prizes, including high bonuses, precious calligraphy tool sets, and so on. "Otherwise, I'll join in, otherwise I won't have the money to buy this house." Thinking of this, Yi Feng returned to the living room, took out the words "study hard and make progress every day" he had just written, and put them on the desk. After arranging it, Yi Feng took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and uploaded it to the designated website of the calligraphy competition. After Yi Feng uploaded the photos of his work, he felt a little excited but also a little nervous. He knew that this participation was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and that the competition was filled with top-notch contestants, even though he had legendary-level calligraphy experience. But after all, it has been a long time since I really showed myself on such a competition stage, and I don't know if this work can catch the eyes of the judges. Yi Jinghan was playing Genshin Impact on the side. Occasionally, she looked up at her father and saw that he looked thoughtful. She asked in a baby voice, "Dad, what are you doing? Is there anything fun?" Yi Feng walked to his daughter with a smile, squatted down and said, "Hanin, Dad just saw a calligraphy competition, so I uploaded the calligraphy I just wrote to participate in the competition. If I can get a good score in the competition, maybe I can make more money, and then we can buy this house, and this will be our eternal home in the future." Yi Jinghan blinked her big eyes, nodded as if she understood, and said, "Wow, then Dad, you must do your best. I believe you can win. When you win the game, we can live here forever, and I can play with my friends here." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Yi Feng came to the living room and opened the door. Yi Feng. Bai Rongrong, who was standing at the door, waved at Yi Feng with a faint smile on her face. "Rongrong." Yi Feng nodded and welcomed Bai Rongrong in. "Yi Feng, did Wu Feishu come to draw with Hanin?" Bai Rongrong went straight to the point and asked directly. This time, her purpose of coming here was very clear. which was to ruin Wu Feishu's good deeds.
Oh, not yet.
Yi Feng shook his head. Wu Feishu did come to their house yesterday, but she hadn't mentioned painting to Yi Jinghan yet.
At this time, there was another knock on the door, and Yi Feng hurried to open it again. Feishu.
After opening the door, Yi Feng saw Wu Feishu standing at the door.
Brother Feng, is Hanin at home? I want to draw with him.
Wu Feishu smiled sweetly, but her real intention was not to drink. He said he came to find Hanin to draw, but in fact he came to find Yi Feng, wanting to get closer to them.
Chapter 31 3 Women, 1 Drama. Hanin is inside.
Yi Feng nodded and welcomed Wu Feishu in.
Hanin, where are you? Aunt Feishu is here to see you.
When they got inside, Wu Feishu shouted and walked towards the sofa in the living room.
Hello, Feishu.
At this time, Bai Rongrong, who was originally sitting on the sofa, stood up and greeted them.
Wu Feishu was slightly startled when she saw Bai Rongrong, then she smiled and said, Oh, Rongrong is here too, what a coincidence.
I thought only Hanin and Yi Feng were at home. Bai Rongrong responded with a half smile, What a coincidence, I thought Hanin wanted to paint, so I came over to accompany her and help take care of her. Wu Feishu naturally understood the implicit meaning of her words, but she did not show it.
She just smiled and nodded.
At this time, Yi Jinghan ran out of her room, holding a paintbrush and drawing paper in her hand, and shouted happily, Aunt Feishu, you are here, I am ready, I will draw for you now. Seeing this, Wu Feishu hurried over, squatted down, and said with a smile, Hanin, little darling, you are so good. Aunt Feishu was waiting to see the beautiful paintings you draw. Yi Feng watched from the side, thinking that the scene was quite harmonious and he just hoped that nothing would go wrong.
He smiled and said to Yi Jinghan, Hanin, just focus on painting. Dad will prepare some fruit for you.
Yi Jinghan responded and ran to the coffee table in the living room, ready to start painting. Wu Feishu also followed and sat beside her, watching, and occasionally gave Yi Jinghan some small suggestions, such as what to paint, what color combination would look better, etc. Bai Rongrong sat on a single sofa nearby, her eyes moving between Wu Feishu and Yi Feng from time to time. She did not let her guard down, waiting to see if Wu Feishu would do anything excessive. After a while, Yi Feng came over with a plate of cut fruits, put it on the coffee table, and said, Come, eat some fruits to replenish your vitamins. Yi Jinghan reached out and took a piece of apple, stuffed it into her mouth, and said incoherently, Thank you, Dad. Wu Feishu also took a piece with a smile and said, Thank you, brother Yi Feng, you were so thoughtful.
Bai Rongrong didn't touch the fruit.
She just looked at Wu Feishu and said, Feishu, you really care about Hanin. You even made a special trip to let Hanin draw for you.
Godmother Rongrong, Aunt Feishu didn't run away on purpose. She is now my and my father's neighbor. She lives in 606.
Yi Jinghan shook her head and told Bai Rongrong directly that Wu Feishu lived in room 606.
Bai Rongrong snorted inwardly after hearing what Yi Jinghan said, but pretended to be surprised and said, Oh? So that's how it is. Feishu, you live so close, that's really convenient. I can come and see Hanin whenever I want. Wu Feishu smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, Rongrong, I think it's quite a coincidence too.
Being neighbors with Hanin and brother Yi Feng means we can visit each other more often in the future. Bai Rongrong thought secretly in her heart, Humph, what a coincidence, I'm afraid you did it on purpose, thinking that you can get the most out of it by being close to the water.
But she still said, Well, that's good. But Hanin is such a cute baby. Everyone likes her. There are many people who want to take care of her. You are not a big deal as a neighbor.
Wu Feishu could tell that Bai Rongrong had something else in mind, but she couldn't get angry. She just smiled and said, Of course, Hanin is so likable, everyone wants to be nice to her. As for me, I'm very happy just thinking about being able to spend more time with Hanin, playing with her, and watching her draw. Yi Feng listened to their conversation from the side, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew that Bai Rongrong was defending the position for Shen Qingcheng. But he didn't know what to say, so he could only smile and say to Yi Jinghan, Hanin, hurry up and paint.
Don't just chat. It will be bad if you can't finish the painting.
Yi Jinghan responded and then concentrated on painting again. Wu Feishu continued to watch from the side, occasionally handing Yi Jinghan a brush or pointing out areas that needed to be corrected. Bai Rongrong sat aside, her eyes still glancing at Wu Feishu from time to time. She thought to herself that she had to find an opportunity to give Wu Feishu a good warning and let her know not to try to take advantage of Yi Feng and Hanin, because Shen Qingcheng was the mistress of this family. Qingcheng, I don't care where you are now, come to Zijin Garden Community immediately, otherwise I won't be able to control what happens next. She thought for a moment, stood up from the sofa, went to the balcony, took out her cell phone and called Shin Xingcheng. Shin Xingcheng was on the road at this time. When she received Bai Rongrong's call, her heart tightened and she hurriedly said, "Rongrong, what's wrong?
Why are you so anxious to ask me to go to Zijin Garden Community? Did something happen?"
Bai Rongrong lowered her voice, and her anxiety could be sensed through the phone.
She said, "Xingcheng, guess who I saw at Yifeng's place? Wu Feishu.
She lives in 606 now, and is Yifeng's neighbor.
She's accompanying Hanin to paint right now. She's so enthusiastic, it makes me angry just looking at her.
Come over quickly, let her know that you're the mistress of this house, and don't let her mess around here."
Oh, I see.
Shin Xingcheng was not surprised at all that Wu Feishu appeared in Yifeng's house.
What, why don't you react at all?
Bai Rongrong was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Shin Xingcheng would not react at all.
Wu Feishu lives in 606. My dad told me yesterday.
Seeing that Bai Rongrong was silent on the other end of the phone, Shin Xingcheng quickly explained.
Bai Rongrong finally understood after listening to Shin Xingcheng's explanation.
She snorted and said, I was wondering why you were so calm. But even if you know where she lives, you can't just ignore the situation now. She's here accompanying Hanin to paint, and she's talking and laughing with Yifeng. It's annoying to see her.
You better come over quickly and declare your sovereignty, and don't let her get ahead of you.
Shin Xingcheng said as she drove, I'm on my way there.
Please keep an eye on her for me and don't let her say anything she shouldn't to Hanin. I want to see what she can do today.
After hanging up the phone, Bai Rongrong returned to the living room and continued to sit on the single sofa, her eyes still glancing at Wu Feishu from time to time.
Yi Jinghan had already finished her painting and was happily showing it to Wu Feishu and Yifeng, saying, Aunt Feishu, Dad, do you think my painting is good? Wu Feishu smiled and praised, Hanin's painting is so great, it's really getting better and better.
Yifeng also nodded and said with a smile, Yes, Hanin draws very well, Dad likes it very much. Seeing this, Bai Rongrong said with a forced smile, it's natural for Hanin to be good at drawing. After all, she has such good genes from her parents.
Besides, Hanin is definitely closest to her parents, right, Hanin? Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and said, Yes, I love Mom and Dad the most.
The smile on Wu Feishu's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal, saying, Of course, Mom and Dad treat Hanin the best.
But I can also be a good aunt who loves Hanin.
Bai Rongrong snorted inwardly and said nothing more, just continued to stare at Wu Feishu.
After a while, the doorbell rang again.
Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it might be Shin Xingcheng again.
Chapter 32 I will draw it when I have time. Alluring. What you fear will come true.
After opening the door, Yifeng saw Shin Xingcheng standing at the door.
Yifeng, I'm not busy at work today, so I came to see Hanin.
Shin Xingcheng smiled slightly and made up a reason.
Oh well. Yifeng nodded and welcomed Shin Xingcheng in. Hanin, come here for a moment, look what Mom bought for you.
It's a skirmisher. Hearing Shin Xingcheng's words, Yi Jinghan put down the paintbrush in her hand and turned to look at the door. When she saw Shin Xingcheng holding the Genshin Impact sniper doll in her hand, she screamed with excitement.
Yi Jinghan usually plays the game Genshin Impact and especially likes the skirmishers in it.
Although Shin Xingcheng is usually busy with work, Yi Jinghan is her daughter after all. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She knew that her daughter liked Sanbing very much, so she bought her a Sanbing doll. Yi Jinghan rushed to Shin Xingcheng and hugged the scattered soldier doll. Her eyes were full of joy and she kept saying, Wow, Mom, it's a scattered soldier.
I like it so much. Thank you, Mom.
Shin Xingcheng felt warm at heart when she saw her daughter's happy look. She squatted down, gently touched Yi Jinghan's head, and said, As long as Hanin likes it, I'll buy you more things you like when I have time in the future. Wu Feishu was watching this scene from the side and felt a little uncomfortable. She was originally accompanying Yi Jinghan in painting and the atmosphere was good, but when Shin Xingcheng came, Yi Jinghan's attention was completely attracted to her. But she still tried to keep a smile on her face and said, Sister Xingcheng, you came at a great time.
Hanin just finished a painting. It's so beautiful. Shin Xingcheng stood up, glanced at Wu Feishu, nodded slightly and said, Oh, really? Hanin is quite amazing. Feishu, you are here too, you are really enthusiastic, always coming to play with Hanin.
Although her words sounded like praise, there was a hint of alienation in her tone. Wu Feishu could naturally hear the implication, and she responded with a smile, Oh, I just like Hanin.
It's so interesting to watch her draw, and Hanin also likes to play with me. Bai Rongrong watched from the side, secretly laughing in her heart. She was waiting to see how Shen Xingcheng would deal with Wu Feishu. She walked up to Shen Xingcheng and said with a smile, "Xingcheng, you are finally here. Hanin was just talking about you." Shen Xingcheng smiled and said, "Well, I came here right after I finished work. I just wanted to spend more time with Hanin." Yi Feng stood aside, watching the subtle atmosphere between these women, feeling somewhat helpless. He scratched his head and said, "Well, since Xingcheng is here, why don't we all sit together for a while? I'll go cut some more fruit." As he said that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Shen Xingcheng took Yi Jinghan's hand and walked to the sofa and sat down. Yi Jinghan sat next to her holding the scattered soldier's doll and fiddled with it from time to time, looking extremely happy. Wu Feishu also walked over and sat on the sofa on the other side. She thought to herself, "Humph, so what if Shen Xingcheng is here? I don't believe I can't be better than her. I must let Yi Feng see my good side and make him fall in love with me slowly." For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became magical. "Aunt Feishu, I've finished your painting." At this moment, Yi Jinghan placed the finished painting in front of Wu Feishu. "The painting is done. Thank you, little darling Hanin." Upon learning that Yi Jinghan had finished the painting, he hurried over to her and took the painting from Yi Jinghan's hand. "What a beautiful painting." Wu Feishu took a look at the painting drawn by Yi Jinghan and a look of joy appeared on her face. The person in Yi Jinghan's painting is herself, and she paints herself very vividly. Seeing Wu Feishu's happy face, Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong also came over. When Shen Xingcheng saw the person in the painting clearly, a jealous expression appeared on her face. It turned out that Yi Jinghan had never drawn a picture for her until now. When Shen Xingcheng looked at the painting, she felt a mixture of emotions and was very upset. She couldn't help but think in her heart that as her biological mother, she usually spent less time with Hanin because of her busy work, but how come Hanin had never drawn a picture for her until now, but she drew Wu Feishu so well? Bai Rongrong saw Shen Xingcheng's expression and understood a little bit. She patted Shen Xingcheng's shoulder gently and whispered, "Xingcheng, don't think too much. She is just a child. She probably drew it for Feishu because she thought it was new and fun. Look how happy Hanin was when she got the scattered soldier's doll you bought. She must be the one who loves you the most in her heart." Shen Xingcheng forced a smile and said nothing, but her eyes were still fixed on the painting. Wu Feishu didn't notice Shen Xingcheng's thoughts. She was still immersed in joy. She held the painting and said to Yi Jinghan, "Hanin, your painting is so great. You made Aunt Feishu look so beautiful. Aunt Feishu likes this painting so much. She must keep it as a treasure." Yi Jinghan smiled sweetly after hearing this and said, "As long as Aunt Feishu likes it, I can draw more beautiful paintings for you in the future." Yi Feng came over with some cut fruits. Seeing everyone gathered around a painting, he asked curiously, "What's going on?" "Everyone is looking at Hanin's painting. It's pretty good, isn't it?" Wu Feishu smiled and held up the painting to show Yi Feng, saying, "Brother Yi Feng, look, isn't the painting of me by Hanin particularly good?" Yi Feng took a look and nodded in praise. "Well, Hanin's painting is really good. She is very talented." Shen Xingcheng listened at the side, feeling more and more upset. She took a deep breath, tried to make her tone sound calmer, and said to Yi Jinghan, "Hanin, you draw so well, when will you draw a picture for Mom? Mom also wants Hanin's paintings. Next time, when I feel like painting, I'll paint." Yi Jinghan thought about it and did not agree directly, but said that she would talk about it when she had time. Shen Xingcheng's heart suddenly sank after hearing Yi Jinghan's answer, and the smile she was trying to maintain froze on her face. She never expected that when she asked for a painting with great expectation, Hanin did not agree immediately, but just said that she would talk to her when she wanted to paint. Bai Rongrong also frowned at the side. She quickly smiled and said to Yi Jinghan, "Hanin, Mommy likes your paintings very much. You draw such a good picture for Aunt Feishu. Why don't you draw one for Mommy too? Mommy will be very happy." Yi Jinghan held the scattered soldier's doll, blinked her big eyes, looked at Shen Xingcheng, then looked at Bai Rongrong, and said, "Godmother Rongrong, I haven't decided what to draw for Mom yet. I'll draw it when I think of it." Wu Feishu watched this scene from the side and felt secretly proud. She felt that this showed that her position in Yi Jinghan's heart was more important than Shen Xingcheng. But she still smiled and said, "Don't worry, little Hanin. You have to wait for inspiration to paint well. Just paint for Sister Xingcheng when you want to. I'm going to give this scheming girl a good lesson when I get the chance."
Bai Rongrong became angry when she heard Wu Feishu's sarcastic words.
Chapter 33 Washing Dishes.
Soon, it was 10:30 in the morning.
Brother Feng, I heard that you are a good cook. Can you teach me? I want to learn a few of your specialties.
Wu Feishu came in front of Yi Feng and spoke in a coquettish tone.
This.
Yi Feng glanced at Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. If the two girls were not here, it would not be a big deal to teach Wu Feishu a few of her signature dishes.
Dad, since Aunt Feishu wants to learn, you can teach her.
While Yi Feng was hesitating, Yi Jinghan on the side cooperated with Wu Feishu.
Brother Feng, did you hear me, my dear Hanin? I asked you to teach me everything.
In front of Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong, Wu Feishu started to act coquettishly towards Yi Feng. Seeing the scene in front of them, Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong looked at each other and felt that Wu Feishu in front of them was simply a green tea bitch.
All right.
Yi Feng is a daughter slave, and now that Yi Jinghan has spoken, he naturally cannot refuse. Yi Feng nodded helplessly, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen.
Wu Feishu immediately followed him happily.
Shen Xingcheng sat on the sofa, her face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. She bit her lips tightly, her heart full of resentment.
She never thought that Wu Feishu would be so blatant in her presence to act coquettishly to Yi Feng, and even asked Yi Feng to teach her how to cook, and Yi Feng actually agreed so easily.
Bai Rongrong was also furious. She leaned close to Shen Xingcheng's ear and said in a low voice, "Xingcheng, you can't just stand there and watch.
You have to find a way to turn the situation around.
Wu Feishu is obviously deliberately provoking you. She wants to show off in front of Yi Feng and take the opportunity to get closer to Yi Feng."
Shen Xingcheng took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down.
She nodded slightly and said, "I know, Rongrong, I won't just let it go.
But it's not a good idea to stop it now, lest Yi Feng think I'm narrow-minded. I have to think of a more clever way. Xingcheng, why don't you go to the kitchen and learn too?
After all, there is a saying that goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach."
Bai Rongrong thought about it and encouraged Shen Xingcheng to go to the kitchen to learn how to cook. Cooking?
Shen Xingcheng was stunned for a moment. From childhood to adulthood, she had never even washed dishes. Asking her to learn cooking now was like forcing Zhang Fei to learn embroidery. "Godmother Rongrong, please don't make things difficult for my mother.
She won't even go into the kitchen at home."
At this time, Yi Jinghan came in front of Bai Rongrong and made a face. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen Shen Xingcheng enter her kitchen. After listening to Yi Jinghan's words and looking at Shen Xingcheng's embarrassed expression, Bai Rongrong couldn't help but smile and shook her head, saying, "Oh, Hanin is right, I forgot about it.
But Xingcheng, the situation is special now.
If you can learn how to cook, you can make more delicious food for Yi Feng and Hanin in the future.
This is a good way to enhance their relationship." Shen Xingcheng frowned.
Although she knew that what Bai Rongrong said made sense, she couldn't help but worry when she thought of her almost zero cooking skills.
She sighed and said, "Rongrong, I know this is a good idea, but I've never cooked before. Now if you ask me to go into the kitchen and learn how to cook, I don't even know where to start."
"I don't know where to start, so just go in now and wash the dishes first."
As she spoke, Bai Rongrong pulled Shen Xingcheng to the kitchen door and pushed her straight in. Alluring.
Seeing Shen Xingcheng appear in the kitchen, Yi Feng showed surprise on his face. "I have been married to Shen Xingcheng for 5 years, and Shen Xingcheng has never even entered the kitchen, but now she is here."
"Yi Feng, I also want to learn some cooking skills.
I feel ashamed that I have never cooked for Hanin since I was a child." Yi Feng's heart was slightly moved after hearing what Shen Xingcheng said.
He looked at Shen Xingcheng with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "Xingcheng, it's good that you have this thought.
In fact, cooking is not difficult.
Just take your time. Sister Xingcheng, why don't you wash the dishes first?" Wu Feishu thought about it and came up with a plan.
She pushed a pile of unwashed dishes in front of Shen Xingcheng.
This. Shen Xingcheng was stunned.
She never expected that as soon as she arrived in the kitchen, Wu Feishu would give her a warning. Shen Xingcheng looked at the pile of unwashed dishes in front of her, and suddenly a nameless fire surged in her heart. She knew that Wu Feishu was deliberately making things difficult for her and wanted to make her look bad in front of Yi Feng. She took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm, then smiled and said, "Okay, Feishu, let's start by learning how to wash the dishes.
It's also part of cooking anyway."
As she said that, Shen Xingcheng rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start washing the dishes. Although she was unsure, as she had never done such work since she was a child, she could not care less at the moment and could not show weakness in front of Wu Feishu. Yifeng watched from the side. Feeling a little guilty, he said, Xingcheng, why don't I do the washing? You watch me cook first, it won't be too late to do it once you are familiar with the process. Xingcheng waved her hand and said, no need, Yifeng, since I'm already in the kitchen, I'll just start with the basics. I can't stay away from these things for the rest of my life. Wu Feishu said with a fake smile, yes, Sister Xingcheng, take your time to wash the dishes. Brother Feng and I will start learning how to cook first. By the time you finish washing the dishes, our dishes may be almost ready. After that, she came close to Yifeng again and said in a tender voice, Brother Feng, let's continue learning. I can't wait to make a delicious dish. Yifeng looked at Wu Feishu helplessly, then looked at Xingcheng who was washing the dishes seriously, and sighed secretly in his heart. He actually understood Wu Feishu's little thoughts, but it was difficult to say anything, so he could only continue to explain the steps of cooking to Wu Feishu. Bai Rongrong stood at the kitchen door, watching all of this. She stamped her feet in anger and muttered, this Wu Feishu is really too much. She makes things difficult for Qingqing everywhere. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Ah! At this moment, the sound of a bowl breaking was heard in the kitchen. It turned out that Qingqing did not hold the bowl firmly, and the bowl fell to the ground and broke, and her hand was scratched. What's wrong? Hearing Qingqing's voice, Yifeng hurried over, grabbed her hand, his face full of concern. At this time, Qingqing turned her gaze to Yifeng. Looking at his sharp eyebrows and angular face, she couldn't help but feel moved, he is so handsome. Qingqing's pretty face suddenly turned red, her heart was pounding, and she became shy. Yifeng was carefully checking the wound on Qingqing's hand, but he didn't notice her strange expression at the moment. He frowned and said with a worried look on his face, Xingcheng, your wound looks quite deep. You need to treat it properly to prevent it from getting infected. You should go wait in the living room. I'll make some sweet and sour pork ribs today. Chapter 34 Injured. Sweet and sour pork ribs, isn't that Mom's favorite dish? At this time, Yi Jinghan, who was standing next to Bai Rongrong, muttered something softly. Hanin, you said sweet and sour pork ribs is your mother's favorite dish? Well, in the past, when Mom was unhappy at work, Dad would make this for her, and she would feel much happier after eating it. Oh, Rongrong's mother knows. The corners of Bai Rongrong's mouth curved up and she clicked her tongue a few times. Yifeng, you are such a stuffy guy. You clearly have feelings for Qingqing in your heart, but you won't say it out loud. It seems I have to find a way to make you speak out what's in your heart. As Bai Rongrong spoke, she crossed her arms over her chest and looked Yifeng up and down, as if her eyes could see through him. Sister Qingqing, you should go out first. It seems that you, a young lady, have no fate with the kitchen. At this time, Wu Feishu came to Qingqing and tried to persuade her to go out. No, I want to learn cooking skills today, and cook a few special dishes for Hanin in the future. Qingqing shook her head. It was impossible for her to show weakness in front of Wu Feishu. Wu Feishu was secretly unhappy when she saw Qingqing refuse, but she still had that seemingly kind smile on her face and said, Sister Qingqing, your hand is injured, how can you learn cooking? Besides, there is a lot of fumes in the kitchen, which is not good for your wound. You should go out and rest. It's not too late to learn after your hand is healed. Qingqing glanced at her and said, thank you for your trouble, Feishu. My hand injury is not a problem. Besides, I can just sit here and watch and learn. I don't do much, but I can still learn something. Qingqing, you'd better go out. Your hand is injured now. It will be troublesome if you get tetanus. At this time, Yifeng also spoke up to persuade Qingqing to go out. This. Qingqing was stunned for a moment. If Wu Feishu persuaded her to go out, she would refuse. But now that Yifeng persuaded her to go out, she felt embarrassed to stay there, after all, she was not that thick-skinned. Qingqing bit her lip. Although she was a little reluctant, she still stood up slowly and said, well, okay, Yifeng, I'll go out. You guys just cook the dishes. She stamped her feet slightly, revealing her feminine mentality. Qingqing, why did you come out? At this time, Bai Rongrong, who had been standing at the door observing, was stunned when she saw Qingqing coming out. Yifeng, am I useless for letting me out? Qingqing looked a little distraught. In her eyes, she had lost the competition of learning cooking. No, Qingqing, it seems that Yifeng still has you in his heart. If you go in and learn cooking, you can be a great success. What do you mean by that? Qingqing was stunned for a moment, blinking her beautiful eyes again and again, not understanding what Bai Rongrong meant. Let me ask you, what dish did Yifeng say he wanted to cook just now?
Sweet and sour spare ribs. Who likes sweet and sour pork ribs the most? I.
Having said this, Shen Qingqing suddenly smiled, with an expression of sudden enlightenment on her face.
Rongrong, what should we do now?
Shen Qingqing thought for a moment and asked.
Qingcheng, let's eat our meal today.
Later on, your hotel will organize a team building event for the employees, where family members can come.
Bring Hanin along then. Do you understand? Bring Hanin with you for team building? Okay, if you are free, you can come and join us.
Shen Qingcheng rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Jinghan beside her. She was also a smart person and understood it immediately.
Mom, give me your hand, I will bandage your wound.
At this time, Yi Jinghan, under Bai Rongrong's guidance, brought a band-aid. Looking at the band-aid in Yi Jinghan's hand, Shen Qingcheng's eyes were instantly filled with tears. Shen Qingcheng was moved and stretched out her hand, letting Yi Jinghan carefully bandage her wound. She looked at her daughter's serious and somewhat childish look, and her heart was filled with warmth and comfort. Hanin is so good that she even knows how to bandage Mom's wound.
Mom is so happy.
Shen Qingcheng gently touched Yi Jinghan's head, her voice choked with sobs. At this moment, Shen Qingcheng seemed to feel that devoting herself to work in the past was a wrong choice.
Shen Qingcheng was filled with regret.
She thought that she had always been busy with work and neglected too much time to spend with her family. She missed many of the little beauties in Hanin's growth process, and also created a lot of estrangement between her and Yi Feng. She secretly told herself that she must make changes in the future and not let work occupy her entire life anymore. She must spend more time and energy on her family and make up for the companionship that was once lacking. At this time, Yi Feng walked out of the kitchen with a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs in his hand. Mom, look, Dad made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Seeing Yi Feng holding the sweet and sour pork ribs in his hand, Yi Jinghan beside him shouted excitedly.
Yes. Shen Qingcheng nodded.
Now she understood that Yi Feng really cared about her in his heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made her favorite dish when her hand was injured.
Hanin, my dear, the food is almost ready. We can eat soon.
Wu Feishu also walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food in her hands.
Okay, the dishes are ready, everyone come and eat together.
After bringing all the dishes to the table, Yi Feng invited everyone to come and eat.
Mom, your hand is injured.
I'll give you a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs to eat, and your hand will stop hurting. At this time, Yi Jinghan took the initiative to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Shen Qingcheng's bowl.
Thank you, Hanin.
Shen Qingcheng nodded to express her gratitude. From that moment on, she felt that Yi Jinghan still cared about her. Shen Qingcheng looked at the sweet and sour pork ribs in the bowl, feeling very touched.
She gently touched Yi Jinghan's head and said, Hanin is so thoughtful.
Mommy's hand will definitely stop hurting after she eats the sweet and sour pork ribs Hanin picked for her. Everyone took their seats at the dining table, which was filled with sumptuous dishes. In addition to the tempting plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, there were also several dishes brought out by Wu Feishu, a combination of meat and vegetables, which looked delicious.
After a while, everyone finished their meal and returned to the living room, while Yi Feng returned to the kitchen and started washing the dishes and chopsticks. Hanin, my dear, Aunt Fei has a little civet cat at home. If you want to play with it, you can come and play with me. I'll go back first. Okay, I'll go with you now. Yi Jinghan nodded.
When she learned that Wu Feishu had a kitten at home, she wanted to go to her place to play.
Hanin, didn't you promise Rongrong's mother that you would go shopping with me? I will buy you some new clothes then.
Bai Rongrong naturally knew what Wu Feishu was planning, and she would not let Yi Jinghan go to her house to look after the cats.
Chapter 35 Parent-Child Outfit. Oh, Aunt Feishu, I'll come to your house to see the kitten next time.
I want to go shopping with godmother Rongrong. Yi Jinghan nodded and then remembered that she had just agreed to go shopping with Bai Rongrong.
Okay, then when you go home in the evening, come to my house to see the cats.
Wu Feishu smiled slightly. Now that she was Yi Feng's neighbor, if she wanted to see Yi Jinghan, it would only take a word.
Okay, Aunt Feishu.
Yi Jinghan nodded and waved goodbye to Wu Feishu.
Yi Feng, since Hanin is already there, why don't you go shopping with us?
Okay. Hearing Bai Rongrong's invitation, Yi Feng smiled slightly and agreed to go shopping with the 3 of them. The 4 of them left Zijin Garden Community and arrived at Longhong Fortune Plaza, the city center of Jiangcheng. When they arrived at Longhong Fortune Plaza, Shen Qingcheng and Bai Rongrong went to the 3rd floor, which specializes in selling clothes.
Hanin, the season is about to change. Let's pick out some clothes for you first. As Bai Rongrong spoke, she dragged Yi Jinghan around various children's clothing stores.
Yi Jinghan looked left and right excitedly, her eyes sparkling, and she was full of curiosity about the colorful and diverse styles of children's clothes. Shen Xingqing followed beside them, occasionally picking up a piece of clothing to try on Yi Jinghan, and said with a smile, "Hanin, this pink dress is so cute.
You will definitely look like a little princess when you put it on. Would you like to try it on?" Yi Jinghan nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, Mom, I want to try this one."
Yi Feng stood aside, watching the warm scene of the mother and daughter interacting, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Although he was not very good at choosing clothes, he felt warm in his heart when he saw Shen Xingcheng and Yi Jinghan so happy.
"Xingcheng, why don't we buy some parent-child outfits? I've never seen the three of you wear parent-child outfits."
Arriving at a Mickey children's clothing store, Bai Rongrong looked at the parent-child clothing hanging on the wall and turned to Shen Xingcheng and said. Shen Xingcheng's eyes lit up when she heard Bai Rongrong's suggestion.
She thought it was a very good idea.
It would not only make the family look neatly dressed and more intimate, but also leave some good memories. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, Rongrong, this is a great suggestion. I've always wanted to wear parent-child outfits with Yi Feng and Han Han, but I was so busy with work that I didn't have time to do it." As she spoke, she pulled Yi Jinghan over and looked carefully at the parent-child outfits. Yi Jinghan also clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Wow, parent-child outfits, so fun. I want to wear the same clothes as my parents, it will definitely be very cool." Bai Rongrong smiled and said, "Yes, if the three of you put on parent-child outfits and walked on the street, you would definitely get a lot of attention."
"How enviable. Beauty, help us pick out a set of parent-child outfits for the three of us."
After getting Shen Xingqing's consent, Bai Rongrong called the waiter.
"Hello, how can I help you?"
The beautiful shopping guide came to Bai Rongrong and asked enthusiastically. Bai Rongrong pointed at the rows of parent-child outfits hanging on the wall and said to the salesperson with a smile, "We want to pick out a set of parent-child outfits that can be worn by a family of 3.
It must be nice looking and of good quality. Can you recommend some for us?"
The salesperson smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, we have a lot of parent-child clothing styles in our store, including cute, casual, fashionable, and so on."
"Your child is so cute, I think you can look at the cute ones first."
As he spoke, the shopping guide took down several sets of cute parent-child outfits of different styles from the hangers and placed them on the display stand.
One set is pink, with cute animal patterns printed on it.
The little girl's skirt is decorated with a big bow, which looks particularly sweet. The other set is sky blue, with playful cloud and star patterns on the clothes. The little boy's top has a small pocket, which is very cute. There is also a set in beige, with classic Mickey and Minnie patterns printed on it.
The overall style is simple yet lively.
The shopping guide introduced, "These sets are all parent-child outfits that sell very well in our store. You can take a look at the styles first to see if you like them, and then try on the sizes." Shen Xingcheng, Yi Feng, and Yi Jinghan all came over and looked at these parent-child outfits carefully. Yi Jinghan fell in love with the pink one at first sight. She pointed at it and said, "Mom, I like this one.
It has a bunny pattern. It's so cute. I want to wear this one."
"Okay, if Hanin likes it, buy it."
Shen Xingcheng nodded, turned to the beautiful shopping guide and said, "Are there any other styles?"
The beautiful shopping guide smiled and replied, "Of course, there are also some fashionable and casual parent-child outfits here, which are also very good." As she spoke, she took down a few sets of parent-child clothing from the hangers on the other side and placed them on the display stand. One of the sets is lavender, with a simple t-shirt top with a delicate flower pattern embroidered with silver silk thread, and a pair of casual pants in the same color on the bottom. The little girl's style is a puffy short skirt with a circle of thin lace decoration at the hem. The overall look is fashionable and elegant. The other set is khaki in color, using classic plaid elements. The top is a loose shirt style with small ruffles on the collar and cuffs, and the bottom is khaki shorts or skirt. The little boy style shorts also have 2 large flat pockets, which are very individual and give people a casual and fashionable feeling.
There is also a set in dark gray with a cool cartoon motorcycle pattern on the clothes. The top is a hooded sweatshirt with 2 cute little ears as decoration. The lower body is matched with black sweatpants or a black skirt, which looks very handsome and lively.
The shopping guide continued to introduce, "These sets of parent-child clothing are very unique in design. They are suitable for daily travel and will be particularly photogenic when taking photos when going out for fun. Moreover, the fabrics are all selected from high-quality fabrics and are very comfortable to wear. The three of you should put on the little bunny parent-child outfits that Ginghan mentioned just now.
I want to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments.
Bai Rongrong took out her cell phone and arranged for Yifeng and his family of three to change into parent-child outfits.
The three of them nodded and followed Bai Rongrong's instructions and changed into the parent-child outfits that Yi Jinghan liked just now.
Soon, Bai Rongrong took 9 photos and posted them on her Moments, also tagging Wu Feishu. The purpose of her posting this circle of friends was very clear, which was to tell Wu Feishu not to think about taking over someone else's position.
Xinchun, look at this circle of friends. I wonder how Green Tea Jing feels right now.
After posting on WeChat Moments, Bai Rongrong pulled Shen Xingcheng aside, held out her phone and let her take a look.
Chapter 36 Hotel Incident. Rongrong, thank you.
Shen Xingcheng did not respond to Bai Rongrong's words, but instead expressed her gratitude to Bai Rongrong.
We're going to follow each other.
Bai Rongrong smiled slightly, a bright smile on her face.
Just then, Shen Xingcheng's cell phone rang.
She took it out and took a look, and found that it was her secretary Zhao Tian calling.
Boss Shen, this is bad. Our restaurant has been closed down by the health bureau. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhao Tian's anxious voice came over. What? The restaurant was closed down by the health bureau?
Shen Xingcheng was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on her face.
You should know that Marriott Garden Hotel is a 5-star hotel.
Under her management, hygiene is maintained according to the highest standards.
Now it has been sealed off by the health bureau, which is really unbelievable. Shen Xingcheng frowned tightly.
She held the phone and her voice became serious.
She asked, Zhao Tian, what happened? Tell me the details.
Our hotel has always paid great attention to hygiene management.
How could it be closed down? Just now, Vice President Wang brought a group of people to eat. Halfway through the meal, the guest vomited.
The guest was from the health bureau, so they called the health bureau on the spot and sealed off our restaurant.
Zhao Tian didn't hide anything and told everyone what had just happened. I see. I'll rush back to the hotel to deal with it now.
When Shen Xingcheng heard the words Vice President Wang, she immediately understood that it must be Wang Hao who was behind this. A hint of coldness flashed in Shen Xingcheng's eyes. She knew that Wang Hao had always been eyeing her position as general manager and had done many small tricks behind her back. I didn't expect that this time they would resort to such a sinister trick, trying to use the health bureau to destroy the hotel's restaurant, thereby affecting the hotel's reputation and removing her from the position of general manager. As she walked quickly out of the mall, she said to the phone, Zhao Tian, stabilize the scene first, retrieve the relevant surveillance videos and save them, and see if you can find any evidence of what Wang Hao and his men did in the restaurant.
I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xingcheng's face was terribly gloomy.
She secretly swore in her heart that this time she would make sure Wang Hao's conspiracy was completely exposed and make him pay the price for his actions.
Xingcheng, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Shen Xingcheng's face looked strange, Bai Rongrong asked with concern.
Something happened at the hotel.
I have to rush back. Shen Xingcheng did not hide anything and told Bai Rongrong the content of the phone call. Then this matter is serious. We will go to the hotel with you.
Bai Rongrong thought about it and realized that she was a well-known journalist in Jiangcheng and could help if she encountered such a thing.
Okay.
Shen Xingcheng nodded and agreed to let Bai Rongrong go to the Marriott Garden Hotel together.
Yifeng, you and Jinghan accompany us to the Marriott Garden Hotel. The restaurant there has been closed by the health bureau.
Bai Rongrong turned around and came to Yifeng, inviting him to go to the Marriott Garden Hotel.
Good.
The four of them decided to go to the Marriott Garden Hotel together and bought all the parent-child outfits they had just tried on. Bai Rongrong paid the money, handed the bag of parent-child gear to Yifeng, and said, Yifeng, take these.
Let's go to the hotel and check the situation.
Yifeng took the bag, nodded, then hurriedly left Longheng Fortune Plaza with Shen Xingcheng, Bai Rongrong, and Yi Jinghan, hailed a car and rushed to the Marriott Garden Hotel. Along the way, Shen Xingcheng sat in the car with a frown on her face, constantly thinking about what Wang Hao might do and how to deal with the crisis at hand. She was well aware that the closure of the restaurant would have a huge impact on the hotel's reputation, and if it was not handled properly and quickly, the consequences would be disastrous. Bai Rongrong watched Shen Xingcheng's worried look from the side, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her, Xingcheng, don't worry too much.
Let's get to the hotel and find out the situation thoroughly. I will also use my identity as a reporter to help you get some information. I will definitely find a solution.
Shen Xingcheng looked at Bai Rongrong gratefully and said, Thank you, Rongrong.
It's all thanks to you this time. Boss Shen, you're finally back.
Zhao Tian, who had been waiting at the entrance of Marriott Garden Hotel, saw Shen Xincheng appear in front of her and hurried to greet her.
Shen Xincheng walked quickly to Zhao Tian and asked anxiously, Zhao Tian, what's the situation now? Are the people from the health bureau still checking inside? Zhao Tian nodded quickly and responded, Boss Shen, the people from the health bureau are still over at the restaurant, and they have been carefully checking every corner.
I have already retrieved and saved the relevant surveillance videos as you said, and I am waiting for you to come and check them out. Shen Xincheng nodded slightly and said, Well done, Zhao Tian.
Let's go to the restaurant first.
As she said that, she led everyone towards the restaurant. Along the way, when the hotel employees saw Shen Xincheng coming back, they all looked at her expectantly, as if she was the savior who could solve this crisis. When they arrived at the restaurant entrance, they saw that the restaurant had been surrounded by a cordon. 2 staff members from the health bureau were standing at the door with serious expressions. Shen Xincheng stepped forward and said politely, Comrades, I am Shen Xincheng, the general manager of the hotel.
I would like to go in and see the current situation of the restaurant. Is that okay?
One of the staff looked at her and said, Boss Shen, we are still in the inspection stage, so it is not convenient to go in for the time being.
Please wait a moment. We will explain the situation to you after we finish the inspection. Boss Shen, you are great.
Under your wise leadership, our Marriott Garden Hotel's restaurant was sealed off by the Health Bureau for the first time. At this time, Wang Hao came in front of Shen Xincheng and said in a sarcastic tone, Wang Hao, this is your fault. You have been feeling unbalanced because you didn't become the CEO, and you have been doing bad things behind my back. Shen Xincheng was not polite at all and said on the spot that it was Wang Hao who was doing this behind the scenes. Boss Shen, you have no evidence, so if you say that, I'll sue you for defamation. Wang Hao laughed, looking like a smiling tiger. In fact, he was the one who set up this trap. His purpose was very simple. He wanted to force Shen Xincheng to step down and let himself become the president of Marriott Garden Hotel. Shen Xincheng was so angry that she trembled all over after hearing what Wang Hao said. She glared at Wang Hao and said, Wang Hao, don't pretend to be innocent here. Although I haven't got any solid evidence yet, I know very well in my heart that you are definitely involved in this matter.
Do you think you can get away with it forever? Wait until I find the evidence, and you will be in trouble.
Wang Hao still looked indifferent, shrugged and said, Boss Shen, please don't spit blood at me.
I have always been doing this for the good of the hotel. How could I do such a thing?
You should think about how to solve the problem of the restaurant being closed down. After all, this matter has a great impact on the hotel.
If you don't handle it well, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as CEO. Chapter 37 Investigation. You.
Shen Xincheng was so angry that her breathing quickened, and the 2 peaks on her chest rose and fell one after another.
Boss Shen, don't worry about it, it's still mine.
Please solve it quickly, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the director. Wang Hao laughed wildly. He set up this plan today just to make Shen Xincheng resign so that he could become the president of Marriott Garden Hotel. Shen Xincheng suppressed the anger in her heart. She knew that there was no point in arguing with Wang Hao at this moment. The most urgent thing was to find evidence to prove her innocence and restore the hotel restaurant to normal business status. She took a deep breath and said to Wang Hao coldly, Wang Hao, don't think that your conspiracy will succeed. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Then we'll see how you can still laugh. After saying that, she ignored Wang Hao and walked quickly towards the office where the surveillance videos were stored with Bai Rongrong, Yifeng, and Yi Jinghan.
Vice President Wang, they are now in the monitoring room. Should we follow them?
Seeing Shen Xincheng and his men walking towards the monitoring room, a security guard came over and asked in a low voice.
No need. I've already told the people over there. They won't find anything wrong no matter how hard they try. Wang Hao was very proud of himself. In order to set up this trap, he had spent a lot of money and bribed all the security guards in the hotel. Now Shen Xincheng went to the monitoring room but couldn't find anything. Xincheng, the surveillance video seems to be missing for a while. After watching the video, Yifeng spoke to Shen Xincheng. Although, he and Shen Xincheng were divorced and they no longer had any connection. But after all, Shen Xincheng is still Yi Jinghan's mother, and Yifeng doesn't want anything to happen to her. After Shen Xincheng heard what Yifeng said, her heart skipped a beat. She hurried to the computer and checked it carefully. Sure enough, there was a section in the video that was obviously missing, and that period of time happened to be the critical time when Wang Hao and his friends were most likely to tamper with the meal. Xiaoli, what's going on? Why is there no video recording between 11 o'clock and 11:30?
Shin Xingqing called the security guard Xiaoli over and his face became extremely gloomy. Mr. Shin, the equipment happened to trip during that time, and the entire hotel was out of power, so there is no video recording. There was no change in Xiaoli's expression. He followed Wang Hao's instructions and said directly that there was a power outage during that period, so there was no video recording. After listening to Xiaoli's words, Shin Xingqing's eyes were full of suspicion and anger. She snorted and said, Xiaoli, do you think I will believe your words so easily? The equipment tripped? How could it be such a coincidence that it tripped at the critical time when Wang Hao and his friends were having dinner and it was most likely to cause problems, and it only affected this part of the surveillance video? Don't treat me like a fool. Xiaoli felt a little timid, but still said, Boss Shin, this is such a coincidence. The circuit breaker did trip at the time, and we couldn't do anything. After the power supply was restored, the surveillance continued to record. I also find it very strange, but this is the fact. Bai Rongrong frowned and said, Xiaoli, you have to know that the hotel restaurant has been closed down. This is no small matter. If you hide the truth here, you will be in big trouble once it is discovered. If you tell the truth now, maybe you can get a lighter punishment. Xiaoli glanced around secretly, feeling a little hesitant. Wang Hao's threats were still ringing in his ears, but he was also afraid of Shin Xingqiang and the others questioning. He gritted his teeth and said, Boss Shin, I really didn't lie. It was just a power outage. I don't know why there was no recording during that period. Please don't wrongly accuse me. Yifeng stepped forward and said in a serious tone, Xiaoli, don't be so stubborn. There is obviously something fishy about this. You said it was a power outage, so there must be a reason for it. Where are the maintenance records? And how did it happen to affect the monitoring during that critical period? If you explain it clearly now, it's not too late. If we wait until we find out ourselves, you will be in trouble. That's true. If it's a line problem, you can ask Xiaolin and he'll find out. Mr. Shin, let me reiterate that I really did not lie. Xiaoli acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He accepted a bribe of 20,000 yuan from Wang Hao and was not afraid that Shin Xingqiang would fire him. Boss Shin, someone from the health bureau wants you to come over for a moment. At this time, Zhao Tian also came to the monitoring room and asked Shin Xingqiang to go to the hotel front desk. Okay, I understand. Shin Xingqiang nodded and went to the hotel front desk with Zhao Tian. Mr. Shin, problems have been found in your hotel's restaurant. This is an order to suspend business for rectification. I hope you will make improvements immediately according to the above requirements, otherwise there will be more severe penalties. Xiao Wang, a clerk from the health bureau, placed a survey result in front of Shin Xingqiang. When Shin Xingqiang saw the investigation results, she was stunned and her face turned pale. For a moment, she was completely panicked. Boss Shin, now that the restaurant has run into such a serious problem, I think you should resign? Wang Hao jumped out and asked Shin Xingqiang to resign so that he could make way for him. Don't let your imagination run wild. You must be the one behind this. I will prove that there is nothing wrong with the hotel's restaurant. Okay, then it depends on Mr. Shin's ability. If you can prove it, then it's your strength. Wang Hao laughed wildly. Lin Jia, the deputy director of the health bureau, was his childhood friend. He had already spent a large sum of money to bribe Lin Jia. As long as the people from the health bureau insist that there is a problem with the hotel restaurant, it will be useless no matter who Shin Xingqiang asks for help. Shin Xingqiang was too lazy to talk nonsense and started calling people for help, but after making a round of calls, it was all in vain. Xingqiang, why don't I give it a try? I'm a reporter and I know a lot of people. Bai Rongrong left the monitoring room and came to the hotel front desk and started calling for help. But the result was the same as Shin Xingqiang's. He made a lot of calls, but no one could help. Just then, Yi Jinghan's watch phone rang. She took a look and found that it was her classmate Lu Ziyan calling. Purple. Yi Jinghan pressed the answer button and was about to say hello to Lu Ziyan, but she found a white-haired old man appeared on the screen. Little friend, are you Yi Jinghan? Well, Grandpa, I'm Yi Jinghan, who are you? Oh, I'm Lu Ziyan's grandfather, my name is Lu Zhang, do you have any crystal cakes? Lu Zhang showed a kind smile on his face, looked at Yi Jinghan and asked. At the kindergarten food festival, Lu Ziyan took an extra piece of crystal cake back for him to eat. Lu Zhang is a foodie. After eating the crystal cake, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Chapter 38 Mr. Lu.
Grandpa Lu, do you want to eat crystal cake?
Yi Jinghan looked at Lu Zhang and asked.
Well, the crystal cake your father made is so delicious.
When Grandpa Lu's mother was alive, she often made this kind of crystal cake for me to eat. Speaking of this, Lu Zhang thought of his mother and his heart couldn't help but feel warm.
If you want to eat crystal cake, you have to let my dad make it, but my dad is not at home now, so he can't make it for you.
Yi Jinghan shook her head and told Lu Zhang honestly that Yi Feng was not at home now, so she couldn't make crystal cake.
Then where are you now? Grandpa Lu will take Ziyin to find you?
We're at my mom's hotel, the Marriott Garden Inn, so if you want to come over, come on over.
Little Jinghan, see you later.
Lu Zhang smiled slightly, waved at the screen, and hung up the phone.
Hanin, who called you just now?
At this time, Yi Feng came to Yi Jinghan and asked.
Oh, it's Grandpa Lu. He said he wanted to eat crystal cake, so I asked him to meet us at the hotel. Grandpa Lu, who is that? Oh, he's my classmate Lu Ziyin's grandfather. Nu. Yi Feng nodded.
He was very anxious and wanted to find someone to help him, but after looking through the address book in his mobile phone, he found that there was no one who could help him.
He frowned, feeling helpless and anxious.
He knew the seriousness of the closure of the hotel restaurant, and understood the huge pressure Shen Xingcheng was facing at the moment, but he seemed to be unable to help.
At this moment, an old man in a tang suit came up to Yi Jinghan and asked, "Excuse me, are you little Yi Jinghan?" Grandpa Lu, hello. Grandpa Lu, you're here, why don't you see Lu Ziyin? Yi Jinghan looked up at Lu Zhang, glanced around, but did not see Lu Ziyin. Jinghan, I'm here.
At this time, Lu Ziyin poked her head out from behind Lu Zhang and made a face at Yi Jinghan.
Excuse me, who is Mr. Yi Feng? Lu Zhang glanced around the front desk and asked everyone. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng walked up to Lu Zhang and revealed his identity. Friend Yi Feng, your crystal cake is really good. Could you make some more so that I can enjoy it?
Yi Feng looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry.
There are some problems at the hotel right now. I'm afraid I can't make you crystal cake right away. I will make it for you after I'm done with this. Please bear with me. Lu Zhang frowned slightly and asked, Oh? What happened in the hotel? You all look very serious.
Yi Feng sighed and said, Mr. Lu, this is the case.
The hotel's restaurant has been closed down by the health bureau.
We are struggling to find a solution right now, so we really don't have the energy or the time to make crystal cakes.
Lu Zhang was surprised when he heard this.
He said, This Marriott Garden Hotel is a 5-star hotel.
Why is it closed? Is there any serious hygiene problem?
Yi Feng was about to explain when Shen Xingcheng stepped forward and said, Mr. Lu, this is not a hygiene problem of our hotel.
Someone is deliberately doing this to ruin the hotel's restaurant and affect the hotel's reputation, so as to achieve his ulterior motives. Lu Zhang nodded.
He had been to the restaurant of the Marriott Garden Hotel before and was familiar with the place, so he walked over. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then followed with Yi Jinghan.
That's great. The hygiene is definitely up to standard.
Lu Zhang walked around the restaurant and touched every place in it, and finally found that it was spotless.
Where did this old man come from? Get out of here right now.
At this time, Wang Hao stood up, came to Lu Zhang, pointed at the door of the restaurant, and told him to get out. Lu Zhang was shocked by Wang Hao's sudden rude behavior.
He frowned, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and said, Young man, how can you talk like that? You are so uneducated. I'm just walking around this hotel and taking a look. How am I bothering you?
Wang Hao, however, looked arrogant and snorted, Humph, you old man, this restaurant is now closed. No outsiders are allowed to enter.
Didn't you see the cordon? You are still wandering around here, leave quickly, and don't make trouble here. I think this place is very clean. Why do people from the health bureau come here to seal it off?
Lu Zhang's face darkened and he turned to look at Wang Hao, an aura of power without anger bursting out from his body.
What do you mean by random sealing? The notice ordering rectification was issued by Deputy Director Lin. Could it be random sealing? Wang Hao pointed at the notice ordering rectification at the gate and said in a cold voice.
This Lin Jia is getting worse and worse. He just closes the store for no reason. I think we need to investigate him thoroughly. Having said this, Lu Zhang waved his hand and called Yi Feng over.
Friend Yi Feng, I'll help you remove this notice. How about you make me some crystal cakes? Mr. Lu, are you able to withdraw this notice ordering rectification? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. He never expected Lu Zheng to be so domineering. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he withdrew the rectification notice issued by the health bureau. Where did this crazy old man come from, coming here to brag? Someone, throw this crazy old man out. Wang Hao shouted and prepared to have Lu Zheng thrown out. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 security guards came up to him, bowed, and prepared to throw Lu Zheng out of the hotel. Who among you dares? Yi Feng stood up and stood in front of Lu Zheng. The 2 security guards were stunned for a moment. They recognized Yi Feng and knew that Yi Feng was Xin Qingqing's husband. Now with Yi Feng standing in front of them, the 2 security guards did not dare to attack Lu Zheng directly. You useless freeloader, I advise you to leave immediately, or I will get rid of you too. Wang Hao stood up, pointed at Yi Feng and said unceremoniously, then turned around and glared at the security guard, saying, What are you guys standing there for? Aren't you going to do anything? Vice President Wang, he is President Shen's husband. We don't dare. The 2 security guards looked at each other. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to attack Yi Feng. Yi Feng is Xin Qingqing's husband. If he were to complain to Xin Qingqing, they would lose their jobs. You know, the salary at Marriott Garden Hotel is much higher than other places, and they don't want to lose their jobs. Yi Feng, my friend, you haven't answered my question just now? If I can help you remove this rectification notice, how about you help me make crystal cakes? Lu Zheng had a calm expression on his face. He came in front of Yi Feng and asked him. Chapter 39 The Taste of Mother. Okay. Yi Feng nodded. Although Lu Zheng said he would help withdraw the health bureau's rectification notice, he still didn't quite believe it and agreed to Lu Zheng's request. You old fool, you are so shameless that you even want to withdraw the notice from the health bureau. Who do you think you are? I advise you to be sensible, otherwise I will let you know how powerful I am. Wang Hao laughed wildly, thought for a moment, and prepared to send people to deal with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng ignored him, took out his cell phone and made a call. Lin Jie, I don't care where you are now, get to the Marriott Garden Hotel right now. After the call was connected, Lu Zheng said a few words briefly and hung up. Old man, you are really good at pretending. Deputy Director Lin is such a busy person. Do you think he will come just by calling him? Wang Hao thought Lu Zheng was showing off and shook his head, finding it ridiculous. Lu Zheng just glanced at Wang Hao indifferently and did not respond to his ridicule. Instead, he stood there calmly, as if he had everything planned out. Mr. Lu, whether you can get this notice removed or not, I will make crystal cake for you. Yi Feng walked up to Lu Zheng, feeling grateful for his bravery. Lu Zheng just glanced at Wang Hao indifferently and did not respond to his ridicule. Instead, he stood there calmly, as if he had everything planned out. He nodded slightly and said, Young friend Yi Feng, don't worry. Since I dare to do this, I must be confident. This deputy manager Lin, if he dares not come, he will have a hard time in the future. Wang Hao, who was listening to Lu Zheng's words, burst into laughter again and said, old man, just keep blowing your trumpet. I want to see where you can put your face if no one comes later. As Wang Hao laughed, time passed by minute by minute. Not long after, there was a sudden sound of a car braking outside the hotel lobby. Everyone turned around and saw a black car suddenly stopped at the hotel entrance. The door opened and a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out of the car. It was Lin Jie, the deputy director of the health bureau. Lin Jie hurriedly walked into the hotel lobby and looked around. When he saw Lu Zheng, his expression changed slightly. He quickly walked forward and said respectfully, Dad, why are you here? I was scared when you called me. I thought something terrible had happened. When Wang Hao, who was standing aside, heard Lin Jie calling Lu Zheng dad, he was stunned. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth opened wide for a long time. He never thought that Lu Zheng, whom he had ridiculed and ignored, was actually the father of Lin Jie, the deputy director of Lin. At this moment, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and he felt extremely regretful. If he had known that Lu Zheng had this relationship, he should not have been so arrogant just now. But it was too late to say anything now. Lu Zheng looked at Lin Jie, his face still gloomy, and said, Lin Jie, you came quite quickly. Let me ask you, on what basis did you seal off the restaurant of the Marriott Garden Hotel? When Lin Jie heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at the people around him, then at Wang Hao, and immediately understood something. He quickly explained, Dad, I received a report that the restaurant here has serious hygiene issues, so I followed the procedures to seal it off. Lu Zhang snorted coldly and said, "Humph, serious hygiene issues? Open your eyes and take a good look. This restaurant is very clean. How can there be any hygiene issues? I think you are being taken advantage of and you don't even know it." After hearing this, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Jie's forehead. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Dad, I am also following the regulations. When I receive a report, I have to come here to check. If there is really a problem, I have to seal it up and rectify it." Lu Zhang looked at him coldly and said, "Lin Jie, don't play dumb with me. I know what you're thinking. You said you received a report, but who was the one who reported it? Have you verified the situation? You just closed down the restaurant of this 5-star hotel based on one side of the story. Aren't you just messing around?" Lin Jie was speechless after hearing what Lu Zhang said. He looked at Wang Hao for help, but Wang Hao didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. Lu Zhang continued, "Lin Jie, I called you here today because I want you to explain this matter clearly in front of everyone. If you can't explain it clearly, Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to sit firmly in your position as deputy chief." When Lin Jie heard this, he became even more flustered. He hurriedly said, "Dad, I'll go check it again right now. If there's really no problem, I'll immediately revoke the seizure notice. Is that okay with you?" Lu Zhang glanced at him and said, "Humph, that's better. Go check it out quickly. If I find out that you are still fooling around, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Jie nodded repeatedly, then hurried towards the restaurant with a few of his men, ready to re-inspect. After a while, Lin Jie came to Lu Zhang, lowered his head, and said, "Dad, there is indeed no problem. I was wrong. If Lin Jie wants to continue to climb up now, he has to rely on the connections of his father-in-law Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang dared to call him to come over, so he must have checked it in advance. If he still dares to insist that there is something wrong with the hotel restaurant, then his career will be over." Lu Zhang's expression did not ease much after hearing what Lin Jie said. He said seriously, "Humph, it's good that you know you're wrong. Don't you think about it? Marriott Garden Hotel is a high-class place. They always pay attention to hygiene management. How could they have such serious hygiene problems that they have to be closed down? You are too careless and don't use your brain. You were easily taken advantage of and almost ruined the reputation of the hotel." Lin Jie nodded timidly and said, "Dad, it's my fault. I will pay more attention next time. I was really negligent this time. I issued a notice of closure without verifying the situation. I will revoke the notice and let the restaurant resume business." Wang Hao, who was standing aside, was as pale as paper, and his body was trembling slightly. He knew that he was completely finished. He had originally planned to use the health bureau to destroy the hotel restaurant and bring down Shen Xingcheng so that he could take over. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhang suddenly appeared and completely shattered his plot. "Friend Yifeng, can you borrow the hotel's kitchen to make me some crystal cakes? I'm really craving for them. To be honest, the crystal cake you make tastes exactly the same as the one my mother makes." After solving the problem in the restaurant, Lu Zhang smiled slightly and asked Yifeng. Chapter 40 Team Building. "Okay." Yifeng nodded and continued, "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. I will ask the hotel staff." "Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Lu, I have settled the restaurant issue. Now I need to borrow the hotel's kitchen to make some crystal cakes. Is that okay?" "What, the restaurant issue has been resolved?" When Zhao Tian heard Yifeng's words, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. She walked around the restaurant and found that the notice ordering rectification had been revoked by the health bureau, and she was overjoyed. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. I will go ask Mr. Shen." Zhao Tian smiled slightly, turned and walked towards Shen Xingcheng's office. Arriving at Shen Xingcheng's CEO's office, she knocked lightly on the door. "Come in." As soon as there was a knock on the door, Shen Xingcheng's voice came from inside. Zhao Tian pushed the door open and walked in, coming in front of Shen Xingcheng. "Boss Shen, Mr. Yi wants to use the kitchen to make crystal cakes. Is that okay? Can I borrow the kitchen? Isn't the restaurant sealed by the health department?" Shen Xingcheng looked at Zhao Tian with confusion. Obviously she had not had time to learn the latest situation of the restaurant's unsealing. Zhao Tian quickly explained with a smile, "Boss Shen, the restaurant's problem has been solved. I just saw at the restaurant that the health bureau has rescinded the notice ordering rectification. Now the restaurant can operate normally."
Mr. Yi said he wanted to borrow the kitchen to make crystal cakes for Mr. Lu, so I came to ask for your opinion.
What? The notice ordering rectification has been revoked. How is this possible?
Shen Xingqing shook her head, not believing that the restaurant's problems had been solved. Yes, it was Yi Feng who asked Mr. Lu for help. Mr. Lu is the father-in-law of Deputy Director Lin. As soon as he came, he asked Deputy Director Lin to revoke the notice.
You said that Yi Feng solved this problem?
Well, Mr. Shen, Mr. Lu just said that he came here to help solve the problem for Mr. Yi Feng's sake. Zhao Tiantian nodded and simply repeated what Lu Zhang had just said to her.
Yi Feng, you helped me a lot.
Shen Xingcheng was stunned. She had always thought that Yi Feng was just a househusband and was of no help to his career. But now it seems that she was totally wrong. Yi Feng was like a treasure. The more she came into contact with him, the more surprises she felt. Shen Xingqing sat on the chair, dazed for a moment, her mind constantly thinking about her past views of Yi Feng, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at her previous one-sided understanding. She stood up and said to Zhao Tian, go tell Yi Feng that I am very grateful for his help this time. Tell him to go to the kitchen and make crystal cakes with peace of mind.
Be sure to entertain Mr. Lu well. Zhao Tian responded, then turned around and quickly left the office to convey Shen Xingqing's words to Yi Feng.
Shen Xingqing paced back and forth in the office, thinking about how to express her gratitude to Yi Feng when she saw him later. At the same time, she remembered that in order to help solve the problem, Bai Rongrong returned to the TV station and asked the director to help. She quickly sent a text message to Bai Rongrong on her mobile phone, saying that the restaurant problem had been resolved. She knew very well that Yi Feng played a crucial role in the hotel restaurant's ability to resolve the crisis so smoothly this time. If it weren't for his relationship with Mr. Lu, it was unknown how long this matter would have lasted and how much loss the hotel would have suffered. Not long after, Zhao Tian came to where Yi Feng and the others were, and said to Yi Feng with a smile, Mr. Yi, Miss Shen asked me to tell you that she is very grateful for your help this time.
Let you make crystal cakes with peace of mind. You must entertain Mr. Lu well.
Okay, please pour a cup of hot water for Mr. Lu and the two children. Yi Feng nodded, asked Zhao Tian to bring 3 cups of water, and then he went into the kitchen and started making crystal cakes. An hour later, Yi Feng had already made 30 crystal cakes in the kitchen. After hanging them in the kitchen for a while, he took out a packing box and packed all the crystal cakes into it.
Mr. Lu, this is crystal cake. If you want to eat it in the future, feel free to come to my house and you can also taste my cooking skills. Young friend Yi Feng, thank you very much.
Lu Zhang took the crystal cake from Yi Feng and left the Marriott Garden Hotel with Lu Zian. At this time, Zhao Tian came to Yi Feng again and said, Mr. Yi, Miss Shen wants you to go to her office.
Okay, I'll be there now. After saying that, Yi Feng brought Yi Jinghan to Shen Xingqing's office.
Yi Feng, thank you so much for what happened today, otherwise I would not be able to keep my position as CEO. Seeing Yi Feng coming to the office, Shen Xingqing quickly expressed her gratitude. Mr. Lu was so kind-hearted and willing to help just now, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Yi Feng did not take all the credit on himself, but explained the cause and effect of the matter. Anyway, it was your crystal cake that brought Mr. Lu here.
I have to thank you for that.
At this point, Shen Xingqing turned her gaze to Yi Jinghan and said, Hanin, my mother's company is going to have a team-building event.
We can bring our families this time. How about we go to the beach this time?
Okay, I've always wanted to go to the beach, but I've never been there. But if Dad doesn't go, I won't go.
I want to accompany him.
Yi Jinghan really wanted to go to the beach, but if Yi Feng didn't go, she wouldn't go.
Shen Xingcheng couldn't help but smile after hearing what Yi Jinghan said.
She looked at Yi Feng with some expectation in her eyes and said, Yi Feng, Hanin wants to go to the beach so much, why don't you go with us for this team building?
Just relax and have a good time as a family. Yi Feng was a little hesitant.
After all, he and Shen Xingcheng had divorced. Although they had more interactions and understanding in solving the hotel-restaurant crisis this time, he still felt a little awkward going to participate in the company team building together. Shen Xingcheng seemed to see Yi Feng's concerns, and she hurriedly said, Yi Feng, don't think too much, just think of it as Hanin's. She wants to go to the beach with you so much, you can't bear to let her down.
Besides, this team building is just for everyone to relax, there's nothing too particular about it, just think of it as accompanying Hanin on a trip, okay?
Yi Jinghan also ran to Yi Feng, took his hand, and said coquettishly, Dad, please come with us, okay?
I think it will be very happy to go to the beach with you and Mom.
That's right, neither of us played with Hanin together, so how about giving me a chance? Shin Xincheng looked at Yi Feng with an expectant expression on her face. Chapter 41: The Elder's Visit. Yi Feng looked at Yi Jinghan's expectant eyes, his heart softened, and he finally nodded and said, "Okay, since Hanin wants to go so much, then I will go with you, but I will just accompany Hanin to play, and I won't participate in anything else." When Yi Jinghan heard this, she jumped up with joy and cheered, "That's great, Dad agreed, we can go to the beach together." Shin Xincheng also showed a happy smile and said, "That's great, Yi Feng. This team building is scheduled for the weekend of next week. I will send you the specific itinerary at that time, so you should prepare in advance. By the way, I also have to notify the company's employees and let everyone prepare well. This time you have to relax and reward everyone for their hard work during this period." After saying that, Shin Xincheng picked up her phone and began sending messages to the heads of various departments in the company, notifying them about team building matters. "Well, there's nothing else to do now, so Hanin and I will go back." "Good." Shin Xincheng nodded and called Zhao Tian in. "Boss Shin, what's the matter?" Tian, help me take them downstairs." Shin Xincheng pointed at Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan and said, "Okay, Mr. Shin." Zhao Dian was right in front, sending Yi Feng and Yi Jinghan downstairs. After leaving the Marriott Garden Hotel, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan back to the Zijin Garden community. "My precious granddaughter, little darling Hanin, do you miss Grandpa?" As soon as I reached the gate of the community, Shin Juanhao and Li Suqin came to meet me. "Dad, Mom, why are you here without sending a message?" When Yi Feng saw Shin Juanhao and Li Suqin, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. "We are looking after the children. There is no need to send a message about this. We came early so that we can inspect the environment of the community. If the environment is not good, I will buy you a villa." As the granddaughter of Shin Juanhao, the living environment must be good. Shin Juanhao is a successful entrepreneur who has very high requirements for living conditions. He knows that the environment can seriously affect a person's growth. "Grandpa, what do you think of our neighborhood?" Yi Jinghan came in front of Shin Juanhao and asked with a smile. "Yes, this community is good, the people there are of high quality, and it is close to the school, which is very good." After speaking, Shin Juanhao leaned over and hugged Yi Jinghan in his arms. "Dad, Mom, since you're here, come sit at my house and have dinner. I'll cook you some of my favorite dishes." Yi Feng warmly invited Shin Juanhao and Li Suqin with a sincere smile on his face. After hearing this, Shin Juanhao laughed and said, "Okay, it's a good opportunity for me to try your cooking skills and see if there's any improvement." As he said that, he hugged Yi Jinghan and followed Yi Feng home with Li Suqin. Along the way, Yi Jinghan chattered in Shin Juanhao's arms, telling her grandparents everything that happened in the hotel, such as the restaurant being closed down, Grandpa Lu's help, and going to the beach for team building, etc. "Xiaofeng, Xincheng also called me about the hotel matter, and I also looked around for friends, but no one was able to help. Now that you have helped solve it, I, as a father, really have to thank you." In fact, Shin Xincheng had called Shin Juanhao before, and Shin Juanhao asked everyone for help, but no one could help. Now that he knew Yi Feng had helped solve the problem, he became even more determined to let his daughter remarry Yi Feng. You have to know that in their eyes, Yi Feng is a golden son-in-law and he cannot be abducted away by others. Xincheng, after all, she is Hanin's mother. As long as I can help, I am willing to help. Yi Feng smiled slightly, although his relationship with Shin Xincheng was not very good, or even could be said to have no feelings at all. But Shin Xincheng is Yi Jinghan's mother after all. If Shin Xincheng encounters any problems, Yi Feng will step forward to help without hesitation. Yi Feng's words made Shin Juanhao and Li Suqin look at each other. They saw the determination in Yi Feng's eyes, and they felt more admiration for the son-in-law. Li Suqin smiled and said, "Xiaofeng, it's right for you to think so. No matter what happened between you and Xincheng in the past, now that Hanan is here, you are a family. And this time the incident at the hotel also showed us that you really care about Xincheng and this family." Shin Juanhao also nodded and said, "Yes, Xiaofeng, there may have been some misunderstandings in the past that caused you two to take a detour. But now that we have the opportunity, let's all look forward. I believe that as long as you two are willing, you will definitely be able to live a happy life together." Yi Feng just smiled and didn't say anything else. He knew in his heart that matters of the heart are not so easy to explain. Although he and Shin Xincheng did have different interactions and feelings regarding the incident at the hotel this time, that doesn't mean they can go back to the way they were before, or get back together smoothly. Soon, the group arrived at Yi Feng's home. "Dad, Mom, you guys go ahead and cook. I'll buy some food first." After inviting Shen Juanhao and Li Suqin to sit on the sofa, Yifeng took out his mobile phone and bought some vegetables through the app.
Dad, Mom, are you here for something? After buying the vegetables, Yifeng looked at Shen Juanhao and Li Suqin and asked.
Xiaofeng, we are all family, so I won't beat around the bush. I want Qingqing to live with us so that he can mend his relationship with Hanin. Hanin drew a picture for Old Man Bai.
Everyone is in the picture except Qingqing.
I'm afraid that as time goes on, the relationship between Qingqing and Hanin will deteriorate, and I'm afraid Qingqing will have problems. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed from Li Suqin's eyes. Earlier, when she learned that the painting Yi Jinghan gave to Bai Bijing did not include Shen Qingqing, she cried at home for a whole night.
This.
Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He thought that after moving out of the Yanshuijian villa, he would not have much interaction with Shen Qingqing. Unexpectedly, less than a month after moving out, the father-in-law and mother-in-law let their daughter live in their house.
Xiaofeng, is this difficult? Seeing that Yifeng hadn't replied, Shen Juanhao laughed and asked.
I have no problem with that, but I don't know what Hanin thinks.
Yifeng smiled slightly.
In his mind, there was no problem for Shen Qingqing to live here, but he had to ask Yi Jinghan's opinion first.
Hanin, come here for a moment. Grandpa wants to ask you something. What's wrong, Grandpa? Yi Jinghan was originally playing on the balcony.
When she heard Shen Juanhao's words, she came to him.
Mom, I want to move in and live with you guys, okay? Shen Juanhao and Li Suqin looked at Yi Jinghan with expectant expressions on their faces. Chapter 42, Living Together Again. Okay.
Yi Jinghan nodded and agreed to let Shen Qingqing move to Zijin Garden without any hesitation.
You are truly my grandfather's precious granddaughter.
After hearing Yi Jinghan's words, Shen Juanhao's heart was immediately relieved. Dad, Mom, you guys play with Hanin first.
I'm going to the kitchen to fix it. We'll have a couple of drinks tonight. Okay, then we won't go home until we're drunk tonight.
Shen Juanhao was in a good mood, so he asked Yifeng to take out all the good wine in the house and prepared to get drunk.
Yifeng smiled and responded, then turned and walked into the kitchen to get busy.
He first sorted out the ingredients one by one, thinking about which specialties to make in the evening to pair with the wine, so that his father-in-law and mother-in-law would eat and drink happily.
Shen Juanhao and Li Suqin were playing with Yi Jinghan in the living room.
Yi Jinghan was showing her new paintings to her grandparents, and telling them interesting stories from kindergarten, making the 2 old people laugh. The living room was filled with a warm and cheerful atmosphere.
Just then, the doorbell rang. Grandpa, the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door.
Hearing the doorbell, Yi Jinghan jumped off the sofa and went to open the door.
Aunt Feishu.
Seeing Wu Feishu standing at the door, Yi Jinghan shouted and invited her in.
Uncle Shen, Aunt Li.
After arriving in the living room, she saw Shen Juanhao and Li Suqin sitting on the sofa, and she quickly greeted them.
Xiaoshu, please sit down and have a cup of tea.
Seeing Wu Feishu, the experienced Shen Juanhao quickly invited her to sit down.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Shen. Wu Feishu sat opposite Shen Juanhao and asked, Uncle Shen, Aunt Li, what's the matter with you coming here today?
Oh, Hanin said she wanted Qingqing to live here.
We are trying to persuade Qingqing to move in.
Shen Juanhao smiled slightly and said that it was Hanin who wanted Shen Qingqing to move in instead of Shen Qingqing wanting to move in.
What?
Wu Feishu was stunned for a moment.
She never thought that Shen Qingqing actually wanted to move here from Yanshuijian Villa. She thought for a moment and confirmed again, Sister Qingqing, are you really going to move in?
Originally, she moved to Unit 606 so that she could be closer to home. If Shen Qingqing lived in room 605, she would have lost a move, because after all, only by living in room 605 can one truly be close to the water.
Shen Juanhao nodded and said, yes, Xiaoshu, this matter has basically been settled. Hanin has agreed.
Now we just have to wait for Qingqing to arrange a time to move in.
Wu Feishu was a little flustered.
She forced a smile and said, This is good. This way, the family can live closer and take care of each other. I didn't expect it to be so sudden.
I thought Sister Qingqing was living well in Yanshuijian Villa. Li Suqin smiled and said, Xiaoshu, this is also for Hanin's consideration.
The child wants to live closer to her mother, and we, as elders, must try our best to satisfy her. Besides, the environment of Zijin Garden is also good, and it is quite comfortable to live in.
Wu Feishu was secretly thinking in her heart, she had finally moved to this place, thinking that she could have more opportunities to interact with Yifeng, and maybe she could slowly get into his heart,
but now if Shin Qingcheng moved here, the situation would be different. She couldn't just watch her plan fall through. At this moment, Yifeng poked his head out of the kitchen and saw Wu Feishu. He was slightly startled and then said, "Feishu, you are here. It's a good time for us to have dinner together tonight. I am cooking some of my specialties." Wu Feishu quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother Yifeng. I'm welcome. But I've already eaten a little before coming here, so I just need to eat less." As she spoke, she sat down again, but her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the kitchen, wondering how to deal with this sudden situation. "Xiao Shu, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a few more drinks tonight." Shin Juanhao smiled slightly. He naturally knew Wu Feishu's intention of moving to room 606, which was to snatch Yifeng away. Of course, Shin Juanhao would not allow this kind of thing to happen. "Okay, even if I'm drunk, I live in unit 606, just let Xiaohan take me there." Wu Feishu smiled slightly, but she was thinking in her heart how to win this battle. "Okay, the food is ready, let's eat." After Yifeng prepared all the dishes, he went to the living room and called everyone to the dining room to eat together. Everyone stood up and walked towards the restaurant. The table was already filled with dishes that Yifeng had carefully prepared, which were delicious and fragrant. Yifeng poured wine for Shin Juanhao and himself first, and then poured drinks for Li Suqin and Wu Feishu, and said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't be polite. I just made a few dishes." Shin Juanhao picked up the wineglass and said to Wu Feishu, "Xiao Shu, come, let's have a drink first. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We need to have a good chat today." After that, he drank it all in one gulp. Wu Feishu had no choice but to pick up the wineglass and responded with a smile, "Okay, Uncle Shin, then I'll toast to you." After that, she took a small sip of wine. She didn't want to get really drunk, and she had to keep a clear mind to deal with the next situation. Li Suqin picked up some food for Yi Jinghan and said, "Hanin, eat more of this. Your father made this especially for you." Yi Jinghan happily ate the food, her mouth full, and said incoherently, "Thank you, Grandma, my dad's cooking is the best." Everyone was eating and chatting, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious, but Wu Feishu was still thinking about Shin Qingcheng's move-in, and was a little absent-minded. She would steal a glance at Yifeng from time to time, thinking about how to get closer to Yifeng before Shin Qingcheng moved in, or how to create some opportunities to make Yifeng feel differently about her. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Yifeng quickly got up and walked to the living room to open the door. Alluring. Seeing Shin Qingcheng standing at the door, Yifeng showed surprise on his face. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Shin Qingcheng smiled sweetly and shook the roast duck she had just bought in her hand. "Come in." Yifeng came back to his senses and quickly welcomed Shin Qingcheng in. "Dad, Mom, I'm here, please save some of your delicious food for me." As Shin Qingcheng spoke, she walked into the restaurant and greeted everyone with a smile. When Shin Juanhao saw his daughter coming, his face immediately filled with smiles, and he said, "Hey, Qingcheng, we were just thinking about you, come and sit down, the meal hasn't started for long, there are a lot of dishes, I will definitely save some for you." He said this, but he was actually sending a message to Shin Qingcheng, asking her to come to Yifeng's house for dinner. Li Suqin also smiled and said, "Yes, Qingcheng, please sit down and eat something. The dishes made by Yifeng are delicious. Try them." Wu Feishu looked at Shin Qingcheng coming in. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she still had a smile on her face and said, "Sister Qingcheng, you are here. This roast duck looks delicious. You have to eat more later." Chapter 43 Care. "Okay." Shin Qingcheng looked at Wu Feishu. Although she disliked Wu Feishu, the green tea bitch, in her heart, she pretended to be polite on the surface. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and both Yifeng and Shin Juanhao, the father-in-law and son-in-law, were drunk. "Auntie, you and Sister Qingcheng go and have some rest. Let me clean up here." Wu Feishu stood up from her seat and asked Li Suqin and Shin Qingcheng to rest on the sofa. "No need. It doesn't make sense to ask a guest to clean up. You can go and rest. I'll clean up here." Shin Qingcheng smiled slightly and began to act as the master. "Sister Qingcheng, if you take a break, you might break the bowl again, that would be terrible." "It's okay, you'll learn it after falling a few more times." Shin Qingcheng smiled slightly and was not angry because of Wu Feishu's words. "Yes, Xiaoshu, go and have a rest. We are the masters here." At this time, Li Suqin also stood up and spoke a word for her daughter. "Okay, in that case, I'll go back first." Wu Feishu knew that she couldn't wash the dishes today, so she had to get up and return to room 606, the house she had just rented. Xingcheng, go inside and take care of Xiaofeng.
He drank quite a bit of wine just now. I take care of Yifeng?
Xingcheng widened her eyes. She never thought that her mother would ask her to take care of Yifeng. Of course, if you want to get Xiaofeng back, you have to put yourself in the right position.
As his wife, he's drunk now. If you don't take care of him, who will?
Li Suqin rolled her eyes at her daughter, curled her lips, and told her to go to the bedroom quickly to take care of Yifeng. Xingcheng was speechless for a moment after hearing what her mother said. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but she felt that her mother's words seemed to make some sense. Although she and Yifeng have divorced, they were once husband and wife after all, and now her parents are hoping that they can remarry. It seems that taking care of the drunk Yifeng is indeed what she should do.
Okay, Mom, I get it.
I'll go take care of him right away.
Xingcheng finally nodded, got up and walked towards the bedroom.
When Xingcheng came to the bedroom and saw Yifeng lying on the bed drunk and unconscious, a complex emotion surged in her heart. They used to be so close, but later they parted ways for various reasons. Now facing such a scene again, it feels like a lifetime ago. She sighed softly, walked to the bed and sat down, took a wet towel, and carefully wiped Yifeng's forehead, trying to make him feel more comfortable. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly vomited, and all the vomit was on Xingcheng's body. Xingcheng was stunned for a moment. She had never expected such a situation to happen. Her body was covered with vomit and the unpleasant smell instantly spread. But she quickly came to her senses. Although she felt a little helpless, she did not dislike him at all. After all, the drunk man in front of her was her husband whom she once loved deeply, and also Yi Jinghan's father. She gently put down the wet towel in her hand, not caring about the dirt on her body, and hurriedly got up to get a basin and placed it beside the bed to prevent Yifeng from continuing to vomit. Then he took some tissues and gently wiped the corners of Yifeng's mouth, saying softly, "Yifeng, you drank too much.
Look what you've done to yourself."
Yifeng seemed to hear Xingcheng's voice in his daze, but he just responded with a few hums and no signs of waking up. At this moment, Yi Jinghan heard the noise and ran in. Seeing her mother was dirty and her father was still vomiting, she burst into tears and shouted, "Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Why are you so dirty?" Xingcheng hurriedly comforted her, "Hanin, be good, don't cry, Daddy is just drunk and vomited, Mommy is fine, we will clean it up soon."
"Can you go out first? It's dirty here, don't make yourself dirty too."
Yi Jinghan shook her head and said stubbornly, "No, I want to take care of Dad with Mom."
"I'm not afraid of getting dirty."
Xingcheng was touched when she heard this. She touched Yi Jinghan's head and said, "Good girl, Hanin, you are so good. Then you just stand here and don't get too close.
Wait for Mommy to take care of Daddy first."
After half an hour of effort, Xingcheng finally dealt with Yifeng, changed into a set of clean clothes, and turned to walk out of the bedroom door.
"Xingcheng, what are you doing out here?"
As soon as she reached the door, her mother Li Suqin blocked her way and asked her daughter.
"I'm going to sleep in the second bedroom."
"Your father and I are sleeping in the second bedroom."
"How are you sleeping?"
Li Suqin shook her head, indicating that she had just put Shen Juanhao on the bed and he was sleeping soundly.
"Then I'll sleep in that room."
Xingcheng thought for a moment and pointed to the remaining bedroom.
"Hanin and I are sleeping in that room. There is no place for you."
Li Suqin shook her head, indicating that the room was where she and her granddaughter Yi Jinghan slept.
"Mom, where should I sleep tonight?"
Xingcheng was completely stunned, with a confused look on her face.
"Just go back to sleep and it'll be over."
Li Suqin pointed to Yifeng's room and asked her to go back and sleep with Yifeng. Xingcheng's eyes widened when she heard what her mother said. She said in disbelief, "Mom, how can this be possible?
Yifeng and I are already divorced, how can we still sleep together?"
Li Suqin said seriously, "What's wrong with that? You two are originally husband and wife, and now you are just separated temporarily.
Besides, how can Yifeng be so drunk without someone to take care of him?
Just think of it as considering his health, sleep here tonight and take good care of him." Xingcheng wanted to refute again, but seeing her mother's unquestionable look, she swallowed the words back. She knew in her heart that her mother was determined to bring her and Yifeng together, but this was too sudden and she was not mentally prepared yet.
Yi Jinghan was listening to the adults' conversation.
Although she didn't quite understand what was going on, she knew they were talking about Mom and Dad sleeping, so she said, "Mom, you can sleep with Dad.
This way you can take better care of him. I'll sleep with Grandma and won't disturb you."
Xingcheng looked at her daughter's innocent eyes, feeling helpless again.
She sighed and said, "Okay, Mom, Hanin, I'll listen to you, but this is just a special case tonight." After saying that, Shen Xingqing turned around and slowly walked back to the bedroom. Looking at Yifeng, who was still drunk lying on the bed, her heart was in turmoil. She closed the door gently, walked to the bed and sat down, thinking to herself that tonight had been quite a tiring night. First, she had to deal with Wu Feishu's little thoughts during dinner, then she had to take care of the drunk Yifeng, and now she had to sleep in the same room with him. All of this caught her off guard. She sat on the edge of the bed for a while, then got up and got a blanket, ready to spend the night on the sofa next to the bed. After all, although she agreed to let her mother sleep here, she still felt it was too awkward to sleep in the same bed with Yifeng, who was already divorced. Just as she lay down on the sofa and prepared to rest, Yifeng turned over in bed and muttered, "Xingqiang, don't leave me." When Shen Xingqiang heard this, her heart trembled violently. She didn't know whether Yifeng was talking in his sleep or really had such thoughts in his mind, so she hurried to the bed. She sat quietly on the sofa, looking at Yifeng on the bed, her mind constantly recalling every little detail of their past together. Those beautiful memories were intertwined with the subsequent quarrels and conflicts, making her mood even more complicated. In a daze, Shen Xingqing fell asleep next to Yifeng. Chapter 44, Sharing a Bed. The next day, just after dawn, a ray of sunlight came in through the window and shone on Yifeng's bed. At this time, Yifeng woke up from the bed. He turned around and was stunned because he saw Shen Xingqing sleeping next to him. "What's going on?" Yifeng blinked, patted his forehead, and began to recall what happened last night. Yifeng tried hard to search for fragments of memory from last night in his mind. He remembered that he and his father-in-law Shen Juanhao drank a lot of wine, and what happened afterwards was a little vague. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to vomit, and then there seemed to be someone taking care of him, but he couldn't remember why Shen Xingqiang was sleeping here. He rubbed his aching head and got out of bed carefully, fearing to wake up Shen Xingqiang. Looking at Shen Xingqiang's peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but feel a complex emotion. He tiptoed to the window, looked at the rising sun outside, trying to clear his mind and sort out his confused thoughts. He thought, how should he face Shen Xingqiang when she wakes up? It would be bad if she misunderstood this matter, but what happened last night? How did it turn out like this? Just as he was standing by the window and daydreaming, Shen Xingqiang on the bed gradually moved. She turned over and opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the scene in the room and Yifeng standing by the window, she was stunned for a moment. The memories of last night instantly flooded into her mind, and her face turned red. "Yifeng, I was originally sleeping on the sofa, how come I ended up sleeping on the bed?" Shen Xingqiang was completely stunned. Yesterday she was thinking of sleeping on the sofa, but she never expected that she would end up sleeping on the sofa with Yifeng. I'm going out first." Yifeng was afraid that both of them would feel embarrassed staying in the bedroom, so he quickly found an excuse and walked to the living room. "Xiaofeng, wake up. Come and drink a cup of salt water. It's good for your health." Seeing Yifeng coming into the living room, Shen Juanhao, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, hurriedly called out to him to come over and drink some salt water. "Dad, you're awake too." Yifeng nodded and sat opposite Shen Juanhao. "Xiaofeng, do you feel that Xingqiang has changed?" After Yifeng sat down, Shen Juanhao asked. "What?" Yifeng was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Shen Juanhao meant. "Yesterday, both my father-in-law and I were drunk. Your mother took care of me for one night, and Xingqiang took care of you for one night. Let me tell you, this is the first time Xingqiang has taken care of someone since she was a child." As Shen Juanhao spoke, he took a sip of tea, a hint of relief in his eyes. Yifeng was slightly stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that this was Shen Xingqiang's first time taking care of someone. Recalling the somewhat vague memory of last night, there was indeed someone who was taking good care of me. It turned out to be Shen Xingqiang. "Xiaofeng, I think if possible, you and Xingqiang should remarry. I feel like your divorce was just a joke, and now Xingqiang is starting to regret it." This. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to respond to Shen Juanhao's words. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Just then, Shen Xingqiang walked out of the bedroom, came to the living room and sat down next to Shen Juanhao. Nothing, I was just chatting with my dad." Yifeng smiled slightly and did not tell Shen Xingqiang about the conversation just now. "Yeah, we were just chatting." Shen Juanhao smiled slightly. Yifeng didn't agree just now. He knew that Yifeng had not agreed to this matter yet and he could not force him, otherwise it would be counterproductive and the result would not be worth the effort. The atmosphere in the living room was a little subtle for a moment.
Shin Xincheng seemed to have noticed something, but did not ask much. She just picked up an apple on the table and began to peel it slowly. Shin Juanhao looked at Yi Feng, then at Shin Xincheng, and secretly thought that he had to find a suitable time to persuade them both. He smiled and broke the dull atmosphere, saying, "Oh, I drank a lot last night.
I'm still a little dizzy now. But I haven't had such a good drink in a long time. It's better to drink with you, Xiaofeng." Ha ha.
Yi Feng also followed up the conversation and said, "Yes, Dad, I did drink a little too much last night, but it was quite fun to drink and chat with you. It's just that you, Mom, and Xincheng have worked hard to take care of us."
"Dad, Xincheng, you guys take a rest.
I'll go prepare breakfast now." Yi Feng took another sip of salt water, stood up from the sofa, and walked towards the living room.
Shin Juanhao nodded and said, "Okay, Xiaofeng, thank you for your hard work. I'm a little hungry."
Shin Xincheng also raised her head and looked at Yi Feng, and said, "Then let me help you. It will be faster if two of us do it." As she said that, she put down the half-peeled apple in her hand and stood up. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, Xincheng, you were also tired from taking care of me last night, just rest here for a while, I can do it alone."
"All right."
Shin Xincheng is now starting to become proactive, but not very proactive. Seeing that Yi Feng doesn't let her go to the kitchen to help, she no longer insists. Soon, Yi Feng prepared breakfast and brought it to the dining room.
After finishing breakfast, Yi Feng woke up Li Suqin and Yi Jinghan. After breakfast, Shin Juanhao and Li Suqin left Zijin Garden Community and returned to Yun Shuijian Villa. "Yi Feng, I have to go to work now. I'll trouble you to take care of Hanin."
Shin Xincheng changed her shoes and turned to Yi Feng, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea.
"Good."
Yi Feng nodded, turned around and waved goodbye to Shin Xincheng. Shin Xincheng looked at Yi Feng's calm face and felt a little disappointed, but she also knew that their relationship was still very delicate and it was not good to say anything more. She took a deep breath, turned around and walked out of the house. Yi Feng sat on the sofa, looking at the empty door, feeling a little emotional. What happened in the past few days was like a dream, from the crisis in the hotel restaurant, to the subtle changes in the relationship between him and Shin Xincheng, to the awkward yet emotional sharing of the same bed last night. Everything seemed so unreal yet so real. He turned to look at Yi Jinghan, who was playing with toys nearby, and said with a smile, "Hanin, Mommy is going to work, Daddy will play with you today, what do you want to play?" Yi Jinghan put down the toy in her hand, ran to Yi Feng, climbed onto his legs, and said, "Dad, I want to draw."
"Can you draw with me?"
Yi Feng smiled and patted her head, saying, "Okay, then Dad will get you some drawing paper and a paintbrush, and we'll paint here."
Chapter 45 Teacher Tian. Ding ding ding.
As I walked into the study, my cell phone rang. He quickly picked it up and took a look, and found that it was an unfamiliar number.
"Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Fengye?"
After pressing the answer button, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone.
"I'm Yi Feng, who are you?"
"Mr. Yi, your calligraphy competition has entered the semi-finals. Please prepare your new work so that you can participate in the competition."
"My work entered the semi-finals?"
Yi Feng was stunned for a moment before he remembered that he had written the 8-word study hard and make progress every day to participate in a calligraphy competition.
"Yes. Okay, I understand." Then, the two hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng thought for a while and decided not to paint today.
He planned to continue teaching Yi Jinghan calligraphy. "Hanin, let's continue learning calligraphy today." "Good."
Yi Jinghan nodded and began to learn calligraphy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After hearing the sound, Yi Feng quickly got up and opened the door.
"Rong Rong."
Seen by Rong Rong standing at the door, Yi Feng showed surprise on his face. "Yi Feng, help is needed, I need your help with something." Bai Rong Rong cupped her hands, with a pleading expression on her face.
"What's wrong? Can you accompany me to the class reunion?"
Bai Rong Rong smiled slightly. She came to see Yi Feng today because she wanted him to accompany her to the class reunion.
"Class reunion? Isn't it appropriate for an outsider like me to attend your class reunion?" "It's appropriate, because I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend."
It turned out that Shin Xincheng boasted in the WeChat group of her college classmates that she would bring her boyfriend to the class reunion on that day.
Until now, she is still single, so how could she have a boyfriend?
With no other choice, she asked Yi Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her to the class reunion.
"What about Hanin?"
Yi Feng was stunned for a moment.
Today was the weekend. If he went to attend Bai Rongrong's class reunion, there would be no one to take care of Yi Jinghan. That's easy.
I've already told Xincheng that Zhao Tian will come to pick her up and take her to the Marriott Garden Hotel. Bai Rongrong explained with a smile that she had already considered Yi Jinghan's problem and had discussed the arrangements with Xincheng in advance. After hearing this, Yi Feng felt a little more at ease, but he was still a little hesitant. After all, it felt quite awkward to pretend to be someone else's boyfriend and attend a class reunion.
He scratched his head and said, Rongrong, I've never pretended to be your boyfriend before. What if I get caught? Besides, why don't you find someone else? Why do you have to find me?
Bai Rongrong walked forward, took Yi Feng's arm, and said coquettishly, Brother Yi Feng, please help me.
I have no choice. I boasted in the class group before.
If I don't bring a boyfriend now, it will be so embarrassing.
And it's not suitable for me to find someone else. I trust you. You are a good person and reliable. As long as you cooperate a little, you will definitely not be exposed.
Yi Feng smiled helplessly and said, Okay, since you said so, I will help you this time. But we have to make it clear that it will only be a pretend act, so don't create any other misunderstandings. Bai Rongrong nodded repeatedly and said happily, Don't worry, Brother Yi Feng, I know, I just want to save face in front of my classmates, I won't cause you any trouble. At this moment, Yi Jinghan ran over, took Yi Feng's hand, and asked, Dad, where are you going?
Aren't you going to play with me?
Yi Feng squatted down, looked at Yi Jinghan, and said gently, Hanin, be good.
Daddy is going to accompany Aunt Rongrong to participate in an event. Aunt Zhao Tian will come to pick you up to take you to Mommy's place later. Then you can play with Mommy, okay?
Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Feng reluctantly, but nodded sensibly and said, Okay, then Dad, you have to come back soon.
I will miss you.
Yi Feng touched her head and said, Well, Dad will be back soon, Hanin, be good.
Not long after, Zhao Tian arrived at Zijin Garden Community and rang the doorbell.
Yi Feng opened the door, saw Zhao Tian, and said, Zhao Tian, thank you for your help.
I'll leave Hanin to you.
Zhao Tian smiled and said, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will take good care of Hanin, you can go to the event with peace of mind. Then, Bai Rongrong brought Yi Feng to the door, got into her BMW sedan and drove towards the Zhengcheng Ring Expressway.
Rongrong, where are we going?
Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Seeing her drive onto the ring road, he didn't know where she was going. We will have our class reunion at our teacher's home, which is near the 3rd ring road.
Bai Rongrong gave a brief explanation and continued driving.
20 minutes later, the car got off the ring road and arrived at the door of a villa in the countryside.
Bai Rongrong parked the car and brought Yi Feng to the entrance of the villa.
After arriving at the gate of the villa, Yi Feng saw 3 big characters Yamatsai written on the gate.
Yi Feng, this is the home of our calligraphy teacher Tian. Let's go in and say hello to him. As Bai Rongrong spoke, she walked forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened and an energetic old man appeared at the door. It was their calligraphy teacher Tian Yu. Teacher Tian, long time no see.
I'm Bai Rongrong and this is my boyfriend Yi Feng.
We're here to attend the class reunion and come to see you.
Bai Rongrong said with a smile, and at the same time gently pulled Yi Feng's arm, motioning him to cooperate. Yi Feng quickly smiled and nodded, saying, Hello, Teacher Tian, I have heard of you for a long time. Teacher Tian looked at Yi Feng, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he soon smiled and said, Oh, it's Rongrong, come in, come in.
And this Xiaoye, welcome, welcome. Bai Rongrong and Yi Feng followed Teacher Tian into the villa. As soon as they entered the door, they could smell a faint scent of ink.
There were many calligraphy works in the living room, some of which had been framed and hung on the wall, and some were still spread on the table.
It seemed that Teacher Tian often practiced calligraphy here.
Teacher Tian asked them to sit on the sofa, and then said, Rongrong, you haven't come to see the teacher for a long time.
I thought you forgot about me, an old man. Bai Rongrong said a little embarrassedly, Teacher Tian, what were you talking about? I'm busy, but I've always been thinking about you.
I took the opportunity of the class reunion to come and see you.
Teacher Tian laughed and said, Okay, I'm just saying that. By the way, Xiaoye, I heard Rongrong say that you are her boyfriend. Do you like calligraphy too?
Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes, Teacher Tian, I also like to write and cultivate my sentiments.
Chapter 46 Calligraphy Competition. You know calligraphy?
Just then, an impolite voice came from the 2nd floor of the villa.
The next second, a spirited young man wearing Armani clothes and Adidas sneakers came in front of Yi Feng.
The energetic young man glanced at Yi Feng with a look of contempt on his face.
Rong, I think you should kick your boyfriend out right away and let me be your boyfriend. How about that?
After despising Yifeng, the spirited young man came to buy Rong again.
Li Jun, I've already told you that I don't have any feelings for you. Please stop bothering me, okay?
Bai Rong rolled her eyes at Li Jun, an expression of impatience on her face.
Didn't you say that your boyfriend should be good at calligraphy? With his appearance, do you think he can be good at calligraphy?
It turned out that Li Jun was Bai Rong's crazy pursuer. In order to discourage Li Jun from pursuing him, Bai Rong said that her boyfriend had to be good at calligraphy, otherwise there would be no relationship. For this reason, Li Jun became madly obsessed with calligraphy. Finally, he became a disciple of teacher Tianyu and began to practice calligraphy hard.
My dear friend, do you know calligraphy? A little bit. Hearing teacher Tianyu's question, Yifeng smiled slightly and simply replied with 2 words. Teacher Tian became interested and said, "Oh? That's a coincidence. I just wrote a piece of calligraphy and haven't signed it yet. Xiaoye, come over and help me take a look and give me some advice." Yifeng's heart tightened. He didn't expect that teacher Tian would suddenly do this. Although he usually writes, he was a little nervous in front of this calligraphy master. But he couldn't refuse, so he stood up and walked to the table, carefully examining the calligraphy. After looking at it for a while, Yifeng said, "Teacher Tian, your calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, the structure is rigorous, and the overall momentum is magnificent. It is really great. I think the signature can be slightly lower, so that the whole layout can be more harmonious and the focus of the calligraphy can be highlighted. With your level, you dare to comment on teacher Tian's calligraphy. I don't know who gave you the courage." Before Tianyu could reply, Li Jun on the side looked down on Yifeng again. Tianyu glanced at Li Jun, he is already old now. Now, in his eyes, Li Jun's words were just 2 kids quarreling with each other, so he just smiled and didn't say much. "Boy, do you have the guts to compete with me? If you lose, please get out of here quickly. Today is our college reunion, and you are not welcome here." Li Jun looked at Yifeng provocatively, with his arms folded across his chest, looking so arrogant as if he was sure that he would win. Bai Rong got anxious when she heard this. She stepped forward and said, "Li Jun, don't go too far. This is a class reunion, not a place for you to act wildly. Why do you let Yifeng go? Besides, today is a class reunion, why would we compete in calligraphy?" Bai Rong didn't know how good Yifeng's calligraphy was, and was afraid that he would lose to Li Jun, which would be troublesome. "Okay, let's compete, but what if you lose?" During this period, Yifeng taught Yi Jinghan calligraphy at home. His calligraphy skills have reached a legendary level. If he is second to none in the whole Jianshan, no one dares to claim to be first. "Okay, if you win, there's $100,000 on this card, you can take it." Li Jun took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it on the table. "Okay, it looks like I'm going to make $100,000 for nothing at today's class reunion. This class reunion is really worth it." Now Yifeng needs money to buy a house, and Li Jun says he will give him 100,000 if he loses. This kind of behavior is like providing timely help. "Yifeng, do you really want to compete?" Bai Rong was stunned for a moment. She never thought that Yifeng would accept Li Jun's challenge. Yifeng looked at Bai Rong, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her. "Rong, don't worry, I know what's going on. This Li Jun is very aggressive. If I don't fight back, he will probably go even further to harass you in the future. Besides, I still have confidence in my calligraphy." Bai Rong was still a little nervous after hearing this, but she knew that Yifeng was right, so she nodded and said, Well, brother Yifeng, you better be careful. Li Jun has been learning from teacher Tian for so long, so he must be quite capable." Yifeng smiled slightly and said, "Well, I know, don't worry." At this time, other students also gathered around, and everyone was full of curiosity and anticipation for this sudden competition. After all, on weekdays people just get together to chat and reminisce, and competitions as tense as this one are rare. Teacher Tianyu sighed helplessly when he saw this and said, "Since you have all decided, let's get started. As usual, each of you write a piece of calligraphy and I will judge the quality. I hope you can all do your best and don't forget what I just said, whether you win or lose, you must maintain your demeanor." Li Jun walked to the desk first and adjusted his state again. He took a deep breath, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and his eyes were full of ruthlessness, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction through this brush and ink. This time he wrote the 4 characters, and he wrote each stroke with extra force.
Although the brushwork was a bit stiff, it could be seen that he has indeed made some progress in learning from teacher Tian during this period, and the overall momentum has been created very well. After finishing, Li Jun proudly showed the words to everyone and deliberately glanced at Yifeng, as if to say, "See how you can surpass me." Yifeng's expression remained calm. He walked slowly to the desk and stood there for a moment, letting himself completely immerse in the atmosphere of writing. Then, he gently picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. His movements were graceful and calm, like flowing clouds and running water. He began to write with his pen tip touching the rice paper. He wrote the 4 characters "The sea accepts all rivers" in an elegant and freehand style, with the strokes flowing naturally and smoothly, and the structure is well arranged. Each stroke seems to contain a tolerance of all things, and the whole work exudes an extraordinary charm. When everyone saw Yifeng's calligraphy, they couldn't help but exclaim again. Those students who were optimistic about Li Jun also showed surprise and admiration at this moment. They didn't expect Yifeng's calligraphy to be so outstanding. When Li Jun saw this, his face suddenly turned ugly. He knew in his heart that he would definitely lose based on the comparison between the 2 pieces of calligraphy. But he still said stubbornly, "Humph, the result is not out yet, and teacher Tian has not made a judgment yet. Maybe teacher Tian prefers my vigorous and powerful style." Teacher Tian Yu walked forward and carefully examined the works of the 2. He first looked at Li Jun's work, nodded slightly, and said, "Li Jun, your calligraphy has indeed improved. The brushwork is vigorous and full of momentum. It can be seen that you have put a lot of effort in it." When Li Jun heard this, a hint of pride immediately appeared on his face, and he did not forget to look at Yifeng provocatively. Teacher Tian Yu turned to look at Yifeng's calligraphy again, his expression becoming more serious. He carefully examined every stroke and every structure. After a while, he raised his head and said slowly, "Yifeng's calligraphy is elegant and free, the structure is harmonious and natural, and the charm is unique, showing the artistic conception of calligraphy to the fullest. In terms of calligraphy attainments, Yifeng's calligraphy is better." Everyone was shocked when these words came out. Li Jun's face turned pale instantly. He stood there blankly, unable to believe that he had lost, and lost so completely. Bai Rongrong's face was filled with surprise. She ran to Yifeng excitedly and said, "Yifeng, you are awesome. I knew you could do it. Li Jun, give me the money. You have lost the game now." Bai Rongrong was not polite to Li Jun at all. She turned around and helped Yifeng to ask for the 100,000 yuan prize. Chapter 47 Cooking Competition. "Here, I'll just give this money as a reward to a poor guy." Li Jun snorted coldly, picked up the bank card on the table and threw it in front of Yifeng. Yifeng smiled slightly, picked up the bank card and put it in his pocket. "Teacher, is your wife here today?" Bai Rongrong ignored Li Jun and turned to Tian Yu and asked. "Oh, your wife went to see his brother. His brother got some crystal cakes from somewhere recently and asked her to go back and eat them with him, saying that they tasted like their mother." Hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and thought of Lu Zhang in front of him. "Okay, now that the students are here, let's get started. It's rare that everyone gives me face and comes to my house for a class reunion." Tian Yu put down the brush in his hand and asked everyone to walk towards the restaurant. His villa was built on the edge of the 3rd ring road and occupied a very large area, so the restaurant was also very large. Soon, the group arrived at the restaurant under the leadership of teacher Tian Yu. There is a long dining table in the restaurant, which is filled with various delicious dishes, exuding tempting aroma. Teacher Tian Yu stood at one end of the dining table and said with a smile, "Students, please don't be polite. I specially asked you to prepare these. Please enjoy them." The students thanked him one after another, and then found their own seats to sit down. Bai Rongrong took Yifeng to sit near teacher Tian Yu, while Li Jun sat farther away from them, sulking alone, not even paying attention to the food on the table. While eating, everyone started talking about their experiences and current situations over the years. Some students talked about their achievements at work, while others shared interesting stories from their family life. For a moment, the restaurant was filled with laughter. Bai Rongrong also enthusiastically told everyone about some interesting things that had happened to her recently. Yifeng occasionally interjected a few words, and they cooperated well. At this time, Li Jun stood up and said to everyone, "Teacher Tian, classmates, in addition to learning calligraphy, I have also been studying cooking. How about I show you my cooking skills today and cook a few specialties for you to enjoy? Okay, with your mediocre skills, don't come out and embarrass yourself." Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Li Jun, not believing that his cooking skills could be that good. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on me because I'm poor. My cooking skills are already very good now.
Li Jun laughed wildly, looking very conceited.
Don't look down on the poor youngster.
Who do you think you are?
Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Li Jun again, thinking he was an idiot.
Mr. Yi, how about we have another competition? If your cooking skills are better than mine, I will lose another 100,000 to you, how about that? It's only 100,000. Let's not compete. Yi Feng's cooking skills are so good that even if you were tied together, you still wouldn't be able to beat him.
Before Yi Feng could say anything, Bai Rongrong on the side refused on his behalf. Now that Li Jun dared to compete in cooking skills, she would not be polite and was ready to trick Li Jun.
So how much do you say? 500,000.
Bai Rongrong thought for a moment and spread out her right palm. When Li Jun heard that he wanted 500,000, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and showed a hint of hesitation on his face. After all, this is not a small amount of money. He was already very distressed when he lost 100,000 in the calligraphy competition just now.
If he loses 500,000 again, he will really feel the pain for a long time. But when he looked at Bai Rongrong's provocative eyes and thought about how he lost to Yi Feng in calligraphy just now, the unwillingness in his heart came up again. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, 500,000 is 500,000. I don't believe I can lose to him a second time. Today I must let you know how powerful I am.
Yi Feng smiled helplessly. He actually didn't want to participate in this kind of dispute, but since Bai Rongrong had already said so much, and Li Jun was so aggressive, he couldn't back down, so he said, since you are so confident, then fine, I will play with you. But let's make it clear in advance that no matter whether you win or lose, you have to accept the loss and don't cheat and refuse to admit it.
Li Jun snorted and said, don't worry, I, Li Jun, always keep my word. I'm not like some people who would just hide behind a woman like a coward. Teacher Tianyu was watching the situation from the side, frowned slightly, and said, you two young people, why are you competing with each other again? Class reunions are supposed to be a place for everyone to get together and have fun, so don't let this make things unhappy again. Other classmates also echoed and advised Li Jun and Yi Feng not to be too serious. After all, it was just a class reunion and winning or losing was not that important. But Li Jun, Bai Rongrong, and Yi Feng were all competing with each other at this moment, and no one was willing to give in. So, everyone followed Li Jun and Yi Feng to the kitchen of the villa. This kitchen was also very spacious and bright, with all kinds of kitchen utensils neatly arranged. Li Jun walked to the stove first, put on an apron, and said confidently, Humph, today I'll let you taste my specialty sweet and sour carp. I've been practicing this dish for a long time, I guarantee you'll be full of praise. As he spoke, he began to prepare the ingredients. His movements were quite skillful and it was obvious that he had really put a lot of effort into practicing his cooking skills. Yi Feng calmly observed the layout of the kitchen and the ingredients for a while, thinking about what dish to cook. After a while, he smiled, put on his apron, and started to prepare. He planned to make his best dompa pork, which he often made for Yi Jinghan and his family, and he was very confident in his cooking skills. Bai Rongrong and other classmates were watching at the kitchen door. Everyone was curious about who would win the cooking competition. After all, the calligraphy competition just now was exciting enough, and they wondered what the result of this cooking competition would be. As the sounds of pots and pans colliding and cooking sizzling came from the kitchen, the dishes were gradually taking shape under the hands of Li Jun and Yi Feng. Li Jun's sweet and sour carp was the first to come out of the pan. The fish was fried golden and crispy, and topped with the tempting sweet and sour sauce. It exuded bursts of sweet and sour aroma and looked very appetizing. Li Jun proudly brought the fish to the table nearby and said, Humph, look at my dish, it's delicious and fragrant, you'll be jealous of it later. Not long after, Yi Feng's dompa pork was ready. The pieces of dompa pork were bright red in color, soft and tender, and melted in the mouth. The rich meat aroma mixed with the unique seasoning filled the entire kitchen. Yi Feng also brought the dompa pork to the table and said, this dompa pork is my specialty. I hope you like it. Looking at these two dishes that were very different in style but both very tempting, everyone couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, not knowing how to judge which one was better. Seeing this, Teacher Tianyu smiled and said, in that case, let's stick to the old rules. Let's taste the food together and then judge it based on our own feelings. Everyone has one vote, and whoever gets the most votes will be the winner. So, the students came forward one after another, took chopsticks and started to taste the two dishes. Chapter 48, Getting the Heart. Li Jun, Yi Feng won again. The final result of the vote was that Yi Feng had 10 more votes than Li Jun. You. Li Jun gritted his teeth.
In order to pursue Bai Rongrong, he practiced calligraphy and cooking skills hard. He never expected that he lost both competitions to Yifeng. Li Jun, take the money, and I hope you won't bother me again in the future. Bai Rongrong stretched out her hand towards Li Jun again. Now that Yifeng had won, the 500,000 yuan must be taken back. Here, I'll just consider it as a way to ward off disaster today. Li Jun snorted coldly, took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it into Bai Rongrong's hand. Bai Rongrong smiled sweetly and handed the bank card to Yifeng.
Li Jun, do you want to compete again? My boyfriend is better than you in every aspect.
Bai Rongrong clicked her tongue a few times and spoke provocatively. Li Jun glanced at Bai Rongrong, gritting his teeth, but did not respond to her.
Okay, stop competing. Let's start catching up with our classmates now.
In order to avoid hurting the relationship among the students, Teacher Tian Yu stopped them from continuing the competition. Just then, the sound of a car shutting down was heard from the gate of the villa. The next second, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Lu Wan walked in with her granddaughter Tiangua.
Master's wife, you are back.
Seeing Lu Wan and Tiangua coming in from outside, Bai Rongrong hurriedly went up to them and called out to them enthusiastically.
Rongrong. Lu Wan smiled slightly and nodded. Master's wife, have you eaten yet? Would you like to come over and have something to eat? I'm done eating, you guys just eat. I'm a little tired today, I'm going upstairs to rest. Grandma, I want to play with Aunt Rongrong. Tiangua pounced on Bai Rongrong as soon as he saw her. Usually Bai Rongrong often goes to Tian Yu's home and has a very good relationship with Tiangua. Come here, Aunt Rongrong, hug me. Bai Rongrong leaned over and hugged Tiangua. What are you playing?
Looking at the little guy tapping the screen non-stop, Bai Rongrong asked curiously.
I'm playing Snatch Hearts. Now everyone in my class likes to play this game, but the game is a little tricky at the end. I haven't been able to complete it for a long time. Tiangua shook his head.
Recently, the class has started to play the intelligence game called Catch the Red Heart. The more levels one passes, the higher one's ranking will be, and one will become the coolest guy in the class.
Just then, Tiangua's watch phone rang.
It was a call from her classmate Zhang Yang.
Tiangua, I passed level 57. If you still can't pass it tomorrow, then I will be the best person in the class. After the call was connected, Zhang Yang's smug look appeared on the screen.
Humph, Zhang Yang, don't be so proud.
I will pass it tonight, and tomorrow I will let you know who is the best. After hearing what Zhang Yang said, Tiangua's little face puffed up with anger, and she said unconvincingly. Bai Rongrong looked at Tiangua's cute and stubborn appearance and couldn't help laughing. She said, Tiangua, is this game hard to pass? How about Aunt Rongrong help you?
Tiangua's eyes lit up, and he quickly handed the phone to Bai Rongrong, saying, Okay, Aunt Rongrong, you must help me pass the level. I don't want Zhang Yang to get carried away. Bai Rongrong took the phone, looked at the game interface of Skillful Heart on the screen, and studied it carefully. This game is indeed a bit complicated, and it requires a lot of logical thinking and strategy to pass it smoothly. Yifeng and Li Jun, who were standing by, were still immersed in the atmosphere of the competition, but were now attracted by the movement from Tiangua's side. Seeing the game and the phone, Yifeng couldn't help but be stunned, because Win the Heart was developed by him. The original intention of developing this game is to train children's thinking ability. Don't worry, Xiao Tiangua, Uncle Jun is here. I will definitely complete all the games for you tonight. Li Jun came to him. He had been playing games since he was a child and was quite talented in games. You, with your underdeveloped cerebellum, want to complete the game. Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Li Jun, not believing that he could complete the game. Uncle Li Jun, if you can pass the level, I will give you this white rabbit candy. Tiangua took out 4 white rabbit candies from his pocket and placed them in front of Li Jun. At this time, Li Jun thought for a moment, turned to look at Yifeng, and said, Teacher Tian doesn't want us to compete, so let's not compete. But we can play a game to see who has a higher IQ. You want to compete with me in this game? Yifeng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. You know, this game was developed by him and he could pass every level easily. Yes, this time we are only competing in IQ, not anything else. Li Jun nodded. He felt very embarrassed after losing 2 games in a row. Now he is preparing to defeat Yifeng in the game, so that he can appear to be smarter than Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Li Jun's unwilling look and wanted to get back at the opponent. He felt a little funny, but he nodded and said, Okay, since you want to compete, then compete.
But this game is not as simple as you think.
Bai Rongrong hugged Tianguo and said with a pout, Li Jun, don't cheat again if you lose.
Don't make excuses when the time comes. Li Jun glared at Bai Rongrong and said, Humph, I would cheat? I will definitely win this time, just wait and see.
Tianguo clapped his hands excitedly in Bai Rongrong's arms and said, okay, then you guys start competing quickly.
I want to see who is better.
So, everyone sat together, ready to watch the special game showdown. Bai Rongrong handed the phone to Tianguo and said, Tianguo, you be the referee, let's see who can clear more levels faster, Uncle Yi or Uncle Li Jun. Tianguo took the phone, her little face flushed, and she said seriously, okay, Aunt Rongrong, I will definitely be a good referee.
Whoever loses is not allowed to cry.
Li Jun and Yifeng sat on their own, staring intently at their mobile phone screens, ready to start challenging the game levels.
As Tianguo gave the order, start,
the two quickly began to operate on the screen. Li Jun was full of confidence at the beginning. Relying on his experience of playing games since childhood, he quickly moved the blocks and tried to take out the red heart as soon as possible. But after a few levels, he encountered difficulties.
The layout of some levels was too complicated.
He tried several times but failed to pass the level successfully. Yifeng seemed much more relaxed. After all, this was a game he developed himself, and he knew every key point of each level. His fingers slid flexibly across the screen, and red hearts were taken out successfully, and levels were easily broken through one after another.
His speed was obviously much faster than Li Jun's.
Bai Rongrong and Tianguo, who were watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in amazement and laughed at their performance from time to time.
Wow, Uncle Yi is so amazing.
He has already passed so many levels.
Tianguo said with sparkling eyes and a face full of admiration. Huh, why is Li Jun still stuck there? It looks like he's going to lose. Bai Rongrong also laughed and teased.
When Li Jun heard their words, he became more and more anxious, and his hands became a little flustered. However, the more anxious he was, the more difficult it was to pass the level, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Just when Yifeng had successfully passed more than a dozen levels and Li Jun was still struggling to overcome a certain level, Li Jun finally couldn't help it, threw his phone on the table, and said, Humph, there must be something wrong with this game, otherwise why is it so difficult?
You must have set it up on purpose, Yifeng, you are cheating. Chapter 49 Seeking Death.
Your brain is not working, and now you blame others. Before Yifeng could say anything, Bai Rongrong on the side became unhappy and immediately retorted.
Uncle Yifeng, you are amazing. You have reached level 34 in no time.
Watching Yifeng pass the level smoothly, Tianguo, who was standing beside him, had stars in his eyes and a look of admiration on his face. After hearing Bai Rongrong's retort, Yifeng couldn't help but smile, and said with a smile, Tianguo, this game is not that difficult as long as you master the trick. You see, just move the blocks like this, cleverly avoid those traps and obstacles, and you can successfully take out the red heart. As he said, he quickly operated a few more times on the screen of his mobile phone and successfully passed another level, causing Tianguo to exclaim in amazement. Bai Rongrong also nodded and said, Yes, Tianguo, you should watch how Uncle Yi plays more often.
When you play by yourself in the future, you will be able to be as good as Uncle Yi. By then, you will definitely surpass Zhang Yang and become the best person in the class.
Tianguo nodded vigorously, her little face flushed, and said, Yeah, I will definitely study hard. I want to be as good as Uncle Yi and beat Zhang Yang tomorrow.
Yifeng touched Tianguo's head and said gently, Okay, Tianguo is so smart, he will definitely learn it quickly.
But don't be too anxious when playing games, take your time and think more about how to move each step.
Wrong.
At this moment, Li Jun suddenly exclaimed, with an expression of surprise on his face.
What's wrong? You can't be defeated, so you want to cheat again.
Bai Rongrong rolled her eyes at Li Jun with a look of disgust on her face. This game, Cheating the Heart, was developed by Yifeng.
If I compete with him in this game, wouldn't that be courting death?
At this time, Li Jun saw the signature in the lower right corner of the game and realized that Yifeng was the developer of the game.
If I compete with the game developer in playing this game, how can I possibly win?
Li Jun's shout attracted everyone's attention, and everyone saw a line of words written in the lower right corner of the game.
Game developer, Yifeng. Yifeng, did you really develop this game?
Bai Rongrong was stunned for a moment, and her understanding of Yifeng was refreshed again. Yifeng is not only good at cooking and painting, but now he can also develop games.
Yifeng scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Well, I developed it. Actually, I just wanted to make a small game that can exercise children's thinking ability.
I didn't expect it to be so popular. Bai Rongrong's eyes were full of surprise. She smiled and said, "Wow, Yifeng, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you to have this ability. This game is well designed. It is fun and can exercise your brain. No wonder Tianguo and the others like to play it so much." Tianguo, who was listening, jumped up excitedly, took Yifeng's hand and said, "Uncle Yifeng, you are awesome. Can you teach me how to develop games? I also want to develop fun games that everyone will like to play." Yifeng smiled and touched Tianguo's head, saying, Tianguo, you are still young now. When you grow up, study hard, and master a lot of knowledge, you can try to develop games. Developing games is not an easy thing, you need to know a lot of things." Li Jun, who was standing by, was annoyed. He muttered, "If I had known that you developed this game, I wouldn't have competed with you. It's obvious that I'm going to lose. Everyone said you were not smart, but you didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? If you're good enough, why don't you develop a game?" Bai Rongrong had a sarcastic look on his face. He knew that Li Jun studied liberal arts, and if he wanted to develop a game, it would be impossible unless the sun rose from the west. Li Jun's face flushed red after hearing Bai Rongrong's ridicule. He wanted to refute but didn't know how to start. He could only stammer, "You, don't look down on me. Although I majored in liberal arts, I'm not incapable of doing anything." Bai Rongrong snorted disdainfully and said, "Then why don't you show us how to do it? If you have the ability, you can develop a game and let everyone play it, so that we can see what you can do." Li Jun was very angry, but he also knew that he really had no ability in this area. He could only glare at Bai Rongrong fiercely, then turned his gaze to Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, you are lucky this time. If we compete with others, I may not lose. Okay, with your current state, nothing can compare to Yifeng's." Bai Rongrong smiled slightly. In her eyes, Li Jun was nothing. "Uncle Yifeng, you are so amazing. You have reached level 58 in no time. I am better than Zhang Yang. I'll give you all these big white rabbits." As she spoke, Tianguo gave all the white rabbit candies in her hand to Yifeng, and finally gave him a kiss. "Xiao Tianguo, Uncle Li Jun has also tried hard, but there is not even one candy left?" "No, I've reached level 55, and you're only at level 30. How dare you ask me for candy?" Tianguo stuck out her tongue with a look of disgust. After hearing what Tianguo said, Li Jun's face turned even redder. He said in a shy and annoyed manner, "Little girl, it's just a few levels of difference, what's the big deal?" Yifeng smiled and touched Tianguo's head, saying, "Tianguo, Uncle Li Jun was also trying hard to play just now. Although he is not as good as you, he is also worthy of encouragement. Why don't you give Uncle Li Jun a candy as well?" "Okay, for Uncle Yifeng's sake, I'll reward you with a white rabbit." Tianguo was very reluctant, so he took out another white rabbit candy from his pocket and placed it in front of Li Jun. "I don't want it anymore. I heard that Tianguo gave me a white rabbit coffee just for Yifeng's sake." He was always confident and strong-willed, so he didn't ask for the white rabbit candy immediately. "Don't worry, I won't give it to you." Tianguo snorted coldly and put the white rabbit back into his pocket. Li Jun's refusal made the atmosphere a little awkward, and everyone was silent for a while. Seeing this, Bai Rongrong patted Tianguo's shoulder gently and said, "Tianguo, Uncle Li Jun might be embarrassed to ask for it. It's okay. Let's continue playing games or talking about something else fun." Tianguo nodded and snuggled into Bai Rongrong's arms again, muttering softly, He didn't want it himself, and I don't want to give it to him." Li Jun's face turned pale and then red. At this moment, I wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just then, Yifeng's cell phone rang. He took a look and found that it was Wu Feishu calling. He thought about it and quickly pressed the answer button. Chapter 50, Repairing the Faucet. "Brother phone, our faucet is broken, can you come over and help fix it?" Yifeng hesitated for a while before pressing the answer button, and Wu Feishu's coquettish voice came over. Fix the faucet? Yes. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Please come over. Oh, all right then. Yifeng thought about it and agreed to Wu Feishu's request. The two are neighbors now. When they lived in Yunshuijian Villa, Wu Feishu's father took good care of him. Now that Wu Feishu is called to ask for help, it would be a bit unreasonable to refuse. "Brother Feng, I'll wait for you at home." Wu Feishu smiled proudly and took out the black stockings she had prepared. "Who called you?" After Yi Feng finished the call, Bai Rongrong asked a question.
Wu Feishu.
Why did she call you? When Bai Rongrong heard that the call was from Wu Feishu, she immediately became alert. She knew very well that Wu Feishu's call to Yi Feng must have had bad intentions.
Nothing, just her faucet is broken, so she asked me to go over and fix it. We are neighbors now and we should help each other.
Yi Feng did not hide anything and simply repeated the conversation between the two of them.
That's natural.
After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors.
Teacher Tian, Yi Feng, and I will go back first.
Bai Rongrong nodded without saying anything, but sent a WeChat message to Shin Xingcheng, asking her to be on high alert.
Okay, come and play often when you have time. Tian Yu nodded and waved to Yi Feng and Bai Rongrong.
After leaving Tian Yu's home, Bai Rongrong sent Yi Feng to the gate of Zijin Garden Community and then returned to her own home.
After returning to Zijin Community, Yi Feng took the elevator and arrived at the door of Unit 606.
Arriving at Wu Feishu's house, Yi Feng rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and Wu Feishu appeared at the door in his sexy nightgown with a charming smile on her face. She said, "Brother Feng, you are here, come in." When Yi Feng saw Wu Feishu's dress, he was stunned on the spot. Wu Feishu is a great beauty with a very hot body. What should be big is big, what should be convex is convex, and what should be curved is curved. The Wu Feishu in front of him could be said to be the type that could charm all men in the world.
Which faucet is broken?
Yi Feng swallowed and his speech became a little unnatural.
Wu Feishu was secretly pleased when she saw Yi Feng's reaction.
She gently pulled Yi Feng's arm, led him into the house, and said, "Brother Feng, it's in the bathroom of the master bedroom." Yi Feng followed Wu Feishu to the master bedroom. His heartbeat quickened unconsciously along the way. He kept reminding himself to stay awake, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Wu Feishu's graceful figure. Arriving at the master bedroom bathroom, Wu Feishu pointed at the faucet and said, "Brother Feng, this is it."
It keeps leaking. It's annoying me.
Yi Feng squatted down to check and found that the connection of the faucet was loose. He reached out to twist it, trying to tighten it, but due to the narrow space, his movement was not very convenient. Seeing this, Wu Feishu squatted down, moved closer to Yi Feng, and said, "Brother Feng, let me help you." She deliberately pressed her body close to Yi Feng, and her hair gently brushed his cheek.
Smelling the woman on Wu Feishu's body, Yi Feng felt distracted and couldn't concentrate. That Feishu, you better stand aside.
Yi Feng took a deep breath, pointed at the door, and asked Wu Feishu to stand at the door. At this moment, Yi Feng's hand was not steady and water from the faucet gushed out wildly. In a moment, both of them were wet. Wu Feishu was wearing lace pajamas, and after being wet by the water, her curves were clearly visible. After Yi Feng saw it, his heart was filled with emotion. Wu Feishu looked at Yi Feng's eyes and was secretly delighted. She pretended to be panicked, covered her chest with her hands, and said, "Brother Feng, what should we do? We are all soaked." Yi Feng tried hard to take his eyes off Wu Feishu. He stood up and said, "Go change your clothes first. I'll clean up here."
Wu Feishu did not move.
She looked at Yi Feng with a look of temptation in her eyes and said, "Brother Feng, I am soaked all over now.
I feel so uncomfortable. Can you help me?
This one tea work.
What's wrong with that?
You're divorced now. We are divorced men and unmarried women, so there is no problem in doing anything. Earlier, Yi Jinghan was picked up by Zhao Tian, and Wu Feishu found out. Now she is preparing this drama, just to make things a fait accompli with Yi Feng. In this way, Yi Feng could not escape from his grasp.
Dad, come out quickly, I want to play basketball. Just when Wu Feishu thought she was going to succeed, Yi Jinghan's voice came from outside.
When Wu Feishu heard Yi Jinghan's voice, her expression suddenly turned ugly.
She gritted her teeth and said, "Why is she here at this time? Feishu, my daughter is calling me. I'm going to go out for a while and change my clothes." Yi Feng stood up.
He knew that if he continued to stay here, he might not be able to control himself and would execute Wu Feishu on the spot.
"Dad, I'm at Aunt Feishu's house. I'll be right out."
After talking to Wu Feishu, Yi Feng arrived at the door of Unit 606. When I arrived at the door, I saw Shin Xingcheng holding Yi Jinghan's hand, and Yi Jinghan was holding a basketball in her hand.
"Dad, why are your clothes all wet?"
Seeing Yi Feng like a drowned rat, Yi Jinghan asked curiously. The faucet at Aunt Feishu's house was broken. I helped fix it, but it didn't work.
Yi Feng smiled slightly and explained briefly. "Brother Feng, that faucet hasn't been fixed yet. Please change your clothes and help me fix it."
Wu Feishu changed into a new pair of pajamas and chased out, still wanting Yifeng to help fix the faucet. Feishu, I know your faucet is broken, so I specially hired a plumber to help you fix it. It will be better this way. After all, Yifeng is not a professional plumber. It would be bad if he breaks it down later. At this time, Shen Xingcheng stood up and pushed the plumber behind her in front of Wu Feishu.
That's great. Thank you, master.
Upon learning that Shen Xingcheng had found a plumber, Yifeng nodded repeatedly. He knew that if he went in again, there was a possibility that Tang Sang would enter the kingdom of women and would lose control.
Yifeng, your clothes are all wet. You should go home and change your clothes. Then, teach Hanin how to play basketball.
Shen Xingcheng smiled slightly, and without waiting for Yifeng to reply, she took his hand and walked towards Unit 605. Seeing Yifeng being pulled away, Wu Feishu couldn't help but stamp her feet, looking unwilling. Yifeng, go change this set of clothes and put on this set later. Shen Xingcheng pushed Yifeng into the bathroom and threw a set of clothes on the bed.
Chapter 51 I'm her dad. Oh well. Yifeng nodded, walked into the bathroom and took a hot shower.
After a while, he finished taking a shower, changed his clothes, walked out and came to the living room.
Dad, teach me how to play basketball.
Yi Jinghan came in front of Yifeng, holding the basketball and acting coquettishly.
Good. Yifeng nodded, touched Yi Jinghan's forehead, leaned down, and asked, Hanin, have you been good with your mother today?
Good boy, very good boy. I drew a picture for my mother today, but I haven't finished it yet.
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously.
She was drawing in Shen Xingcheng's office today, but the drawing was not finished yet.
Oh, Hanin, that's great, let's go play basketball.
Yifeng leaned over and picked up Yi Jinghan, and Shen Xingcheng followed behind and walked out of the room together. Soon, the three of them arrived at a park near the community.
The name of this park is Shanshu Park. On weekends, there are a lot of people visiting here.
After arriving at the park, we came to the basketball court. Yifeng had just tapped the ball when the system's voice rang. Congratulations to the host for learning basketball. Your basketball skills have reached the mythical level. As soon as he finished speaking, a lot of basketball-related information continuously poured into Yifeng's brain. His hands and feet became more coordinated, and his overall ball sense gradually improved. It turns out that his level was such that when he was in college, he was already the main player of the school basketball team, playing the center position.
Now the system directly rewards basketball skills to the mythical level.
Xingcheng, take Hanin to play for a while.
I'm going to the bathroom.
After teaching Yi Jinghan to play basketball for a while, Yifeng turned to Shen Xingcheng and said,
Good.
Shen Xingcheng nodded, came to Yi Jinghan, and took the cup of water from Yifeng's hand. After handing the cup of water to Shen Xingcheng, Yifeng walked towards the bathroom. When he returned to the basketball court, Yi Jinghan's eyes were red from crying. Shen Xingcheng was arguing with a man.
How can you be like this? Can you be reasonable?
Your child bullied our little baby, but you didn't apologize and were so fierce. Yifeng was surprised to hear Shen Xingcheng actually use the word little darling. You have to know that Shen Xingcheng used to be a workaholic.
She was too lazy to even call Yi Jinghan's name and only had work in her eyes.
The man who was arguing with Shen Xingcheng was a fat man who was over 190 centimeters tall and weighed over 200 caddies. There was a little fat man eating ice cream standing next to him. The fat man said unreasonably, it's normal for children to fight and use some force.
There's nothing to apologize for. Are you being reasonable? That basketball belongs to us. Why did you come and steal it? Shen Xingcheng was speechless.
She never thought that when she came to the park to play with Yi Jinghan, she would meet such an unreasonable person.
So what if you're unreasonable? Let us lend you this basketball first. We'll return it to you when you get tired of it.
The fat guy's attitude was very arrogant, and he was determined to snatch the basketball from Yi Jinghan's hands.
What's wrong?
Yifeng came in front of Shen Xingcheng and asked. The kid and their family snatched Hanin's basketball and beat her until her hand was swollen. Yifeng nodded, pulled Shen Xingcheng behind him, motioned her to take care of Yi Jinghan, and turned to the fat man. Your child bullied others, can't he even apologize?
What bullying? This is just a fight between two kids. It's reasonable for the hand to be injured. It doesn't count as bullying. I don't blame children for not understanding, but if adults are also not understanding, I have to talk to them. Who are you? Stop meddling in other people's business. I'm her father.
Yi Feng pointed at Yi Jinghan, his domineering aura radiating from him, and said, I want you to apologize immediately and return the basketball to my little baby. At this moment, Yi Feng did not calculate the gap between him and the fat man. If a conflict occurs, he and Shen Xingcheng may not be a match for the fat man. But these are not what Yi Feng considered. My two precious children, one big and one small, were bullied.
If he doesn't stand up, can he still be considered a man?
The fat man glanced at Yi Feng, and his arrogant look suddenly turned into a coward. He returned the basketball to Yi Jinghan and said, I'm sorry, it was our fault.
That's amazing. A grown-up like him is trying to steal a kid's basketball. You are so shameless. You don't know how to be an adult. At this time, the people around gathered around and pointed at the fat man and the fat man with a look of disgust on their faces. Yi Feng glared at the two of them again. The fat man and the little fat man left Shinshu Park in disgrace amid the ridicule of the crowd. Let's go home.
Yi Feng picked up Yi Jinghan and turned to walk towards the entrance of the park. Shen Xingqing caught up and glanced at Yi Feng. Suddenly, she felt that Yi Feng's image in her heart had become much taller. She thought about it for a moment, took Yi Feng's hand, and the three of them walked towards the park entrance together.
Yi Feng was stunned.
He tried to break free from Shen Xingqing's hand, but Shen Xingqing's grip became tighter and tighter, and he was ultimately unable to break free.
But at this time Shen Xingqing smiled slightly and blinked at him, her eyes full of affection, thinking, this man is not bad. In her heart, Yi Feng's performance just now was rated 100 points. After all, Yi Feng's performance just now fully demonstrated the responsibility of being a father and a husband. This kind of man is worthy of entrusting your life to.
Yi Feng was somewhat at a loss for words by Shen Xingqing's sudden action. His heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, and a blush appeared on his face. He didn't know why Shen Xingqing suddenly acted like this, but he could feel the change in Shen Xingqing's attitude towards him. Yi Jinghan was in Yi Feng's arms, looking at Shen Xingqing and Yi Feng curiously. She asked, Dad, why did Mom hold your hand? Yi Feng smiled awkwardly and said, because we are a family, we have to go home together. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Shen Xingqing's heart moved, and she held Yi Feng's hand even tighter, as if to show her determination. The three of them walked out of Shinshu Park hand in hand, attracting a lot of people's attention along the way. Yi Feng felt a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't bear to shake off Shen Xingqing's hand. After all, she had just had a new understanding of him, and this scene also gave him a long-lost sense of family warmth. After returning home, Shen Xingqing sat on the sofa in the living room, played with her mobile phone, and chatted with Bai Rongrong. At the end of the conversation, Shen Xingqing's face suddenly turned red, and she looked as beautiful as she could be.
Rongrong, do I really want to be like this?
Looking at the plan Bai Rongrong came up with for her, Shen Xingqing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated.
Chapter 52 Black Silk Temptation. Of course, that green tea bitch is always like this.
If you don't come, Yi Feng's soul will be seduced away by her sooner or later.
Bai Rongrong nodded.
During the WeChat chat just now, Shen Xingqing briefly talked about the faucet repair. When she learned that Wu Feishu was wearing stockings, she seduced Yi Feng. She immediately gave Shen Xingqing an idea, which was to let Shen Xingqing also seduce herself with black stockings.
After listening to Bai Rongrong's idea, Shen Xingqing said hesitantly, is this really okay? I've never done anything like this before, and I feel a little embarrassed.
Bai Rongrong said on the other end of the phone, oh, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Think about it, Wu Feishu has been so proactive.
If you don't take some action, Yi Feng might really be bewitched by her. Just wear black stockings once, give him a surprise, and let him know your charm. Shen Xingqing bit her lip and said, but I always feel that this is not appropriate. I still want to rely on my inner qualities to attract Yi Feng, rather than relying on external means like this.
Bai Rongrong said anxiously, it's already this late, and you're still so conservative.
Of course, inner qualities are important, but sometimes you also need a little help from the outside.
Just try it once, maybe it will work.
Shen Xingqing thought for a while and said, okay, I'll try it once, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed.
Bai Rongrong said excitedly, okay, you just have to try it.
I believe Yi Feng will be moved when he sees you wearing black stockings. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xingqing came to the closet and rummaged through her clothes. She found a pair of black stockings and her face flushed slightly as she looked at them. She had never worn such sexy clothes before and was both nervous and excited. After getting her clothes, Shen Xingqing walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. In the bathroom, Shen Xingqing stood under the shower, letting the hot water splash on her body, but her thoughts were a little confused. On the one hand, she felt shy and uneasy about what she was about to do, but on the other hand, she was looking forward to Yifeng's reaction when he saw her different appearance. She washed her body carefully, and Yifeng's face kept appearing in her mind. She remembered every bit of their past, those beautiful memories and the subsequent conflicts and separations. She knew that this attempt was not only to attract Yifeng, but also her effort to regain this relationship. After taking a shower, Shen Xingcheng dried her body with a towel and then slowly put on the black stockings. Her hands were trembling slightly, and the touch of the stockings against her skin felt strange yet full of a different kind of temptation. Finally, she put on a tight top and a short skirt to show off her curvy figure. She carefully arranged her hair and makeup in front of the mirror, trying to make herself look more perfect. She looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help blushing and her heart beating. She took a deep breath and told herself to be brave. When she walked out of the bathroom and towards the living room, she felt her steps were a little heavy. She didn't know how Yifeng would view her change, nor did she know whether doing so would really bring them closer. At this moment, Yifeng stood up from the sofa. He had just sweated a lot in the park and wanted to take a hot shower to cool down. When he pushed open the bedroom door and walked in, he was stunned the moment he saw Shen Xingcheng. Yifeng widened his eyes and stared at Shen Xingcheng. His throat seemed to be choked by something and he was unable to speak for a while. His mind went blank in an instant, and he felt that Shen Xingcheng in front of him was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Seeing Yifeng's fascinated look, Shen Xingcheng's face turned even redder. As a famous beautiful CEO in Jiangcheng, she has never done such a thing. For a moment, the two people's heartbeats accelerated sharply, and it seemed that they were about to jump out of their bodies. Yifeng, I want to give you a surprise. Am I pretty? Shen Xingcheng blinked her beautiful eyes, and the smile on her face gradually turned into a flower. Yifeng nodded, swallowing his saliva continuously, but he couldn't utter a word. Shen Xingcheng felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She said shyly, in fact, I have always wanted to make some changes for you, but I always ignored these things before. I know that I used to focus too much on work and neglected our relationship and your feelings. But from now on, I want to make up for it. She bit her lip, ready to throw herself into Yifeng's arms so that the two of them could have a passionate battle. But at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Yi Jinghan ran in from outside. She glanced at Yifeng and Shen Xingcheng and asked in confusion, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Are you going to do something shameful? Shen Xingcheng's face turned red due to Yi Jinghan's sudden intrusion. She stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. Yifeng also came back to his senses. He squatted down and said to Yi Jinghan with a smile, Baby, Mommy and Daddy are not going to do anything shameful. Mommy just wants to give Daddy a surprise. Do you think Mommy is beautiful? Yi Jinghan tilted her head, looked at Shen Xingcheng carefully, then smiled and said, Mom, you look so beautiful today, like a princess. Henin, what's the matter with you coming in? In order to ease the embarrassment, Yifeng asked Yi Jinghan. That Aunt Feishu came and bought some fruit. She wanted to thank my mother and hired a plumber to fix the faucet. Oh, I see. I'll be in the living room right now. Yifeng took a deep breath, calmed his nervous mood, carried Yi Jinghan out of the bedroom, and came to the living room. Looking at Yifeng's departing back, Shen Xingcheng gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart, this green tea bitch. Shen Xingcheng's red face gradually returned to normal. She took off her black stockings, changed into normal clothes, and then walked towards the living room. Wu Feishu was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When she saw Yifeng coming out, she immediately stood up with a smile on her face and said, Brother Feng, I came to see you and Henin. I heard that you had some trouble in the park today, but luckily you solved it. By the way, the plumber I hired has already fixed the faucet. I'm so sorry to bother you making this trip. Yifeng smiled politely and said, It's okay. We are all neighbors. It's only natural for us to help each other. Wu Feishu glanced at Shen Xingcheng, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled and said to Shen Xingcheng, Boss Shen, you look so beautiful today. This outfit suits you very well. In fact, she came to Yifeng's house at this exact time because she had calculated that Shen Xingcheng might follow his example and also try out the temptation of black stockings. Coming to the house to express gratitude was fake, the real purpose was to ruin Shen Xingcheng's good deeds. Feishu, there is something I want to tell you. Shen Xingcheng thought for a while, then walked over to Wu Feishu and sat down. Chapter 53 Phoenix Mountain. Sister Xingcheng, just tell me what you have to say. Wu Feishu nodded and turned her gaze to Shen Xingcheng. I've already made an agreement with the property management. If you need to repair anything in your house in the future, just tell them directly.
They will reimburse me for the repair costs.
Xin Xinchang was not a stupid woman. In order to prevent Wu Feishu from calling Yifeng into the house again and tempting him in various ways, she contacted the property management and asked her to reimburse any expenses if there was anything to be repaired. On the surface, these words were spoken to Wu Feishu, but in fact they were telling Yifeng that if there were any problems in the future, he should call the property management and ask them to send someone to fix it.
Sister Qingcheng, thank you very much. I will ask the property management for help in the future.
Wu Feishu naturally knew what kind of medicine Xin Xincheng was selling, so she agreed without hesitation.
By the way, Feishu, what's the matter with you coming here?
At this time, Yifeng opened his mouth and asked Wu Feishu.
Brother Feng, tomorrow is the weekend. How about we take Hanin with us to climb Phoenix Mountain together? Climbing a mountain? Great. Hanin hasn't climbed a mountain for a long time. I want to go climbing.
Before Yifeng could answer, Yi Jinghan beside him clapped her hands and said that she wanted to go hiking.
Climb mountains? Yes. Since Hanin wants to go, then fine. I haven't climbed a mountain in a long time.
Since his daughter had already nodded in agreement, Yifeng, as a father, naturally agreed.
Sister Qingcheng, you are a very busy person. I wonder if you have time to go hiking.
Wu Feishu smiled slightly, but felt proud in her heart. She dared to be so blatant and invite Yifeng and Yi Jinghan to go hiking. In fact, I have learned from a friend that Xin Xincheng has a very important guest to receive tomorrow and has no time to come and climb the mountain with us.
I probably won't be free tomorrow.
A large company will come to the hotel to discuss business tomorrow, and I have to receive them. Xin Xincheng pursed her lips and became extremely angry when she saw Wu Feishu's smug face.
Wu Feishu pretended to be regretful and said, "Oh, it's a pity that Sister Qingcheng can't go with us. But it doesn't matter, we can go together again next time if we have the chance. Brother Feng, then we have an appointment for tomorrow and we'll meet at the gate of the community at 9 in the morning." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Wu Feishu chatted with Yi Jinghan for a few more words and then left.
The next day, after breakfast, Xin Xincheng hurried to work. Yi Jinghan was excited and looking forward to today's hiking trip.
Yifeng looked at his daughter's excitement, feeling helpless and expectant.
He knew Wu Feishu might have ulterior motives, but he didn't want to disappoint his daughter. He carefully prepared a small backpack for Yi Jinghan, which contained water, snacks, and some necessary items. Yi Jinghan jumped around and hummed a little tune.
"Dad, we will definitely have a lot of fun today,"
Yi Jinghan said with a smile. Yifeng touched her head and said, "Well, Hanin, you have to be obedient and follow Daddy closely."
"I know, Dad." Yi Jinghan nodded obediently.
At almost 9 o'clock, Yifeng led Yi Jinghan to the gate of the community.
Wu Feishu was already waiting there.
She had dressed up specially today and looked even more charming.
"Brother Feng, Hanin, you are here." Wu Feishu greeted them warmly. "Aunt Feishu, let's go," Yi Jinghan said impatiently. Wait for me, wait for me."
Just as the group was about to set off, Bai Rongrong jogged over from the side of the road.
"Godmother Rongrong, are you going to climb the mountain too?" Looking at Bai Rongrong wearing sportswear and sneakers, Yi Jinghan asked. Bai Rongrong nodded and came to Yi Jinghan.
Yesterday, when Xin Xincheng learned that Yifeng and Wu Feishu were going to climb Phoenix Mountain, she quickly sent a WeChat message and asked Bai Rongrong to go with them.
"Yifeng, you are so mean. You didn't even call me when you went hiking."
Bai Rongrong came to Yifeng and complained. When Yifeng saw Bai Rongrong, he was relieved. He smiled and said, "Rongrong, I'm worried that you'll be busy, and I just decided to climb the mountain on a whim. It would be great to have you with us. It will be more lively with more people." When Wu Feishu saw Bai Rongrong appear, her expression changed slightly, but she soon regained her smile and said, "It's Rongrong.
It's good for us to go together. It's more fun with more people."
Bai Rongrong glanced at Wu Feishu, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a meaningful smile, "Yes, I can't let certain people stay alone with my good friend in Shaohanin for too long, otherwise I will be a very incompetent godmother." Wu Feishu could tell there was something else behind Bai Rongrong's words, but she couldn't get angry, so she could only laugh dryly. Yi Jinghan happily took Bai Rongrong's hand and said, "Godmother Rongrong, it's great that you want to climb the mountain with us today.
We can play many games together."
Bai Rongrong smiled and touched Yi Jinghan's head and said, "Okay, Shaohanin, today Godmother will play with you to your heart's content." The four of them packed their things and drove straight to Phoenix Mountain.
Phoenix Mountain is a 4-level scenic spot in Jiangqing City. It has many mountain attractions, Taoist temples, and Buddhist temples. After driving for half an hour, Yifeng and his companions finally arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. There were already many tourists gathered at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, and it was very lively. After Yifeng parked the car, everyone got out. Yi Jinghan looked around excitedly, with a look of curiosity on her face. Wow, there are so many people here. It must be fun. Yi Jinghan said happily. Yifeng smiled and said, Hanin, be careful when you go hiking later, and follow your father and godmothers closely. I know, Dad. Yi Jinghan responded obediently. Wu Feishu also got out of the car. She looked at the lively scene in front of her, but she felt a little depressed. She had originally thought that she would have a chance to spend time alone with Yifeng and Yi Jinghan, but now that Bai Rongrong had interfered, it might not be so easy. However, she still pulled herself together and said with a smile, let's go, let's start climbing the mountain. Bai Rongrong held Yi Jinghan's hand tightly and said, Xiao Hanin, come on, godmother will take you to see the beautiful scenery. So, the group headed towards the hiking trail. At the beginning of the hike, Yi Jinghan was like an energetic little rabbit, hopping in front and asking all kinds of questions. Dad, why is this tree so tall? Godmother, what is that house used for? Yifeng and Bai Rongrong patiently answered her questions one by one. Wu Feishu would occasionally interject a few words, but most of the time Bai Rongrong would cleverly take over the conversation and continue to interact with Yi Jinghan. As the altitude increased, the mountain road gradually became steeper. Yifeng kept an eye on Yi Jinghan's steps, fearing that she would fall. Hanin, walk slowly and hold Daddy's hand. Yifeng reminded. Yi Jinghan obediently took Yifeng's hand and continued to climb up. When we climbed to a viewing platform, we stopped to rest for a while and admired the beautiful scenery. The mountains in the distance were looming in the clouds and mist, and the streams in the mountains were gurgling, like a beautiful painting. Wow, so beautiful. Yi Jinghan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Bai Rongrong smiled and said, yes, Xiao Hanin, this is only halfway up the mountain. The scenery will be even more beautiful when you reach the top. Wu Feishu also echoed, yes, the scenery of Phoenix Mountain is indeed very beautiful. Just as she finished speaking, Wu Feishu's foot suddenly sprained because she was wearing high heels, and she made a painful sound. Brother Feng, can you carry me on your back? After spraining her ankle, Wu Feishu was very rude and wanted Yifeng to carry her on his back. Chapter 54, A True Man. When Yifeng heard Wu Feishu's request, he was stunned for a moment, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. He looked at Wu Feishu's sprained foot, then looked at his excited daughter and Bai Rongrong who looked alert. Dad, hurry up and carry Aunt Feishu on your back. That's what a real man should do. When Yifeng was hesitating, Yi Jinghan asked him to carry Wu Feishu on his back. After hearing what Yi Jinghan said, Bai Rongrong's face was instantly filled with black lines. She felt that Yi Jinghan was like a leaky cotton padded jacket, which was only making things worse. Brother Feng, Hanin has spoken. I believe you are a real man. Could you please carry me to the Phoenix Hotel on the mountainside? As she spoke, Wu Feishu blinked at Yifeng, her whole seductive look revealed. Dad, please carry it quickly. Aunt Feishu feels so uncomfortable watching this. All right. Yifeng had no choice but to agree to carry Wu Feishu on his back. Wu Feishu gave Yi Jinghan a thumbs up, feeling that her love for Yi Jinghan was not in vain. Yifeng squatted down and motioned Wu Feishu to lie on top of him. Wu Feishu was secretly delighted and quickly lay on Yifeng's back, deliberately wrapping her arms around Yifeng's neck and clinging to him. When the two peaks on the chest pressed against Yifeng's back, Yifeng couldn't help but feel distracted and his heartbeat accelerated. Bai Rongrong was so angry that she stamped her feet. She glared at Yi Jinghan and said, Hanin, you little girl, you are just giving stupid advice. Yi Jinghan said innocently, Godmother, Dad carried Aunt Feishu up the mountain so that Aunt Feishu's feet wouldn't hurt. Dad is a real man. Bai Rongrong was choked and speechless. She could only sigh helplessly and follow them towards the Phoenix Hotel on the mountainside. Yifeng carried Wu Feishu on his back, but he felt very uncomfortable. On the one hand, he felt that his daughter's words made sense, and he couldn't just watch Wu Feishu get hurt, but on the other hand, he knew Wu Feishu's thoughts, and such closeness made him feel a little awkward, and he was also worried that Shen Xingcheng would misunderstand if she knew. Wu Feishu was lying on Yifeng's back, enjoying the moment very much. She leaned close to Yifeng's ear and whispered, Brother Feng, thank you, you were so kind. Yifeng just responded in a muffled voice and didn't say anything else.
Along the way, many male tourists cast envious glances at her. After all, Wu Feishu was dressed very fashionably and sexy today. After finally reaching the Phoenix Hotel on the mountainside, Yi Feng put Wu Feishu down. Wu Feishu pretended that her feet hurt badly, and leaned gently on Yi Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, my feet hurt so badly that I may not be able to walk. Can you help me to the hotel lobby to rest for a while?" Yi Feng looked at her feet, then looked around, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and helped Wu Feishu walk towards the hotel lobby. "Han in." As the group walked into the hall, a woman's voice rang out. After hearing the sound, Yi Jinghan looked in the direction where the sound came from. She only felt Shin Xingcheng looking at her with a smile on her face. When she came to her senses, Yi Jinghan shouted loudly, "Mom!" After shouting, Yi Jinghan pounced towards Shin Xingcheng. Through this period of contact, the relationship between Shin Xingcheng and Yi Jinghan, mother and daughter, has been greatly improved. "Sister Xingcheng, I sprained my ankle, so I asked Brother Feng to carry me and help me. I hope you don't mind." At this time Yi Feng and Wu Feishu came to Shin Xingcheng. She explained on the surface, but pressed her body tightly against Yi Feng. Shin Xingcheng looked at Wu Feishu, who was clinging to Yi Feng, and suddenly a nameless fire surged in her heart, but she still tried to suppress it, still with a faint smile on her face, and said, "Feishu, you have to be careful about your injured foot." "Why would I mind? We are all neighbors, and we should help each other." Yi Feng stood aside, feeling the atmosphere was a little awkward. He quickly said, "Xingcheng, we were hiking, Feishu accidentally sprained her ankle, Hanin asked me to carry her to the hotel to rest, I was also afraid that her ankle injury would get worse." Shin Xingcheng glanced at Yi Feng, nodded slightly, and said, "Well, I understand. But there are so many people in this hotel, it's not convenient for you to rest here alone, Feishu, why don't you get a room in the hotel and go to the room to rest first?" When Wu Feishu heard what Shin Xingcheng said, her heart skipped a beat. She originally wanted to use her foot injury to get closer to Yi Feng, but if she went to get a room and stay there by herself, that would completely go against her original intention. She hurriedly said, "Sister Xingcheng, there's no need to bother. I'll just rest in the hall for a while. My foot will be fine soon." Shin Xingcheng smiled slightly and said gently, "I think we should get a room to rest. Otherwise, if my foot gets injured again, it will be troublesome." "It's okay. If my foot gets hurt again, I still have Brother Feng. Let him continue to carry me." Wu Feishu smiled slightly. She had asked Yi Feng to go hiking with her today, so naturally she wanted to get closer to Yi Feng. It was impossible for her to just rest in the hotel. "Then can you still go?" Shin Xingcheng smiled slightly, knowing that it was impossible to let Wu Feishu rest peacefully in the hotel. "Of course, it seems much better now." Wu Feishu smiled slightly. In fact, her ankle was not seriously sprained. She just pretended to be very sprained in order to let Yi Feng carry her. Shin Xingcheng sneered in her heart. She knew that Wu Feishu would not be so obedient and go to her room to rest so easily. She was still planning to let Yi Feng continue to take care of her. "Sister Xingcheng, aren't you going to receive an important guest today? Why are you here at Phoenix Mountain?" "Oh, the guest suddenly changed his schedule and will arrive in 2 days. In fact, when Wu Feishu boasted about mountain climbing yesterday, Shin Xingcheng decisively asked Wang how to receive the guests, and she came to Phoenix Mountain in advance, with the purpose of giving Yi Feng a surprise." "Dad, let's keep climbing. I want to take some pictures at the top of the mountain." At this time, Yi Jinghan came to Yi Feng and wanted to continue climbing the mountain and climb directly to the top. "All right." Yi Feng nodded, thought for a moment, looked at Wu Feishu, and asked, "Feishu, do you really want to continue climbing?" "Well, the weather is nice today. I heard that the green ivy flowers on the mountain are blooming. I want to go take some pictures." Wu Feishu nodded and continued climbing the mountain, and then thought of a way to get Yi Feng to carry her on his back. Yi Feng frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew that Wu Feishu was probably looking for an excuse to spend more time with him, but in front of his daughter, he couldn't refuse directly. Shin Xingcheng smiled and said, "Feishu, you just sprained your ankle. Although you think you're okay, you still have to be more careful. If you really want to continue climbing, you have to be careful." Her words seemed to be caring, but in fact she wanted to remind Wu Feishu not to play any tricks again. Wu Feishu smiled and responded, "Thank you, Sister Xingcheng, for your concern, I will be careful." Bai Rongrong snorted coldly and muttered quietly, "Just pretending." Yi Jinghan excitedly pulled Yi Feng's hand and said, "Dad, let's go quickly. I want to go see the green radish flowers and take lots of photos." So, the group prepared to continue climbing up the mountain. Yi Feng held Yi Jinghan's hand with one hand, and kept an eye on Wu Feishu with the other hand, fearing that she would fall again. Wu Feishu deliberately walked beside Yi Feng, chatting with him from time to time, talking about topics such as the scenery on the mountain. Ah! At this moment, Shen Xingqing screamed and fell down, and her foot was sprained.
Chapter 55, Spreading Dog Food. Mom, did you sprain your ankle too?
Seeing Shen Xingqing falling to the ground, Yi Jinghan came up and asked with concern.
Well, Hanin, Mommy accidentally sprained her ankle.
Shen Xingqing pursed her lips and nodded, waves of severe pain coming from her right foot.
Dad, please carry Mom up the mountain. Mom's ankle is sprained. Yi Jinghan ran to Yi Feng eagerly, pulled his clothes and said. Well.
Yi Feng felt helpless, thinking that today was not a good day to climb the mountain. Yi Feng looked at his daughter's anxious look, and then looked at Shen Xingqing, who was sitting on the ground with a painful expression. Although he felt a little helpless, he felt more heartbroken.
Yi Feng, Xingqing sprained her ankle now, you should carry her on your back quickly, after all, you are a real man.
At this time, Bai Rongrong also came over and asked her to quickly carry Shen Xingqing on her back. At the same time, she blinked at Shen Xingqing and gave her a thumbs up. Yi Feng was left in tears and amused by Bai Rongrong's words, but he also knew that he should take care of Shen Xingqing right now.
He quickly squatted down, carefully carried Shen Xingqing on his back, and said softly, Xingqing, bear with it for a while, I will carry you to find a place to rest and see how your foot is injured. Seeing this scene, Wu Feishu was furious and cursed in her heart, bitch, you actually imitated me, how shameless.
Shen Xingqing lay on Yi Feng's back, her heart full of warmth.
She said weakly, Yi Feng, I'm really a burden to you today. I wanted to give you a surprise, but it turned out like this. I am really happy that you are willing to spend time with Hanin now.
Yi Feng smiled slightly. In fact, he had mentioned this to Shen Xingqing many times before, wanting her to spend more time with Hanin, but Shen Xingqing always refused on the grounds that she was busy with work. After all, it is abnormal for a child to lack maternal love during his growth, and the child's personality is likely to have problems. Now that Shen Xingqing is changed, Yi Jinghan feels happy for her. Yi Feng walked slowly with Shen Xingqing on his back and said, Xingqing, you are not a burden at all.
I am also very happy that you can take time out to accompany Hanin. We should hang out together more often in the future.
Yi Jinghan followed along, skipping and jumping, saying, Yes, Mom, we should hang out together more often in the future.
I love playing with Mom and Dad. Bai Rongrong also smiled and said, That's right, Xingqing, look how happy Hanin is. Don't just be busy with work in the future.
Shen Xingqing smiled and nodded knowingly. At this time, she looked at Yi Feng's profile and felt that Yi Feng was more handsome than before.
Her pretty face instantly turned red and she looked a little shy. I'm so pissed off. Wu Feishu wanted to repeat the same trick and let Yi Feng carry her on his back again.
But now Shen Xingqing was already lying on Yi Feng, showing off her love from time to time, which made him almost furious.
Wu Feishu was so angry that she stomped her feet behind him.
She bit her lips, and the fire of jealousy burned in her heart. She never expected that the opportunity she had carefully planned to get close to Yi Feng would be ruined by Shen Xingqing, and now the two of them looked so sweet and loving, which made her unbearable. She thought about how when she sprained her ankle before, although Yi Feng carried her on his back, he was reluctant and distant throughout the whole process. He was nothing like the caring and affectionate person he was towards Shen Xingqing now.
Humph, what's the big deal? It's just a sprained ankle. Why are you pretending to be so weak?
Wu Feishu couldn't help but mutter to herself, but she could only hear these words to herself. She didn't dare say them out loud in front of everyone. Yi Feng continued walking with Shen Xingqing on his back, chatting and laughing with Shen Xingqing, Yi Jinghan, and Bai Rongrong from time to time. The happy atmosphere among the family became more and more intense, as if they completely regarded Wu Feishu as an insignificant outsider. Yi Jinghan stood by and looked at her father carrying her mother on his back for a while, and then excitedly pointed at the surrounding scenery to introduce it to her mother. She looked so adorable. Bai Rongrong deliberately walked beside Wu Feishu and looked at her from time to time with a half smile, as if to say, Don't waste your time, look at them, this is a real family. Wu Feishu became more and more angry at the look in Bai Rongrong's eyes, but she couldn't show it. She could only quicken her pace, trying to catch up with them and see if there would be any turning point. Maybe after Shen Xingqing got off her back, she could find another chance to get close to Yi Feng. She was not willing to give up so easily. Finally, Yi Feng carried Shen Xingqing on his back and found a relatively flat place with a stone bench. He then gently put Shen Xingqing down and let her sit on the stone bench.
Xingqing, let me take a look at your foot injury first.
Yifeng said, and then carefully took off Shen Qingqing's shoes. He saw that her ankle was swollen and red, and it looked very serious. Sister Qingqiang, your foot doesn't look too serious. You should be able to walk by yourself. Brother Feng must be very tired carrying you on his back. Wu Feishu took a look, and although Shen Qingqing's foot was still very seriously injured, she turned a blind eye to it and instead said that the injury was not very serious. You are blind. Even if you see this, it's not serious. Are you still thinking of letting Yifeng carry you? Bai Rongrong snorted coldly and said rudely. Now that Shen Qingqiang is here, as her best friend, Bai Rongrong naturally cannot let Wu Feishu get close to Yifeng. Wu Feishu's face flushed red when Bai Rongrong said this. She said in shame and annoyance, Bai Rongrong, how can you say that? I mean, well, I'm worried that Brother Feng is too tired. Besides, didn't Sister Qingqiang say that she felt much better? Shen Qingqiang frowned and said, Feishu, I know my foot injury very well. It really hurts a lot. I can't walk now, so please don't worry about me. Shen Qingqiang was a kind-hearted woman, so she naturally knew what Wu Feishu was thinking. Now that she has decided to pursue her husband, she must get closer to Yifeng. Shen Qingqiang knew in her heart that Wu Feishu was unwilling to lose the opportunity to get close to Yifeng, and was still thinking of finding a loophole to exploit. She would not let Wu Feishu succeed. She finally had time to go hiking with her family, and she also wanted to take her relationship with Yifeng to the next level. How could she let Wu Feishu mess things up? Dad, let's keep climbing. When we get to the top, I can see the green ivy flowers. After resting for a while, Yi Jinghan stood up and blew the horn to continue climbing the mountain. Can you walk, or do you want me to carry you? Yifeng nodded, took a sip of water, turned to Shen Qingqiang and asked. Yifeng, you still need to ask? Of course I have to continue carrying it. Don't you see that my foot is still swollen? Without waiting for Shen Qingqiang to reply, Bai Rongrong made the decision for Shen Qingqiang. Chapter 56, Taking Photos. Yifeng, I'm in trouble. Shen Qingqiang now enjoys the feeling of being carried by Yifeng and begins to feel like she is in love. Good. Yifeng nodded, squatted down and carried Shen Qingqiang on his back again. Yifeng carried Shen Qingqiang on his back and walked steadily towards the top of the mountain. Shen Qingqiang lay on his back, her hands gently around his neck, her cheeks slightly flushed, her heart full of sweetness. She leaned close to Yifeng's ear and whispered, Yifeng, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do with my injured foot. It's my duty to carry you on my back. I can't just leave you on the mountain. Yifeng smiled slightly. With Shen Qingqiang on his back, he felt less awkward. After all, they were once husband and wife. Shen Qingqiang leaned her head gently on Yifeng's back, feeling his body temperature in steady steps, as if the whole world had become quiet and beautiful. Bitch! Seeing Shen Qingqiang snuggling sweetly on Yifeng's back, Wu Feishu stomped her feet, looking unwilling. Feishu, thank you so much today. Your suggestion to go hiking is a great decision. It seems that I have to let Qingqing treat you to a meal when I have time. At this time, Bai Rongrong came to Wu Feishu and said with gratitude. Okay, I haven't eaten with you for a long time. It's time to deepen our sisterly relationship. Wu Feishu had a sweet smile on her face. Although she cursed all of Shen Qingqing's ancestors in her heart, she pretended to be a loving sister on her face. Although Wu Feishu agreed to Bai Rongrong, she was secretly thinking about how to pull Yifeng away from Shen Qingqiang. She was unwilling to lose to Shen Qingqiang. In her opinion, she was no worse than Shen Qingqiang in any way. Why should Yifeng only be nice to Shen Qingqiang? Bai Rongrong looked at Wu Feishu's smiling face and thought she was really happy about today's mountain climbing activity, so she continued, yes, we sisters should get together more often, but today's situation was unexpected. Qingqiang sprained her ankle. Fortunately, Yifeng was here, otherwise I really don't know what to do. The corners of Wu Feishu's mouth twitched slightly, and she suppressed her displeasure and said, yes, Yifeng is really good to Sister Qingqiang. I really envy him. Isn't it right to be nice to her? After all, Qingqiang is Hanin's mother. Bai Rongrong smiled slightly, secretly hoping that Yifeng and Shen Qingqiang would remarry soon. But they are divorced now, and Brother Feng should have a new relationship. Wu Feishu was thinking in her heart that she wanted to replace Shen Qingqiang as soon as possible and become Yifeng's new lover. Godmother Rongrong, come and see, what beautiful green radish flowers. After climbing the mountain for an hour, the group of four finally reached the top of the mountain, and Yi Jinghan shouted excitedly. Here it comes. It's really beautiful. Bai Rongrong came to Yi Jinghan's side and was fascinated by the large patch of green ivy flowers in front of her. Yi Feng carried Shen Xingqing on his back and slowly walked to the front of the green ivy flowers. He gently put Shen Xingqing down so that she could better appreciate the beautiful scenery. As soon as Shen Xingqing's feet touched the ground, she couldn't help but let out a soft ouch. Although she didn't put much pressure on herself as Yi Feng carried her all the way, her foot injury still made it a little inconvenient for her to move.
Xingqiang, does it still hurt? Otherwise, I will help you walk over.
Hearing Shen Xingqing's painful voice, Yi Feng stepped forward and asked with concern.
Good.
Shen Xingqing pursed her lips and leaned on Yi Feng, and the two of them slowly walked towards Yi Jinghan.
Xingqiang, how about I take a picture of the three of you?
At this time, Bai Rongrong came to Shen Xingqing and asked her.
Okay, our family of three hasn't taken a photo for a long time. Shen Xingqing's face was filled with a happy smile.
She turned to look at Yi Feng, her eyes full of expectation.
Yi Feng also smiled and nodded to show his agreement. Yi Jinghan was so excited that she danced with joy and shouted, "Wow, take a picture, I want to strike the cutest pose."
So, the three of them stood together against the backdrop of the large patch of green ivy flowers. Yi Feng stood in the middle, one hand gently holding Shen Xingqing's waist to give her support, and the other hand on Yi Jinghan's shoulder. Shen Xingqiang leaned slightly against Yi Feng, with a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes were full of cherishment for the scene in front of her. Yi Jinghan stood in front, sometimes making a scissors hand gesture, and sometimes pouting her lips to make funny expressions, which was very cute. Bai Rongrong held her phone, constantly adjusting the angle, and said, "Come on, everyone, look at the camera and smile.
1, 2, 3.
As the crisp shutter sound rang out, this warm and beautiful scene was frozen in time.
Yi Jinghan immediately ran over, eager to see the photo, muttering, "Let me see if it's taken well, I think it must be super beautiful."
Bai Rongrong smiled and handed her the phone, saying, don't worry.
Take your time to look at it. It must be a very good picture." Yi Jinghan looked at the photo with shining eyes and said happily, "Wow, it's really beautiful, Mom, Dad and I are all smiling so sweetly. I want to set this photo as my phone wallpaper so that I can see it every day. Brother Feng, shall we take a photo together?"
At this time, Wu Feishu came over and asked to take a photo with Yi Feng.
Good. Yi Feng nodded and accepted Wu Feishu's invitation without refusing. "Let me take the photo for you."
At this time, Bai Rongrong came over and took the phone from Wu Feishu.
"Thank you for your help, Sister Rongrong."
Wu Feishu smiled slightly and expressed her gratitude. Bai Rongrong took the phone and started taking pictures of Yi Feng and Wu Feishu.
"I want to take pictures."
Bai Rongrong smiled slyly and turned the camera mode to special, blurring Wu Feishu's entire body.
"Come on, strike a pose and smile brightly."
After adjusting the camera mode on her phone, Bai Rongrong smiled and asked Yi Feng and Wu Feishu to pose.
Very good. Bai Rongrong smiled slightly and took 10 quick photos in a row.
After taking the photo, she returned the phone to Wu Feishu and said, "Feishu, the photo is not good, please don't mind it." Wu Feishu took the phone, took a look at the photos taken by Bai Rongrong, and her face turned green. It turned out that her face was so pale that it was almost impossible to see her appearance clearly. But now Yi Feng was standing next to her, and in order to maintain her image as a lady, she couldn't get angry. Bai Rongrong came to Shen Xingqing and briefly talked about the photos she had just taken. After listening to this, Shen Xingqing burst into laughter, and her expression was no different from that of someone who had won a lottery worth 5 million.
"Mom, what are you and Godmother Rongrong laughing at?"
Yi Jinghan came in front of Shen Xingqing and Bai Rongrong, and seeing them smiling brightly, she asked in confusion.
Chapter 57 The Secret of Happiness.
"Jinghan, this is a little secret between my mother and me."
"I won't tell you now." Bai Rongrong scratched Yi Jinghan's nose and kept the secret.
When Yi Jinghan heard this, she pouted immediately, hugged Bai Rongrong's arms with both hands, and said coquettishly, "Godmother, just tell me, please, I beg you, I promise not to tell anyone else."
Bai Rongrong couldn't help laughing when she saw Yi Jinghan's cute and eager look.
She gently patted Yi Jinghan's hand and said, "Oh, Hanin, be good.
It's not the right time yet.
When the time is right, Godmother will definitely tell you the first time." Yi Jinghan was still not giving up, shaking Bai Rongrong's arm and continued, "Godmother, you have aroused my curiosity. If you don't tell me, I will always feel itchy inside.
Can you reveal a little bit, please?"
Bai Rongrong shook her head helplessly and glanced towards Yi Feng and Shen Xingqiang. She saw that they were smiling at each other and seemed to be paying attention to the situation here. She leaned close to Yi Jinghan's ear and whispered, "Hanin, this little secret is related to your future happiness, so godmother will keep it a secret for now.
Just be patient and wait." Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up immediately, and she asked curiously, "Is it related to my future happiness? Godmother, is that a very powerful secret?"
Bai Rongrong smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, it's a very powerful secret, so Hanin just has to be a good boy, you'll know when the time is right."
Yi Jinghan finally let go of Bai Rongrong's arm.
Although she still felt itchy inside, she had to give up for the time being.
She patted her chest and said, "Okay, Godmother, I'll listen to you. I'll wait obediently. You must remember to tell me earlier."
Bai Rongrong patted her head and said, "Don't worry, Hanin is so well behaved, Godmother will definitely not forget it." When Wu Feishu, who was standing by, heard the conversation, her face turned blue and purple and became very ugly. But in order to continue to maintain her ladylike image in front of Yi Feng, she laughed along with Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong. Seeing her like this, Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong looked at each other, and the smiles on their faces became even brighter.
Shen Xingcheng secretly found it funny.
She knew that Wu Feishu must be feeling uncomfortable at the moment, but she still had to force a smile, which really made it difficult for her. However, Shen Xingcheng didn't bother to pay too much attention to Wu Feishu's emotions. At the moment, she was completely immersed in the warm atmosphere of being with her family and friends. Bai Rongrong was the same. She looked at Wu Feishu's somewhat distorted smile and knew in her heart that Wu Feishu must be extremely jealous. But she wouldn't expose it. It was quite interesting to just watch Wu Feishu trying to hold on. Yi Feng came over at this time, looking at Yi Jinghan's expectant and slightly aggrieved look, and said with a smile, "Hanin, don't worry, the secret of godmother and mother must be a big surprise, and you will be very happy when you know it. Now let's have some fun on the top of the mountain and enjoy the beautiful scenery, okay?" Yi Jinghan nodded and said, "Okay, Dad, let's go over there and take a look. There seem to be more flowers over there." Having said that, Yi Jinghan took Yi Feng's hand and walked to the other side. Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong also followed with a smile. Wu Feishu stood there, the smile on her face gradually disappearing. She bit her lips, feeling angry and hateful. She was angry because she felt like an outsider among this group of people and couldn't fit in no matter how hard she tried. She hated that Shen Xingcheng had obviously divorced Yi Feng, but was now so close to him, and had even won over her daughter and Bai Rongrong, leaving her no chance to sabotage. "It seems that I have to get along well with Bai Rongrong, otherwise it will be difficult for me to replace Shen Xingcheng." Looking at Bai Rongrong, Wu Feishu began to think about something. Wu Feishu knew very well that Bai Rongrong and Shen Xingcheng had a close relationship. If she could get Bai Rongrong to stand on her side, she might be able to understand Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng's situation more deeply, and also create more opportunities for herself to get close to Yi Feng. She took a deep breath, readjusted her facial expression, put on a seemingly friendly smile, and then walked quickly towards Bai Rongrong and the others. Happy times always pass quickly. Yi Feng and his friends were playing on the top of the mountain, and in the blink of an eye it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
"Hanin, we have to go down the mountain."
Yi Feng came to Yi Jinghan and asked her to put away her playful intentions and prepare to go down the mountain.
"Xingcheng, how is your foot?"
Bai Rongrong pulled Shen Xingcheng aside and asked in a low voice.
"Much better now. I can walk on my own." Shen Xingcheng nodded.
After a few hours of rest, her feet were no longer swollen.
"Why are you walking? Just keep pretending and let Yi Feng carry you on his back." Bai Rongrong glared at Shen Xingcheng and asked her to continue pretending to have a foot injury. "Still pretending?"
"If you don't pretend, believe it or not, that bitch Wu Feishu will climb onto Yi Feng's back in no time."
Shen Xingcheng was slightly stunned after hearing what Bai Rongrong said.
Although she felt a little embarrassed to continue pretending like this, she thought about Wu Feishu's various behaviors along the way and realized that she really had to be on guard against her.
She looked at Bai Rongrong helplessly and said, "Rongrong, is this really okay? I feel like I can walk now."
"If I let Yi Feng carry me again, I'm afraid he'll get tired."
"And what if he finds out I'm pretending?"
"That would be terrible."
Bai Rongrong frowned and said seriously, "Xingcheng, don't be soft-hearted. Think about it, don't you understand what Wu Feishu is thinking?
She is looking forward to the opportunity to get close to Yi Feng. If you leave now, she will definitely find an excuse to let Yi Feng carry her, and you will regret it then." Shen Xingcheng bit her lip, still a little hesitant in her heart, she said, "But..." Before she could finish, Bai Rongrong interrupted her and said, "There's nothing to worry about.
Just listen to me.
Besides, if Yi Feng is really tired, he will tell you.
Don't worry about it.
The key now is not to give Wu Feishu a chance."
Don't you still want to remarry Yifeng and give Hanin a complete family? Then you have to seize every opportunity to get close to Yifeng. Okay, then I'll just pretend my feet can't walk yet. At this time, Yifeng pulled Yi Jinghan to Shen Xingcheng and Bai Rongrong and asked, Xingcheng, how is your foot now? Can you walk by yourself? Yifeng, my feet still hurt a little, I can't walk. Shen Xingcheng's pretty face turned red. It was the first time she did such a thing and her heart beat faster. Yifeng, I just checked and Xingcheng's foot is still a little serious. You can continue to carry her down the mountain. Bai Rongrong is definitely a qualified wingman, and she instigated Yifeng to carry Shen Xingcheng down the mountain. Chapter 58, Family. Good. Yifeng smiled slightly and squatted on the ground. Shen Xingcheng glanced at Bai Rongrong, blinked, and a victorious smile appeared on her face. Seeing this scene, Wu Feishu was furious. She had secretly looked at Shen Xingcheng's feet just now. She studied medicine and knew that Shen Xingcheng's foot had actually healed and she could walk on her own. Wu Feishu was so angry that she clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms, but she had to endure it and not lose her composure in front of everyone. She kept cursing Shen Xingcheng in her heart, thinking that she was too scheming, pretending to have a foot injury to win Yifeng's concern, and making her plans fail again and again. She gritted her teeth, forced a smile on her face, walked forward, and said with pretended concern, Brother Feng, Sister Qingqing's foot injury hasn't healed yet. You have to be careful when you carry her down the mountain. The mountain road is rugged. Don't fall accidentally. Dad is the best. Nothing will happen to him. Dad, if you are tired, I will wipe your sweat later. Yi Jinghan came in front of Yifeng and reached out to wipe Yifeng's forehead, like a warm little cotton jacket. After hearing what Yi Jinghan said, Yifeng felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, okay, Hanin is really good. Daddy is not tired. It is not hard at all to carry Mom down the mountain. Shen Xingcheng also patted Yifeng's shoulder gently on the back and said, yes, Hanin, your father is very capable, so don't worry. Wu Feishu watched this heartwarming interaction from the sidelines, feeling so jealous that she could hardly keep the smile on her face. After they packed up their things, they headed down to the foot of Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, the weather changed drastically, and the originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. As dark clouds gathered rapidly, gusts of cool breeze began to whistle and rustle the trees on the mountain, as if it was a warning before the storm. Yi Jinghan hugged Yifeng's legs tightly in fear, looked up at the sky, and whispered, Dad, why did the sky suddenly become so scary? Is it going to rain heavily? Yifeng steadied himself and comforted her, Hanin, don't be afraid. It may just be a dark cloud. It may pass in a while. But we have to hurry up and go down the mountain. If it really rains, this mountain road will be even more difficult to walk on. Shen Xingcheng also hurriedly said, yes, let's go quickly and don't get trapped in the mountain. Although Wu Feishu was still angry about what happened before, she couldn't care less at this moment. She looked at the increasingly gloomy sky and said anxiously, Brother Feng, the weather doesn't look right. We have to hurry. I heard that the mountain road will become very slippery when it rains in Phoenix Mountain. Yifeng responded, and quickened his pace with Shen Xingcheng on his back, hurrying down the mountain. Bai Rongrong followed closely behind with Yi Jinghan, and the expressions of several people became nervous. Before they walked far, raindrops as big as beans began to fall, hitting the leaves and the ground, making crackling sounds. Yifeng, along with Yi Jinghan, Bai Rongrong and Wu Feishu, hurried and arrived at the Phoenix Mountain Hotel on the mountainside an hour later. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, everyone was soaked. Yifeng, it's raining so hard now. I'm afraid we won't be able to get down the mountain for a while. Bai Rongrong came to Yifeng's side and looked at the heavy rain outside. She knew that she had to stay in the hotel tonight and wait until the rain stopped before going down the mountain. Yifeng frowned, looked at the heavy rain outside, nodded helplessly, and said, it seems that this is the only way. The rain is too heavy. It is too dangerous to go down the mountain. Shen Xingcheng also agreed, yes, safety comes first. Let's stay here for one night. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow when the rain stops. Yi Jinghan was soaking wet and shivering with cold. She huddled in Yifeng's arms and whispered, Dad, I'm so cold. Let's go in quickly. Yifeng hugged her tightly with heartache and hurried into the hotel. The others followed him into the hotel lobby. As soon as they entered the lobby, the embarrassed appearance of several people attracted many strange looks from others, but they couldn't care less about that at the moment. Bai Rongrong came to the hotel front desk and checked into 3 rooms. After taking the room card from the lady at the front desk, he returned to Yifeng and the others.
Bai Rongrong raised the room card in her hand and said, "Brother Feng, I have booked 3 rooms so we can have more space.
Let's have a good rest tonight.
I hope the rain will stop tomorrow morning."
Rongrong, why don't you open 4 rooms?
At this time, Wu Feishu asked. In her mind, now that Ji Feng and Shen Xingcheng are divorced, they have to book 4 rooms. Now Bai Rongrong only booked 3 rooms, which means Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng have to live in the same room. When 2 people live together, there is a lot of room for imagination, and maybe their old love will rekindle.
Why open 4 rooms? Yi Feng and his family of 3 can just live in 1 room. Bai Rongrong said this, looked at Yi Jinghan, and said, "Hanin, isn't it reasonable for the 3 of you to live in 1 room?" "Well, I want to live with my parents. We are a family."
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and pulled the hands of Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng at the same time. When Wu Feishu heard this, she was so angry, but she couldn't get angry, so she could only laugh and said, "Oh, Hanin is right. It's very warm for a family to live together."
That's very good.
Although Wu Feishu didn't want Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng to live together, now that Yi Jinghan said so, she couldn't say much.
Everyone walked towards the floor where the room was located. Along the way, Wu Feishu was feeling angry and was secretly thinking about how to find an opportunity to destroy the warm situation of the family of 3 living in the same room. Arriving at the room, Yi Feng took Yi Jinghan and Shen Xingcheng into the house. As soon as they entered, Yi Jinghan couldn't wait to check the various facilities in the room. She touched the soft bed and turned on the TV to see if there were any interesting programs. She kept saying, "Wow, this room is so comfortable. Dad, Mom, we can have a good sleep tonight."
Yi Feng smiled and said, "Hanin, stop messing around.
Your body is still wet. Go take a hot shower and change into dry clothes. Don't catch a cold."
Shen Xingcheng also echoed, "Yes, Hanin, Mom will help you drain the water, you go and get your clothes." Yi Jinghan responded and ran to rummage through her luggage to get her clothes. In another room, Wu Feishu became more and more angry as she thought about it, and paced back and forth in the room. She thought that she couldn't just watch Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng's relationship heat up, and she had to think of a way.
"Hanin, there are some interesting things in Rongrong's godmother's room. Do you want to come and take a look?"
Just then, there was a knock on the door and Bai Rongrong's voice came in.
Chapter 59, A Little Romance. Fun things, is it a little turtle?
Hearing Bai Rongrong's voice, Yi Jinghan, who had just taken a shower and changed her clothes, jumped off the bed excitedly and opened the door of the room. Bai Rongrong stood at the door, looking at Yi Jinghan's cute and expectant look. She couldn't help but touch her head with a smile and said, "Hanin, you're not a little turtle, but godmother brought you a fun little toy, guess what it is?" Yi Jinghan tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, thought for a while, and then said, "Is that a little doll?" "Godmother, let me see it quickly, I can't wait."
Bai Rongrong smiled and took out an exquisite little puzzle from behind her.
She waved it in front of Yi Jinghan and said, "Look, Hanin, it's a puzzle.
This puzzle is very interesting. It will become a particularly beautiful landscape painting.
Godmother thought that we are trapped in the hotel now, so you can play with this to kill time. Godmother Rongrong, let's go into the house and put it together."
"I will put it together. Let's go to Godmother Rongrong's room. There are several dolls in there." "Okay then, let's go to your room."
Yi Jinghan nodded, took Bai Rongrong's hand, and went to her room. When Bai Rongrong walked to the door, she blinked and winked at Shen Xingcheng who was lying on the bed. Shen Xingcheng nodded in understanding, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Bai Rongrong took Yi Jinghan away to give her and Yi Feng a chance to be alone. Looking at the backs of Bai Rongrong and Yi Jinghan as they left, Yi Feng was stunned at first, then he understood what Bai Rongrong meant and couldn't help but smile helplessly. The room suddenly became quiet, with only Yi Feng and Shen Xingcheng left.
The atmosphere suddenly became subtle and ambiguous.
Shen Xingcheng lowered her head slightly, her fingers twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously. Her heart felt like a deer running around. She secretly raised her eyes to look at Yi Feng, but happened to meet Yi Feng's gaze. When their eyes met, they both felt as if they were burned and quickly looked away.
"Yi Feng, you're done, it's my turn to go in and take a shower."
Shen Xingcheng got out of bed, took her clothes for a change, and walked towards the bathroom.
"Okay, be careful and don't sprain your ankle again."
Yi Feng smiled slightly, walked to the window, and admired the beautiful scenery of Phoenix Mountain. In the bathroom, Shen Xingcheng took off her clothes and started taking a shower. She took out the shower gel she brought with her and washed her whole body fragrantly. After washing for about 20 minutes, she came to the mirror and looked at the black stockings on the sink.
She became hesitant again. "Do I really want to wear these stockings again?"
Shen Xingqing pursed her lips, picked up the black stockings and hesitated again. In fact, when coming to climb the mountain today, Bai Rongrong checked the weather forecast and calculated that it would rain today, so she would most likely have to stay at the Phoenix Mountain Hotel for one night. Bai Rongrong repeatedly reminded Shen Xingqing to wear black stockings. Just then, the cell phone on the sink rang. Shen Xingqing picked it up and saw that it was Bai Rongrong calling.
Xingqing, put on those black stockings quickly, and then you can go out without me teaching you, right? As soon as the phone was connected, Bai Rongrong's voice rang in Shen Xingqing's ears. Shen Xingqing's face instantly turned red to her ears. She said in a low voice with some resentment, Rongrong, what are you talking about? This is so embarrassing. I have been hesitating for a long time and I am struggling with it. Bai Rongrong laughed on the other end of the phone and said, Xingqing, why hesitate? This is a rare opportunity. Just listen to me and wear it out. It will surely catch Yifeng's eye. Maybe your relationship will be further improved. You, don't be shy. It's time to take the initiative.
Shen Xingqing bit her lip, still feeling quite embarrassed.
She said, but won't this make me look too deliberate? I'm afraid he'll think I'm, what? That's not good. Bai Rongrong said quickly, how could that be? You already have a foundation of love. You were husband and wife before. Now you are just creating a little romance and adding some fun. Don't dawdle.
Put it on quickly, go out and have a good chat with him, and try to finalize the relationship tonight. After listening to Bai Rongrong's words, Shen Xingqing felt that there was some truth in them.
She took a deep breath and said, Well, I'll listen to you, but if there's any embarrassing situation, I'll settle the score with you.
Bai Rongrong smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't be embarrassing.
Just go for it boldly. I can't cheat you. Okay, put it on quickly.
After saying that, Bai Rongrong hung up the phone. Shen Xingqing took the black stockings and stood in front of the mirror and hesitated for a while. Finally, she blushed and slowly put on the stockings. She adjusted herself in front of the mirror and looked at how she looked after putting on the stockings. She became more and more nervous and felt like her heartbeat was out of her control. She took a deep breath again, mustered up the courage to open the bathroom door and walked out. As soon as she walked out, the water vapor with the fragrance of shower gel and her own unique scent also filled the air, and the whole room seemed to be instantly shrouded in a different atmosphere.
Yifeng heard the noise and turned around. When he saw Shen Xingqing wearing black stockings, he was immediately attracted and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The black stockings made Shen Xingqing's legs look even longer and straighter, and her whole body exuded an indescribable charm and style.
Compared with her before, she had a different charm. Yifeng swallowed, the blood flow in his body suddenly accelerated, and his breathing became rapid. When Shen Xingqing saw Yifeng's reaction, she became more shy and didn't dare to look up. She bit her lips slightly but didn't dare to say a word. She bit her lip, walked towards the bed, climbed onto it, and then lay down, looking ready to be picked. At this time, Shen Xingqing remembered Bai Rongrong's instructions and dimmed the lights to increase the interest.
Finally, she mustered up the courage and said, Yifeng, let's sleep together tonight. After saying that, Shen Xingqing's pretty face turned red again. She quickly pulled the bedsheet, covered her face, and waited for Yifeng to get on the bed. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and his heart became conflicted, not knowing whether to go to bed or not. He thought about it, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to go to bed. But when he walked to the bed and was about to get into bed, there was a loud noise from the east. The power in the room suddenly went out, and the whole room became pitch black. The next second, there was another loud noise and the whole room shook a few times, as if it was about to collapse.
Xingqiang, don't be afraid. I'll go outside and see what happened. Yifeng thought about it and felt that the loud noise just now was a bit abnormal, so he had to go out and figure it out.
Chapter 60: A Surprise. Well, be careful then. Shen Xingqiang nodded and gave some instructions.
After Yifeng walked out of the room, he moved in the direction where the sound came from.
When he walked to the east side of the hotel, he was stunned.
I saw spider-web-like cracks appearing on the wall, and it looked like it had been hit by a huge external force. You have to know that the walls of the hotel are made of concrete, not bricks. You can imagine how great the external force was to create a spider-web-like crack with a diameter of about 4 meters on the wall.
Yifeng frowned, feeling uneasy.
He moved closer to check the crack to see what caused the damage. At this moment, the hotel staff also rushed over. They were also shocked and gathered around the crack to discuss. A staff member said anxiously, "This is so strange.
I have never encountered such a thing before. How could a good wall become like this? Another person speculated, could it be because of the heavy rain just now?
Maybe something heavy was washed down and hit here, but what a huge impact it must have had.
Just when Yifeng didn't know what was going on, crying sounds came from not far away.
He thought for a moment and then moved in the direction where the crying sound came from. After walking for 2 minutes, Yifeng saw a black BMW sedan with a severely deformed front end. At this time, Yifeng finally understood what the loud noise was. It turned out to be the sound of a car hitting the wall.
Xianer, wake up, don't scare your mother, wake up.
In sight, a middle-aged man and woman opened the car door and pulled a young man with blood all over his face out of the cab.
Don't move.
Yifeng walked to the front of the car, took a look at the situation at the scene, and shouted hurriedly. As soon as he said this, the middle-aged man and woman turned their eyes to him with puzzled expressions. He's already been badly injured. If you force him like this, it will cause secondary damage. As Yifeng spoke, he quickly walked forward and carefully checked the young man's injuries. I saw a deep wound on the young man's forehead, blood was oozing out, his face was pale and his condition looked very critical.
When the middle-aged woman heard this, she burst into tears out of fear, crying, "What should we do? I hope my son is okay.
We are worried too, so we just want to get him out as soon as possible." The middle-aged man also looked anxious and regretful, saying, "It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of him.
How could this happen? You know all this, please save my son."
He looked at Yifeng with a begging expression on his face. Although I'm not a doctor, I've learned massage therapy, and I know some basic first aid knowledge.
Do you have towels or gauze in your car?
The middle-aged man nodded quickly, turned around, found a towel from the car and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the towel and carefully pressed it on the young man's forehead wound, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. At the same time, he said to the middle-aged man, "Call an ambulance quickly. We need to send him to the hospital as soon as possible." The middle-aged man suddenly woke up from his dream. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed 120 emergency number, anxiously explaining the situation and his location on the phone. An hour later, the ambulance arrived at the Phoenix Hotel, and a group of people carried the injured Li Xian into the ambulance.
"Thank you, little brother. My name is Li Bin. You can come to me if you need help in the future."
Li Bin got in the car, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded, waved, and said goodbye to Li Jun and his wife. After the 120 ambulance took Li Xian away, Yifeng returned to Phoenix Mountain Hotel.
"Dad, what happened just now? It's so scary."
As soon as I reached the hotel gate, Yi Jinghan rushed over.
"It's okay. Someone was injured just now and has been rescued by 120.
Yifeng smiled slightly and explained briefly.
"Oh, I'm going back to bed then."
After saying that, Yi Jinghan ran back to the room. When she reached the door of the room, she knocked.
After a long while, the door was finally opened and Yi Jinghan walked in.
"Wow, it's so beautiful, with so many candles, colorful lights, and the music is nice too." When she walked into the room, Yi Jinghan was stunned. It turned out that Shen Xingcheng decorated the hotel room according to Bai Rongrong's instructions. We lit heart-shaped candles and turned on the colorful lights in the house, creating an extremely romantic and warm atmosphere. The melodious music added a bit of comfort to the atmosphere.
"Mom, what are you doing?"
At this time, Yi Jinghan turned her gaze to the bed, and saw Shen Xingcheng posing in a seductive posture with her pajamas lifted to her thighs. If a man sees this kind of scene, he will definitely pounce on it without saying a word. When Shen Xingcheng heard Yi Jinghan's voice, she was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that the person who came in was not Yifeng, but her beloved daughter Yi Jinghan.
Shen Xingcheng's face flushed instantly.
She hurriedly pulled her pajamas down and stammered, "Han. Hanin, mommy just thinks this atmosphere is pretty good, and want to lie here and feel it, no.
No other intention."
Yi Jinghan blinked her big eyes and looked at Shen Xingcheng with a puzzled look. Although she was still young and didn't understand much about these adult things, she also felt that her mother looked strange. She tilted her head and said, "Mom, your face is so red.
Are you sick? I'll call Dad to come and see you."
Yi Jinghan was about to turn around and run out, but Shen Xingcheng quickly held her back and said anxiously, Don't go call your dad.
Mommy's not sick.
She just felt a little hot just now, so her face turned red.
Hanin, be good. Let's not talk about this anymore, okay?
Yi Jinghan nodded as if she understood, then looked at the romantic decorations around her and asked, Mom, you made all these? They are so beautiful. Are you doing this to make Dad happy? Shen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and followed her words, Well, yes, we've been through so many things today, so Mom wanted to give Dad a surprise to make him happy.
Do you think Dad will like it, Hanin?
Yi Jinghan nodded vigorously and said with a smile, I'm sure he will like it.
Dad will be so happy to see such a beautiful room. You are so nice, Mom. Shen Qingqing touched Yi Jinghan's head, secretly glad that her daughter didn't ask any more questions about the embarrassing incident. She smiled and said, As long as Hanin and Dad like it, it's fine. When Dad comes back, let's stay here for a while and then go to bed, okay?